With an introduction from a teenage boy, the scene opens up in a classroom and students are seated and writing exams. The inscription on the board says, Senior High School Entrance Examination. The boy introduces himself as Mo Fan and says he is a 9th grader. He says that the senior high school entrance examination has almost driven him mad, and it is not because he is a bad student, but because the exam was on magic. The boy is the first to leave the exam premises, and he stares at the sky. The bell rings and students pour out of the school premises. He says that ever since he fell asleep with a pendant 3 months before, everything has changed for him. He says that all everybody talks about is magic. A group of boys walking behind him talk about him, saying that since he turned in his exam script early, he must not have understood the subject matter. They talk about the exam and how they did. One boy says that he thought the exam was quite difficult. He says that he could not fill in all 7 uses of light magic, which was the last question on the exam. He asks a boy walking with them if he got all the answers correctly. Mubai boasts about the exam, saying it is just an entrance exam on basic theory for the Magic Senior High School. He says that the important thing is the talent they will receive during the Magic Awakening. He goes on to point out that those who do not pass the exam cannot become mages. A boy in the group points out that since Mubei's family has ice talent, Mubei will also be ice talented. A boy in the group says ice is powerful and he hopes he gets it too. One boy in the group says the firepower is better, but it's really rare. Yet another boy says that he heard that fire is still not the most powerful talent. The boys talk about their different talents as they walk to the school gates. Mofan gets to the school entrance and stops in his tracks. There are a lot of parents standing around and waiting for their children. One in particular stands out to him. He approaches an elderly man wearing a white shirt and pacing around and asks him what he is doing there. The man is his father, and he replies that he is there to pick Mo Fan up. He asks Mo Fan how his exam went, and Mo Fan thinks to himself that his exam was a mess. He says he studied for 3 months, but the exam covered 9 years of material and seems to think that the odds were already stacked against him and he has no hope of passing. His father tells him not to worry and that he has found him a job as a driver in the neighboring city. He says his uncle Guangfeng will teach him and the pay is good at 4,000 to 5,000 per month. He tells Mo Fan that starting working when you are young is not bad. Mo Fan tells his father that he wants to study to be a mage. His father acknowledges his desires, tells him that he knows Mo Fan has plans that do not involve being a driver like him, and tells him that he knows that his exam scores are not high enough to meet the entry requirement. Mo Fan tells his father that he is serious about his ambition. He says to himself that he doesn't want to be a loser in any world, whether the old world or the magic world. His father tells him he will think about it if he's serious. Mo Fan is happy, and he thanks his father and promises to become a great mage who is respected by everyone. His father laughs, takes him by the hand, and steers him home. Mo Fan looks out the window of the bus on his way back from his school, Shuilan Junior High School. He walks with a younger boy, Xiao Hu, who tells him that someone called Mu Ning Shui has come back from the capital. He says he saw her that morning and she is even prettier than before. Mo Fan gives a non-committal response and the boy is shocked. He comments on the fact that Mo Fan did not respond, and Mo Fan asks him how he is supposed to respond. He asks Mo Fan if he is excited, and Mo Fan does not respond again. Mo Fan and the younger boy pass by the gates of a large house. Mo Fan is interested in the 2 men standing and talking by the gate. One of the men is Mo Fan's father, and he is begging the other man to use his influence to get Mo Fan admitted to the magic school. The man brings up Mo Fan's crime of trying to elope with the heiress of the Mu family and asks why he should help him. His father admits that it is Mo Fan's fault and begs for help on the grounds of his faithful service to the Mu family. The man refuses to help him and scolds Mo Fan's father. His father vows to do anything for help. The man says he will consider helping Mo Fan if his father pledges his house to him. He wants the land. Mo Fan's father pledges the house to the man. Mo Fan stands outside the gate, watching the negotiation. That evening over dinner, Mo Fan's father tells him the good news that he has been admitted into magic school. Mo Fan looks sad at the news. His father also adds that he will be renting the house out and gives an excuse. Mo Fan perks up and lays out his big plans and his father laughs. Later, Mo Fan writes Mu Ning Shui's name in his notebook. He thinks back to the time when she approached him and told him to go away with her. It earns his father a harsh scolding from her father, thunder and a warning to break Mo Fan's legs if he sees Mooning Shui again. It is the first day at Sky Magic High School. The new students are welcomed into the school. They are nervous because it is their magic awakening day as well. The boys talk about what magic talents they would like to have. In Class 8 Grade 1, the teacher tells them what to expect from a magic awakening. They each get a badge, and when their magic wakes, the badge will change to its corresponding color. He explains that cyan corresponds to wind, red corresponds to fire, and gold corresponds to light. As soon as the teacher stops speaking, a boy's pendant begins to glow. When the teacher gets to Mo Fan's desk, he introduces himself. One of the boys starts to tease him about how he got into the school. Someone stands up for him. Just then Mubei is called up to awaken his magic. He puts his hand on the crystal and it glows blue. He has the ice talent. The teacher explains that the stars on the badges show the strength of their talents. The students marvel at Mubei. The boys go up one by one to awaken their magic. Mo Fan goes up and puts his hand on the crystal ball. He is transported to a realm with different colors in front of him. He thinks that his light is glowing purple. His light glows red instead, but nobody is there to see it because they are distracted by the awakening of a thunder talent in the next class. Everyone is excited about the thunder talent awakening. The boy who awakened it is called Shu Zhaoting. Someone mentions that barely 1 in 1,000 people can awaken the thunder talent. They are excited that it is the thunder talent that has been awakened. Mo Fan's teacher is one of the spectators and says that the thunder talent teacher must be thrilled to have a thunder in his class, as it is the most powerful element. Mo Fan's eyes open and he finds out that he is left alone in his class, and he thinks that he has time traveled again. The orb under his hand is burning. He exclaims that it is so hot, and he realizes that he has awakened the fire talent. He flashes back to his time in the Stardust realm and thinks he has awakened both the fire and thunder talents at the same time. His classmates walk into class. They wonder why he is still standing with his hand on the crystal ball. They start to mock him and then see the orb shining red. They are surprised that Mo Fan has awakened the fire talent. His teacher walks to him and confirms that he has indeed awakened the fire talent. He tells Mo Fan this, and Mo Fan is surprised. His classmates are perplexed and ask each other how a loser such as Mo Fan was able to awaken the fire talent. They do not believe that he called in a favor to get a spot in the Magic Academy. The boy that sits in front of him congratulates him, saying only 2 people in their class have awakened the fire talent. Mu Bai is annoyed by this development. Mo Fan is amused that his act of awakening the fire talent has caused much fuss among the class, and thinks about boasting to them that he is a genius and has awakened both the thunder and fire talents with the odds of a 1 in 1,000, but decides to keep it hidden. He says if his classmates knew that he had awakened thunder before, their jaws would drop. He crows in triumph mentally, but keeps a straight face with his classmates. He promises to show them all, and that he will have his day of triumph. The expression on his face frightens the class. 2 months later, the class is being lectured on Stardust in the audio-visual classroom. The teacher tells them that Stardust will form their spiritual world after their talents awake. He tells them that there are 7 stars in the Stardust that revolve around at will, and if they concentrate on controlling them with their minds and making their random movements follow strict orbits, it will mean they have completed the magic release. He says the process is like playing dominoes. He tells the students that once they lose control of any particular star, they will have to start over. This means that they have to connect the orbits of all 7 stars at once. The teacher calls up Mu Bai to give a demonstration. He succeeds in controlling 5 of the stars, and his teacher is pleased. He compliments Mu Bai and points out that the 5 stars on his badge are glowing. He explains that Mu Bai was able to connect 5 stars at the same time while practicing. The teacher tells them that if they can connect all 7 stars at the same time, they will summon the ice power of creeping ice. He tells them to make Mu Bai their role model and to work hard. The students agree that Mu Bai is amazing and they compare themselves to him. They talk about how hard it is to control stars. Their teacher reminds them that difficulty in controlling stars is proportional to their ability and the effort they put in. He tells them They need to use their minds to control every single star. Just then, the bell rings and they taunt Mofan for having only one star. His friend comes to his rescue and some girls laugh at him and call him a loser. Mofan walks out of the room. On his way home, he walks past a girls' school. He makes his way to Nanshan Temple where he decides to practice. His aura grows purple and he fails to connect the last star. He leaves that place and runs to a playground where he sees his sister Shinsia waiting on the swings. He calls out to her and they greet each other. He looks around and sees some rough people on the playground. It appears they are bullying Shinsia. Mofan makes his way to them. The leader has taken her wheelchair and says he will give it back. When Xingxia decides to be his girlfriend, the rough boys talk about Xingxia. Mofan approaches them and calls out to them. They ask him if he thinks he is a match for 4 of them. They taunt him, and the leader tells Mofan that his sister should be glad that he likes her. They tell him to get lost, and he takes steps backwards to fight. He connects the 7 stars and gets the thunder power. He sends the thunder forth to them and electrocutes them all. They are scared because he is a mage and they surrender to him. He tells them to get lost and they do. His sister is stunned. He brings her wheelchair over to her and she tells him that he is amazing. Over in Mubai's house, his uncle asks him how his studies are going. He tells him that he can control 5 stars. His uncle tells him that if he performs well this time, he will find a way to get the star bracelet for him. Mubai promises to work hard, and his father tells him that the final exam will be a great time and that the heiress of the Mu family will be there, so he needs to make her remember him. The man asks after Mofan. Mubai reports that Mofan cannot control 1 star and that he is at the bottom of the class. They plot to kick Mofan out if he fails the exams because they think he is ordinary. Mubai praises his uncle. Mofan is in the bath when he remembers his aunt's admonition. He thinks about how monsters surround the city and how dangerous it is for his father to work outside the city. Mofan concludes that mastering thunder magic will help him master fire magic. He tries to connect the stars in his fire magic and only manages to heat his bathwater and burn himself. He leaps out of the bath and gets dressed. Just then, his sister comes to inform him that there aren't prepared cakes. She asks him why his skin is so red and he says his bathwater was too hot. Shinsia tells him that she never expected him to master the Wrath of Thunder so quickly. She asks him how he was able to master it in under 6 months and asks if he approached the Black Curia. He does not know what that is, and she explains that it is a cult that helps people master their talents easily. He tells her he awakened his thunder first, and he practices privately, and no one knows about it. He wheels Xingxia back to her room and thinks about what she asked him. He says that since he can only reveal fire in front of others, thunder will be his trump card. He decides to practice fire for his exams. Mofan walks into a class and is surprised to see people already occupying most of the seats. He turns around and comes face to face with a beautiful woman. His mouth drops open and she tells him to find a seat. She introduces herself as Tang Yue, their new practical magic teacher. She asks the students how many of them have awoken fire. They stand up. Mofan's classmates tease him. Tang Yue sends a fireball at the target dummy and incinerates it. She says that the spell she cast is level 1 fire magic called Fire Burst, and it is one of the strongest spells in element magic. The students are amazed, and Mofan is excited. Mubai and his uncle stand beside a swimming pool in a luxury compound. Mubai asks his uncle if he wants to force Mofan to quit. He tells his uncle that he doesn't think that Mofan is incompetent. He tells his uncle that he thought only students who scored a D on the final exams were eligible to quit. His uncle says he has a backup plan. He brings a black pill from his suit pocket and shows it to Mubai. Mubai asks his uncle what it is, and he tells him that it is a dark stone which can absorb magical energy and the light of the crystal ball. He says the stone is sure to make Mofan do poorly in the exam and score even worse than a D. Mubai asks him if the stone will affect everyone since they are all using the same crystal ball. His uncle tells him that it won't happen and that the examiner works for him and will check the crystal ball before each student takes the test and will apply the stone when it's Mofan's turn and take it away before the next student comes up for their exam. Mubai says his uncle is clever. His uncle says that Mofan has offended the Mu family and they can't let him get away with it. They both laugh evilly. Mofan stands in the practical magic classroom and tries to control the stars with his fire magic. He is only able to control 5 stars, which burn out quickly, and he is dejected because the end-of-year exam is in less than a month. He lies back on the floor of the practice room. He thinks that if he can harness his full firepower, he will be able to impress the Moo family. He gets up and tries again, but finds out that his magic energy is depleted. He thinks his powers are not strong enough and sits to meditate. He tries again to connect the stars and gets 5. The next day, the teacher talks about the crystal ball. He says it is a magic stone that measures magical powers. He says that the brighter the stone glows, the more power the person holds. He explains that the students will be graded based on their brightness, with A as the highest mark and D as the lowest. He reminds them that students who get a D will be forced to leave the school. Moo Bai asks if magic release will be tested. The teacher says it is not compulsory and adds that any student able to do it will be moved to the elite class and receive a star bracelet. Moo Bai says the star bracelet will be his. The final exam day has come. Students line up in the courtyard waiting for the exam to start. They line up according to their seating order in the classroom. Mo Fan stands at the back of the line, which means he will be the last person to be tested. The principal ascends the stage with Mr. Moo, Professor Moo, and Moo Ningshui. Ningshui looks bored with the proceedings and keeps a straight face. The principal gives a speech and introduces Professor Moo and Moo Ningshui as their special guests. Professor Moo gives a speech and says he is excited to meet the new generation of mages. A boy remarks on Ningshui's beauty, which sparks a discussion surrounding her gifts and pedigree. Moo Bai smirks at her and plots against Mo Fan. He thinks that he will force him to drop out in front of Ningshui and cause Mo Fan to be embarrassed. The principal thanks Professor Moo for his speech and calls up Ningshui to demonstrate her magic. She places her hand on the crystal ball, freezes it, and cracks it open. Mo Fan asks himself when she became so powerful. After her demonstration, the exam starts with the first student called up to the dais. The exam is well underway and students are nervous. Mr. Zhu comforts a student who thinks she will be kicked out because she is so sure she will get a D in the exam. When her name is called, she puts her hand in the crystal ball and it shines brightly. The student gets an A on the test. Xiao Hao goes up to take his test and also gets an A grade. He tells his teacher he would like to try the magic release and his teacher permits him. Xiao Hu tries hard but does not get his magic to hit the target. He comes down from the dais looking dejected and Tang Yue comforts him and he blushes and promises to try harder next time. Moo Bai goes up for his test. He aces it effortlessly and gets an S grade. His friends brag about him and he asks to try his hand at magic release. He aligns his stars, achieves creeping ice, and gets a B for his magic release. Everyone marvels over him and Professor Moo asks Ningshui and her father what they think of Moo Bai. Ningshui says he is okay. This is not what Professor Moo wants to hear. Mo Fan is called up. Professor Moo wants Ningshui to go home, but she doesn't want to. She wants to stay and watch Mo Fan's test. Professor Moo sends a signal to his accomplice, who goes up to put the stone beneath the crystal ball. Mo Fan touches the crystal ball, and the stone absorbs his magic, sending him and his teacher into a panic, thinking that there is something wrong with his magic. His classmates taunt and mock him, and everyone thinks he's weak. Professor Moo says his prospects are slim, and he can never be a mage with such weak light. Mo Fan tries again. The stone breaks and he gets a B grade. Everyone is perplexed, including Moo Bai. Tang Yue is suspicious about the circumstances surrounding Mo Fan's exam. She stands up for him and demands that Mo Fan be tested again. They try to dissuade her and tell her that if she is wrong, she will have to take responsibility. She agrees to take responsibility in the event anything goes wrong with the retest. Ningshui agrees with Tang Yue's assessment and also calls for a retest. They agree with her and bring a replacement crystal ball. Mo Fan takes the test again and gets an S grade, which shocks everyone. His light appears so brightly that everyone is convinced of the S grade. Xiao Hu is elated about Mo Fan's grade. Tang Yue commends Mo Fan and he asks to try a magic release. Moo Bai is upset that Mo Fan beat him. Mo Fan's magic release incinerates the target and earns him an A for magic release. This sets everyone talking and they say that no one else managed to get an A for magic release. class. Xiaohu is excited and tells Mo Fan that he is the best. The principal asks the Mu brothers if Mo Fan used to be a member of their family. They explain that he was just the son of their chauffeur. The principal says that Mo Fan has spared no effort to nurture his talent since he achieved such high grades without family backing. He says Mo Fan has potential. Mr. Mu calls Mo Fan over and tells him that his performance has changed his view of him. He tells him to forget the past and offers him fire magic gear from the Mu family to help him harness his powers better. He also accepts him into the Mu family. Professor Mu asks about Mu Bai, and Mr. Mu tells him to make Mu Bai work harder. Mo Fan rejects Mr. Mu's offer in a very vocal way, which sets him off on a rant. The principal tells Mo Fan to apologize to Mr. Mu, and Mo Fan tells the principal of how Mr. Mu's gang broke into his house and injured his father for no just cause. He asks Mr. Mu to apologize. Mo Fan is scolded by Mr. Mu, and Professor Mu urges them to expel Mo Fan. The principal says that only one can expel his student with his permission. Mu Bai says that if Mo Fan does not apologize, he will fight him instead and beat respect into him so he will learn to respect his elders. Mr. Mu offers Yuang to fight on his behalf. The principal tries to get Mo Fan to apologize, but Mo Fan says he should first apologize to his father. He says he will apologize if he loses the duel, but if Mr. Mu loses, he has to apologize to his father. Tang Yue says that the Mage Association forbids dueling between underage mages, and if there is to be a duel, it is to be in 2 years. Mr. Mu agrees to the duel in 2 years and tells Ning Shui to follow him. She gives him a small smile before she leaves. Xiaohu tells Mo Fan that Yuang is more powerful than Mu Bai. He says he will handle him. He thinks that he needs to work harder. Mo Fan's father drives a truck, and Mo Fan vows to restore his dignity. It is September and the beginning of a new semester at Sky Magic High School. The elite class is taught by Shui Musheng and Tang Yue. They welcome the students to the class. Student numbers are given according to grades, so Mo Fan is number 1 and Mu Bai is number 2. Xu Zhaoting is number 3. The students are surprised at Mo Fan's ranking and say so. Tang Yue addresses the class and all the boys are enamored with her beauty. She tells them she will be teaching the practical magic class and asks for their cooperation. They talk about the star bracelet. Musheng tells them that they will take turns using it according to their grades. He tells them that the top 3 students will be able to use it for a month each. He tells Mo Fan that his punishment for openly insulting Mr. Mu is that he can only use the bracelet for 10 days. After 10 days, the bracelet will be passed on to someone else. He tells them that the class only has 3 bracelets to share. Someone points out that students with poor grades will not get the chance to use it. The rules for using the bracelet are established, with expulsion and banishment as the penalty for damaging a bracelet or returning it late. Mo Fan thinks about the star bracelet. He gives his all to target practice, and so does Mu Bai, who plots how to become the head of the class by using the star bracelet. Mo Fan picks a fight with Mai Bai and gets information on Yuang and the star bracelet. Mu Bai says that only Mu Ning Shui has received a star spirit bracelet to practice with. The spirit bracelet can increase progress by 40% as opposed to the star bracelet, which can only give a 20% increase in magical progress. Mo Fan walks away from Mu Bai and thinks about the level 2 fire burst. He sits and holds the star bracelet, and his pendant is drawn to it. He puts it on, and his pendant swallows the bracelet. He yells at his pendant and tries to get it to spit out the bracelet. Just then, Tang Yue asks him what he is doing. He asks her what she is doing there, and she goes right to the heart of the matter. She tells him that he has lost the star bracelet and they will kick him out. She tells him to be honest with her so she can help him. He tells her his pendant ate the bracelet. She takes the bracelet from him and asks him where he got it from. He tells her it's a family heirloom. She asks if he has shown it to anyone, and he says no. She tells him that his pendant is also magical gear and that he needs to feed it. She explains that it can absorb energy and upgrade itself to the spirit level. Mo Fan understands why his magical ability is progressing faster. He tells her to keep it, and she says he needs to hide it. She tells him that the pendant will grow at the expense of magical gear and spirits. She says she will settle the matter of the lost bracelet and that he owes her one. Mo Fan thinks she helped him because she is attracted to him. He talks to the pendant and kisses it. The students set off on a field trip to the Snowy Peak Outpost, which is the end of the safe zone. Beyond it, There are monsters. They watch an informational video about the outpost. The students speculate about the monsters, but Mofan thinks about his fire stardust. The students get to the purpose and are greeted by their instructor. They are expected to participate in a bounty hunt to earn a grade. The teachers try to negotiate a better assignment, but the instructor does not budge. He challenges the students and scolds them for getting cold feet. The reward for completing the task is magic armor. The students are amazed at the reward. The students make their way up a rock formation. They exclaim that it is high up, and they choose Xiaohu to scout for them. He uses his wind power to jump down the cliff and helps them tie their rope to a tree. A student walks through what looks like harmless vibes, and the vines restrain him. Mubai uses his ice power to freeze the vines, and he breaks through. The rest of the class follows suit. They get to another wall of vines, and a girl with fire magic burns them down. Mofan leads a group, and Mubai's friend taunts him. They get to a cave that is said to be the home of one-eyed wolf demons. Their task is to inspect the cave to see if there are any demons, and to retrieve their instructor's lost bracelet. They are confused as to what kind of mission it is, and some students are scared. They are determined to slay the demons together, since there are more mages than demons. The instructors and teachers receive a report from an officer on the students' progress. The teachers are relieved that he sent someone with them. They ask him if there is a demon in the cave, and he says that there is something in the cave. Tang Yue says that the students have been given a good chance to learn. She wonders about the thing in the cave, and the instructor tells her that the students have to understand what it means to be a mage. He assures her that he knows what he is doing. Tang Yue is concerned about Mofan and his ability to release magic when confronted with danger. The students rappel down a cliff. One female student asks the other if she's not scared. Zhou Min tells her that they will all fail unless they accomplish the task, and if they fail, they won't be able to get into a good magic college. Mofan calls Zhou Min out on the quality of her pep talk, and Mubai's friend says that Mubai will freeze the monster with his creeping ice. He tells them to follow Mubai's lead. They are heartened and decide to follow Mubai. Mubai's friend decides to give everyone takes according to their magical ability. He tells those with wind talent to scout, and those with light talent to provide illumination for the mission. They descend into the caves in a single file. Mofan stays back and looks intently at the pond close to the cave. Xiaohao runs over to him and asks if he is looking for fish. He tells Xiaohao to look at the water in the pond. He explains to him that the pond should have been filled with water because of the rain, but it is only half full. Xiaohu thinks the water evaporates because of the weather. Mofan points out to Xiaohao that the water line is still visible, but half of the water in the pond is gone. He says it means that something from the cave drank the missing water, and judging from the quantity of water it drank, it must be really big. Xiaohou gets scared and goes to warn the others. They do not believe him and make fun of him. They tell him to stay outside the cave if he is too scared, and that he will still get to pass the test if the others finish it for him. The students walk through the cave and find a wolf demon. They all panic and run away because of its size. Mubai tries to attack the demon, but his magic gives out and he runs away. Zhou Min tries to attack the demon, but before she can, Mofan scoops her away. She tells him to put her down, and he reminds her that she cannot cast magic in such a short time, and even if she could, the demon would eat her alive. The instructor laughs at the students. One of them confesses that the wild in the cave is his pet. The head instructor says that a one-eyed wolf demon is fiercer than his pet. He says that if the students had met a real monster, they would have all died. The head instructor says that he didn't expect them to beat the archwolf. He just hoped that would release some magic at the very least. The teachers like the idea of testing the students using a pet. They say it offers a real experience without putting the students in danger. The instructor says that since it seems that none of the students are up to the task, the head instructor can hang on to his magic armor. They see light flashing from the cave, and the teacher says it must be Mubai. The head instructor agrees and says that he is gifted. The archwolf confronts Mubai, and he stands his ground. He transforms into armor and tries to use his creeping ice. As the students get out of the cave, they find that their rope is gone. Mofan brings Zhou Min out, and she runs back inside the cave. She activates her fire magic and sends a fire burst at the archwolf. It explodes at his feet, and it pounces on Zhou Min. Xu Zhaoting pushes her out of the way and unleashes his thunder magic. It falls on the beast, and it roars at them. Mu Bai tries to release magic, but the wolf charges at him, and he falls. The students get even more scared. Mo Fan realizes that level 1 magic cannot hurt the wolf, so he decides to turn up the heat. He sends a fire burst at the creature. The creature bursts into flame and flies out of the cave and into the pond. The teacher assesses the magic and comments on it. Yue says that the cremation magic can burn bones and that the archwolf must be badly hurt. The head instructor is impressed and tells Bai Yang to call his wolf off. Bai Yang tries to do that but reports that his wolf is not responding. The teachers are alarmed and afraid for the students' welfare. The instructors spread their wings and prepared to fly to the students. The archwolf comes out of the water, teeth bared and ready to attack. Xiao Hu saves the girl from becoming a snack for the wolf, and she thanks him profusely. He tells her to find a place to hide. They hide in the cave. The students outside the cave cower in fear. Xiao Hu distracts the wolf by running past it. The wolf decides to follow him and finds Mo Fan. The wolf notices him and attacks him with a puff of air. Mo Fan jumps out of range, runs through the cave and finds somewhere to hide. He understands that the wolf will kill them if it continues. The strongest students were not able to contain the wolf. Xiao Hu saves Mo Fan and carries them deeper into the cave. The students vote to run away when they see the wolf chase after Xiao Hu and Mo Fan. Zhou Min suggests that they go after them. Just then, the head instructor swoops in on his wings and asks where the wolf is. Zhou Min tells him that the wolf followed Mo Fan and Xiao Hu into the cave. Tang Yue explains that they drew the wolf farther into the cave so no one would get hurt. The wolf chases the boys through the cave and they end up in front of a pond. It looks like a dead end and the wolf pounces when it sees them. It blasts them with its hot air and manages to hit Xiao Hu. Mo Fan is upset and unleashes his thunder on the wolf. It slows the wolf down, only slightly. Mo Fan activates his fire magic and causes a stalactite to impale the wolf. The wolf falls and dies. An orb comes out of the wolf and Mo Fan's pendant eats it. He runs to Xiao Hu, who is bleeding from his head. Just then, the head instructor comes in with his wings and sees the dead archwolf. He is surprised that they killed it. He says that there is no way Mo Fan's fire magic killed it. Mo Fan says that he broke the stalactite to kill the wolf. The head instructor sighs and tells them that he thought they were dead. He goes on to tell them that he never thought a high school student could manage to kill a beast as strong as the one-eyed wolf demon. Mo Fan tells him that they need to get Xiao Hu to safety because he is hurt. The man asks him how he did it. He asks for Xiao Hu to be saved first. The head instructor carries Xiao Hu out to meet the others. The teacher asks about the archwolf, and he tells him that it is dead. The archwolf's owner does not believe this and runs to see. He gets annoyed and blames the head instructor who tells him that the wolf died before he came on the scene. Zhaoting asks how Mo Fan and Xiao Hu are still alive if he didn't kill the wolf. The head instructor says that they were the ones who killed the wolf and it was Mo Fan who did the deed. Everyone erupts in disbelief. Tang Yue asks Mo Fan if he killed the wolf. Mo Fan narrates the story and says that he didn't know it was only a test. Tang Yue explains that it was supposed to be a test, but the archwolf got out of control and tried to kill them. She commends him for leading the wolf away and protecting the students. The head instructor commends Mo Fan for killing the wolf and saving the students. Bai Yang is inconsolable about the death of his pet. The students are excited and praise Mo Fan. Tang Yue tells them to thank Mo Fan for preventing more bloodshed. She also lets them know that if the archwolf intended to kill them from the beginning, the people who couldn't release magic would all be dead. She tells them that the monsters they will face are bloodthirsty creatures who show no mercy. The head instructor says he is not happy with their overall performance and that only a few of them put up a fight against the wolf. He mentions Mu Bai, Zhaoting, Zhou Min, and Xiao Hu. He says they did well, but will only receive an A. He gives Mo Fan an S. Another instructor reminds him of his promise of magic armor. He says Mo Fan deserves the armor. Tang Yue says that all the students will receive an A because the task was passed successfully. The students are overjoyed and toss Mo Fan up. Outside the cave, the students stand and watch as the head instructor gives Mo Fan a plaque for completing the task. He asks Mo Fan to join them after he graduates. Mo Fan balks at the offer and asks for his armor. The head instructor thinks about Mo Fan and how he killed the Archwolf. He remembers that the ground under the wolf was scorched. He goes to examine the scene again and receives a report that Bone Wolf demons have been spotted in the west. He orders his men to take up arms and find and kill the wolves. Mo Fan is standing on a podium, and an officer is seen decorating him with a plaque of honor for completing the task. He steps down from the platform, and his classmates are delighted. They tell him how awesome it is. The head instructor is wondering how Mo Fan could finish the task. He feels he is hiding some secret. The head instructor tells the military mages to kill any demon who dares to cross the pool half a step away from human safety. Mo Fan sits on the rooftop. He thinks aloud to himself, saying Jomin's fire seed burns, and that even if it hits the spirit wolf, it would burn the fur at most. He feels that it is the second level magic that can hurt monsters. He says he doesn't know what it would take to cultivate Lei Yin to the second level. After all, Lei is the strongest element. He says he hopes to practice his lightning as he did in the fire department. Above all, he hopes to improve. He reminisces on his fight with the spirit wolf and concludes that with the power of his current magic, it would be very difficult to kill the spirit wolf. He hopes the spiritual stardust magic weapon can increase his cultivation speed by 40%. He continues to think of ways to improve his abilities, remembering all the things teacher Tang Yue teaches. On the notice board, recruitment to join the city hunting team. A team of hunter mages who'd hunt down a ferocious wolf. Huge price money is given, and the rookies are advised not to venture, as it could be deadly. Mo Fan desires to enroll. Despite being a young hunter, he finds a long line of other people seeking to enroll as well. Mo Fan thinks of a way to go into the city, to find a faster way to join the city hunting team. The man Mo Fan is speaking with by the announcement board tells him that the fire department is the most sought after. Mo Fan asks him about the thunder department, and the man tells him that there are only a few thunder systems and thousands of mages. Mo Fan inquires if the city hunting team took people who had thunder, and the man responds by saying that if a person has the thunder element, it doesn't matter if the person is a rookie or veteran. He is the target of any team. Mo Fan walks away after hearing this, heading for the long line of people. He is wearing a hoodie and a mask to conceal his identity. Inside the hunting team's office are stacks of paper lying on the table. The captain of the hunting team is angry at the amount of ineligible applications he has received thus far. He shouts and is angry that only rookies and inexperienced mages are sending in applications. He quarrels with his subordinate, telling him what he wants is an elite mage with excellent experience, strength, adaptability, and psychological quality. His subordinate says people with such talents are too few. As it gets to Mo Fan's turn on the queue, he steps forward to the team of interviewers. He introduces himself as Fan Mo so that no one would know who he is. The interviewer tells Fan Mo that generally, only intermediate hunters are eligible to sign up. She tells him that he hasn't even obtained the hunter qualification certificate. Fan Mo tells them that he heard they were recruiting lightning mages, and they affirm. Soon, they realize that he wasn't even a junior hunter. He tells them that he has the thunder element. They are surprised, and he further tells them that he belongs to the Ray family. They doubt him, so he puts forth his hand, and he shows them the thunder element falling from his hands as lightning. They are all surprised at it. People in the queue are all amazed, and they make side comments. The interviewers ask him to wait while they inquire from the captain about Fan Mo. The captain swings the door open, comes out, and announces that Fan Mo is now a member of the Bow City monster hunting team. The captain tells people in the queue that they have found what they were looking for. They are no longer conducting interviews, and they can all go away. The captain introduces the team to Fan Mo. He introduces Kai Tang as an ice mage. He realizes that Kai Tang is also the vice captain and also Mu Ning Shue's cousin. He hopes she doesn't recognize him behind the mask. And Hudie. She tells him that although he is a thunder, he should try not to be a burden, as they only need elites on their team. The captain goes on to introduce other people on the team, Xiao Qi as the water major. Someone comes into the room and whispers something into Captain's ears. Kai Tang asks if it is another monster. Yu Ang says it can't be the incident at Inscription Girls Middle School last time, as another girl went missing. Captain then tells the team that there is an attack at Inscription Girls School, the school Mofan's sister Shinxia attends, and it is unusual for it to happen. The captain tells Fanmo to go home, that they'd have his joining party some other time, as an emergency just came up at Inscription Girls School. Fanmo insists he follows them, since he is now a member of their team. They consent to his coming, and they all step out of the room together. In the car, as the hunting team heads towards the school, the team engages in light conversations. Fanmo tries to call Jinxia to check up on her, but she doesn't pick up the call. He tries a couple more times, and she still doesn't respond. He becomes worried for her, and hopes she is alright. As they arrive at the school, the captain gives different instructions to the team, intending to cover the large expanse of the school within the shortest time. He tells Fanmo to go to the cafeteria, so they all spread out in their search through the school. As Mofan scouted the cafeteria, Jinxia called him, telling him that the school was evacuated in an emergency. She says she left her phone in the dormitory, so she is calling from a public phone. Jinxia says she's fine, but she feels there's something in the school. She says that at that time, she passed a female classmate on the way back to the dormitory, and that the female classmate went to another place. She says she should have stopped her and warned her. Mofan tells her she should protect herself first, before someone else. He then asks her where the girl went. She replies saying she went to the old canteen. Immediately, he hears a sound behind him. He turns to see what is there, and he finds a one-eyed orangutan. While he is still on the call, the one-eyed orangutan fires at him from its eyes. Mofan dodges and lands on the floor, while the laser lands on the window, and it breaks. The one-eyed orangutan continues to chase him around the cafeteria. He tries to fight back, but to no avail. The other team members hear the disturbing sound from the cafeteria. They figure out that Fanmo must have found the creature they were looking for, and they all run toward the cafeteria to help him. The rest of the team enter the cafeteria and join hands to fight the one-eyed orangutan. Yuang rhetorically asks the orangutan if he wants to harm someone with this little skill as Fanmo. The orangutan continues to fire at them from its eyes. Fanmo realizes as Yuang dodges the fire shot at him that the second level of the wind track is a flash step, which is stronger than the monkey wind track. The captain fires at the monster. The one-eyed orangutan continues to dodge and run away. They continue in their effort until the captain finally uses the third level fire seed. The fire seed bursts to shoot at the orangutan. The orangutan falls to the ground in defeat. They begin to congratulate themselves on their success, celebrating their victory. Unknown to them, the monster whom they think is dead stands up all of a sudden and attacks Kaitang. As Kaitang falls to the ground, the orangutan lands a few blows, causing her bruises. Mofan steps up and uses his Lei Yin Python mark to strike the orangutan, thereby destroying the monster finally. The captain asks Xiaoke to not let her guard down, as her role as a water mage is to protect every member of the team, and her job is to make sure everyone is okay. The captain tells Mo Fang that he is promoted to being a full member of the team because of his ability to save Kaitang from the one-eyed orangutan. Just as they leave, a yellow circular orb thingy rises from the monster and enters Mo Fang's amulet, but none of the team members see it. Fei Shi tells the captain that they haven't found the missing girl. He goes on to say that there is a hole in the back kitchen of the cafeteria. The hole is very deep, and there are many footprints of giant-eyed orangutans. The captain replies saying he thinks the other giant-eyed gorilla dragged the girl into the cave. Kaitang concludes that she must be in danger. Yuang suggests that they go down to the cave, but instead, the captain instructs that they notify the people of the Magic Association to tell them that the matter is out of their control. Xiao Che wonders why there are so many giant-eyed orangutans running out at once. As they get into their vehicle and head back, they receive word from the Magic Association stating that they have taken over the matter, and it wouldn't be long before they receive news. The captain says he didn't expect Fanmo to react so fast. He thinks Fanmo is the kind of newly graduated mage whose legs go limp when he sees a monster. Yuang adds that he also thinks that it would take him at least half a year, but he didn't expect Fanmo to have such a good mental quality. They continue engaging in small talk as they drive back home. As Mo Fan walks home, he finds Jinxia by the phone booth. He walks up to her and hugs her. She tells him she tried calling him back, but he wasn't picking up. He responds saying he is a mage now, and she need not be worried for him. He tells her to make sure She protects herself, as he won't be by her side anymore. He goes on to narrate his ordeal at the school, how he dodged and dodged all the fire the orangutan shot at him, and how he finally defeated the monster. At the office, the captain informs them that their payment has arrived, and Mo Fan will be paid as a full member. He thanks everyone on the team for the honor. A man walks into the pool. As he goes, he stares lustfully at a girl lying by the pool. The water starts freezing up, and immediately, he tells Yuang that the master is looking for him. Yuang steps out of the water, and the man informs him that his ice stardust is getting stronger and stronger. Yuang says he is slow, as he'd take a year or two to move up to the next level. He further adds that he isn't as good as Ning Shui. The man advises him not to compare himself with Ning Shui, and that as long as he takes care of Mo Fan, his father will give him a big gift. Yuang meets his father in the house and inquires why his father would make him fight Mo Fan. His father explains that it would be fun and interesting. Instead of inviting a lot of rich and high-class people, they should spice it up a bit. His father says Mo Fan is no match for him, and it would be interesting to watch him fight him. His father admonishes him to take advantage of the duel to show the school and other families that he is the right candidate for the Holy Spring, as only one person in Bo City is chosen to practice in the Holy Spring. Some men converse about the duel coming up. They say that Yuang has to be careful because if Mo Fan wins the Holy Duel, he will be selected to participate in the Holy Spring. The man at the pool says it isn't possible, as Yuang would defeat Mo Fan. At the beginning, there is a great bluish light that shines from the ground to the sky. A one-eyed wolf arises from slumber. It seems ferocious and extremely scary. Mo Fan and his friend converse after class. He tells Mo Fan that Jo Min has been paying attention to him of late, and maybe she wants to date. He tells him that she is coming, then he stands up and leaves. When Jo Min walks up to him, she asks Mo Fan if he'd be free tonight. Mo Fan thinks it's because he saved her during the training, and that's why she likes him. He thinks that she is a good girl, but she should rather focus on studying, and it wouldn't be too late to talk about these kinds of things when they are more mature. He tells her he'd be available. She is delighted, so she tells him she'll wait at the back of the school in the evening. Behind the school, Mo Fan wonders what they are doing in a place like this. He thinks to himself saying, people usually have their first dates in a small hotel or something like that, but he is shocked that Jo Mind likes these kinds of places. Jo Min tells Mo Fan about the tremors and that the construction team has long since evacuated due to funding issues. She says her grandma lives near the construction site, and every night, the construction site makes a weird vibrating sound. She goes on to say that some people saw something unclean around the area. She's warned her grandma to move out, but her grandma says she wouldn't, since she has lived here for many years. She is worried her grandmother is in danger, and so she pleads with Mo Fan to come with her to see what's going on in the construction site, since he is the strongest mage in the school. Mo Fan is shocked that this is why she called him out, and not because she wants to date him. He goes through with it, jumping over a stack of cylindrical containers, swinging over a wall, and going through a window till he is inside the building. He comes down through a ladder and jumps down to the ground floor. Jo Min breaks through the door that leads to the ground floor and comes into the building as well. Mo Fan is shocked that she could break the door down. Mo Fan asks what time it usually starts to vibrate. He brings out fairy powder and starts to pour it on the floor. She asks him where he got the monster hunting powder from. She continues to ask more questions about how he knows how to use it and how she heard that only hunter mages know how to use it. She asks him if there are truly monsters in the city. He responds by saying that there are, otherwise there wouldn't be a need for the urban demon hunting team. He sees monster footprints on the floor and he bends down to observe them closely. Almost immediately, the one-eyed magic wolf crawls out at a distance, eating at something on the ground. Jo Min tells Mo Fan to get going. Mo Fan tells Jo Min that there is a large group of homeless people living here, and homeless people are not classified into the statistical population, so the wolf feeds off them. He asks her if the wolf looks different from the picture the teacher gave them. Jo Min pleads again that they leave, as it is scary. He tells her to get her grandma and should call the police to cordon off the area when she's farther from the area. While he is talking, she calls the police. The wolf sees them and immediately starts to chase them. Mo Fan carries Jo Min and starts running. He sarcastically asks her if the teacher teaches that monsters are extremely alert to various communication devices. He tells her that she just sent the wolf a satellite fix. They keep running as the wolf continues to chase them persistently. They hit a blockage made of wood and they fall to the ground and shoots out a Huozi burning bones to serve as a barricade between them and the wolf as they keep on running. The wolf goes through the fire and continues chasing them. They find a hiding place. He tells her to have fun and find her grandma and warns the people on the street to run away. She asks him why he is procrastinating, and he replies, saying he has his way and she should go. They see the wolf above them, and as the wolf descends on them, he pushes her out of the way. She stands up and runs off, and Mofan is left to face the wolf. He and the wolf face themselves. He uses Gu Ri's power on the wolf, but it doesn't work. He falls to the ground. He decides to use the magic shield gifted by boss John Kong. Jo Min is outside on the street. She has gotten her grandmother, and they are with a bunch of other people. The city hunters Kai Tang and Yu Ang arrive on motorbikes and ask her where her classmate is. She tells them there is a demon inside the building, and her classmate Mofan is still inside. Kai Tang asks her where the location is, and Jo Min says it's just ahead on the abandoned street. She thinks to herself, saying, "Isn't that where Fan Mo signaled her to?" Fortunately, she's nearby. She runs off towards the abandoned street alongside Yuang. Mofan is lying on the ground, with the one-eyed wolf looking at him. As the wolf is about to strike Mofan, Kai Tang and Yuang show up, unleashing their elements on the wolf. They freeze the wolf's legs, trapping him in one corner. Kai Tang looks at Mofan's face and realizes she has seen him before. She reminisces on a time when he was staring at her through her window as she undressed to take her bath. She screams at Mofan to stop looking around and that he should get out of there before he gets eaten by this one-eyed magic wolf. Immediately, he gets up and takes to his heels. Yuang asks her if she knows Mofan. She responds by saying yes, and that he is Mofan, the lawless boy who got scolded by Uncle Mu Zhuoyon. Yuang says that he ran faster than anything else, and he wonders how he is the first-place student at Tiantan High School. He goes on to say that seeing how frightened he is now, the rumors about him killing the spirit wolf at that time may have been made up by himself. Kai Tang tells Yuang to leave Mofan alone and help her get the wolf under control. She says the wolf is stronger than a normal one-eyed magic wolf. Yuang shoots out ice tendrils in a bid to keep the wolf under control. Kai Tang contacts the captain, telling him that this is an advanced one-eyed wolf, and it is likely to be related to the energy overflow of the Holy Spring, which is extremely difficult to deal with. Kai Tang asks the captain if he has seen Fan Mo, and if he hasn't, he should contact him and ask him to come to the scene, as she'd need his thunder power to subdue the wolf. Mofan goes home to change. Now he's wearing his nose mask. He decides not to let anyone in the school know that he has dual powers. As he runs back to the scene, the captain calls him over the telephone, asking where he is. He responds saying he would be right there, that they should hold on for a while. He arrives at the scene, and they ask him why he is late. Captain tells them to concentrate, as the wolf is a deadly one. They ask Mofan to use his power to paralyze the wolf's body. Mofan steps forward and strikes the wolf with thunder, but it doesn't work. The captain tells them he has requested reinforcement from the Association of Magicians and that Yang Zuohe is on his way. He admonishes them to continue to suppress the wolf until help comes. The wolf breaks free, and Kai Tang tells Yuang to release another layer of ice tendrils. As the wolf advances to the warlord level, Yuang advises that they withdraw immediately. The captain tells them not to panic and that they should slaughter it before it transforms completely. He goes on to say that when it turns to a bone spur wolf, the streets behind will bleed like rivers. He tells Fei Shi to prepare for ground waves to slow down, so that if the ice tendril is broken, it must not be allowed to run. The wolf continues to advance. The blood on its body is boiling, and the ice tendrils will not be able to hold it anymore. The captain makes a fire burst and consumes the wolf. There is an eruption, and the fire consumes the wolf. They thank the captain, and they tell themselves that the captain has saved them once again, yet again. When they think they have defeated the wolf resurfaces again and tries to attack them. The captain uses Huazi's burning bones on the wolf, but the wolf seems unstoppable. They continue trying, developing new ways to combat the wolf, but it all proved abortive. As Fan Mo sees that the captain is hit, and he's dying, he eventually uses the Lei Yin Quangche to strike down the wolf with his thunder, confining it to an enclosed space. The team realizes that the wolf is afraid of thunder. They also see that the thunder is a level 2 thunder seal. Kai Tang tells Fan Mo to beat it back to its original shape, as she sees it transforming. Fei Shi and Xiao Kei take hold of the captain's arm and lead him away. Soon enough, it seems that the wolf has adapted to the lightning strike. The wolf slowly crawls out of the thunder confinement. The team screams out to Fanmo that he should run away, that the one-eyed magic wolf is too strong. Fanmo is adamant, telling the beast, "Let's see who goes down first." Yuang tells the team to run away while Mofan holds the fort. The captain says if they continue fighting, only a few of them would die, but if they run away, hundreds of people in the city would die. The captain goes on to say that as the backbone of the urban monster hunting team, their awareness is not as good as a rookie. He tells Fanmo that he is doing well. He gets up, joins Fanmo, and fires the wolf. Kai Tang says the wolf must be slaughtered, lest the dignity of the city's hunting team would suffer. As the captain and Fanmo use their powers to attack the wolf, Kai Tang joins it, and soon every team member joins, till Yang Zuohei appears and uses his power to finally send the wolf to the ground and kills it. As he walks away, a similar yellow circular orb comes out of the wolf and enters Mofan. Mofan runs to meet with Yang Zuohei and asks him about the storm before, and the wind disc just now is both middle-level magic. They converse on and on about it, and why elementary magic is useless against monsters like this, and they were lucky he came on time. Yang Zuohei tells him he believes he'll become an intermediate mage soon. He goes on to tell him that the mid-level magic of the thunder system is much stronger than the water and wind systems. Fanmo says that if it is so, he definitely would look forward to it. Back with the team, they suggest that they sound an alarm warning the city about the alarming rate of monsters appearing. It is most unusual for a one-eyed monster from the mountains to show up in the city. Mr. Yang kicks against it, as sounding the alarm would be quite terrifying. He decides that more manpower would be sent out to support and investigate secretly. He says they still have to work hard for the city monster hunting team. Mr. Yang asks when they add a new team member, as he is impressed by the abilities of Mofan. The captain says it's recruitment, and they all laugh at a joke. But Yuang doesn't laugh, but looks at Fanmo suspiciously. When Mofan gets home, he looks around to ascertain no one is watching. Then he tries to jump over his fence. Zhou Min calls out to him. As he is halfway through the climbing, he panics and falls to the ground. He gets up, grunting in pain. Zhou Min meets him and hugs him. She thanks him for saving her grandma. She starts to cry, and Mo Fan consoles her. Mo Fan sits on his rooftop. He takes out his amulet from his neck and looks at it. He shakes it a bit and wonders what is going on. He thinks to himself, saying the amulet looks like this since eating the one-eyed magic wolf spirit. Suddenly it starts to glow, and he hopes he is making advancement. He remembers Teacher Tang Yu is saying that you can advance by eating essence, but he didn't believe it could be true. He rhetorically asks the amulet if it isn't a spiritual level magic weapon that can double the speed of his activation. He laughs out loud in exhilaration. He hopes with this, he can cultivate his magic to the 3rd level before he fights Yuang. He continues to laugh out loud till the scene fades. In the morning, Mo Fan wheels Xingxia to see the sunrise. He hands her some money to buy a mobile phone and whatever she likes. He tells her that when she's in danger next time, she shouldn't hesitate to inform him. She asks him where he got the money from, and he replies by telling her that he earns money from a part-time job he's doing. He says it is easier for magicians to make money than ordinary people, not to forget that he is now a fire and lightning mage. He goes on to say that the last time there were monsters in her school and she couldn't be contacted, it scared him a lot, so he tells her to keep the money and buy some nice dresses as well. Xingxia tells him she has good news. She tells him that she has awakened the healing system. They converse for a while about white magic, black magic, and dimensional magic. Then she tells him that she knows he's doing dangerous things, and she hopes she'll be able to help him sometime in the future. He tells her it's not dangerous at all. He just fights some monsters and catches some monsters. He tells her he hasn't seen the healing magic yet, and she responds, saying hopefully she'd complete the 7 stars soon. Then he jokingly asks if she wants him to get hurt for her to practice the healing element on him. She reacts angrily, and he tells her he is only kidding. Mo Fan sits under a tree with his friend. His friend tells him that time flies by these days. Mo Fan tells him that time would run faster when someone trains during the day and hunts demons at night. His friend is puzzled at what he means by the hunt. Mo Fan quickly changes the topic of discourse by asking what magic university he hopes to enter. His friend responds by saying he doesn't know yet, and he desires to take one step at a time. His friend tells him it's almost time to make an appointment with Mujoyeon. He goes on to say that he heard that this time around, the old fox specially recruited the famous people in Bo City. He adds that the duel is also held at Yuang's coming-of-age ceremony intentionally to cheat Mo Fan's. Mo Fan says it's going to be a big duel then. His friend says that no matter what he does, he'd be regarded as the first place in Tianyan High School. Teacher Tang Yue walks up to them, telling Mo Fan that the principal is calling him. Mo Fan responds by saying he has something to discuss with her too about fire magic. He asks that he come to her apartment tonight, and she affirms. The principal discusses Mo Fan about the duel with Yuang. He asks him all he knows about the duel, and Mo Fan tells him it is to celebrate the coming of age of Yuang. The principal tells him he's not correct. The principal goes on to tell him about the holy spring that is coming up, and that whoever wins the duel gets to represent Bo City at the Holy Spring. The principal adds that the cultivation level can be greatly improved because the Holy Spring is very rare and dries up with age. Bo City has a custom, and only the best young males will enter each year. The principal stands from his chair, facing the window, and tells him that he is the best student in the school, and Yuang has conquered the younger generations in the family. So in other words, the quota for the Holy Spring was created between Mo Fan and Yuang. The principal says he doesn't believe he'd win, but he should try his best and at least show his skills in front of people in the industry. Servants prepare the venue for the coming-of-age ceremony. The whole place is decorated and beautifully furnished. There are lots of food and drinks everywhere to eat and drink. Two servants converse about happenings at the coming-of-age ceremony. They said they heard that Master Mu invited Mo Jiaxing, the former logistics driver, to the guest seat. The other replies asking if he didn't know that it is Mo Jiaxing's son, Mo Fan, who is going to duel Yu Ang. They say they're there to play a supporting role for Yu Ang, as his strength is above all his peers. One says that Mo Fan was with Miss Mu Ningshui a few years ago. He whispers something into his colleague's ears. The recipient of the information concludes that Mo Fan has a face then. They continue gossiping, and one tells the other that Mo Jiaxing is so stupid and his son is virtuous, as they walk away to carry out other tasks. In the sitting room, Mr. Mu talks with Ning Shui. He says Yuang is regarded as his single-handed cultivation, and he hopes in the future he can also become Ning Shui's right-hand man. She asks why he has to arrange a duel in front of so many people, and he responds, asking her if she is scared for Yuang or for Mo Fan. He tells her that Mo Fan is the best student in his school, and Yuang is the strongest in the family aside from her. So the duel isn't a small matter. He stands up and walks to the window. He says Mo Fan annoys him over and over again, and he'd never show him mercy. He says what he can give to Yuang completely outweighs what Mo Jiaxing can give to Mo Fan. Ningshui stands up and walks away. He asks her where she's going, and she says she wants to walk around. As she walks away, he continues to look at her until she leaves the room. On the top of a cliff, Mo Fan sits drinking from a can. As he overlooks the arena, he would duel Yuang the next day. Ning Shui walks up to him and sits beside him. She says Xin Xia told her where to find him. She asks what he is doing sitting on the cliff all by himself, and replies saying he came here to blow some air and to see how gorgeous his stage would be the day of the duel. He goes on to tell her that her family is rich and powerful, and she has a coming-of-age ceremony, and half the city's dignified people are invited. She advises him not to fight in the duel, as Yuang won't show him any mercy. Mu Fan asks her if she came here to take him away this time. She responds saying it is him who left. Mu Fan says he'd fight him tomorrow, and Ning Shui asks him if he doesn't hear what she's telling him. She tells him it'd be the assessment for Magic University in less than a month. If he fights Yuang, he'd hurt him so bad that he'd not be able to take the assessment. Mo Fan says she loves her father, despite him being overbearing and annoying. He says he has to take the duel to humble Yuang so that people won't see his father as foolish. He reminisces on a time when Ning Shui's father maltreated his father. He tells her that now a great opportunity is presented to him. To prove that his father is stupid, he wouldn't run away. On the day of the duel, Mo Fan walks to the ceremony ground. Lots of cars pass him on the road. Lots of dignitaries. The hunting team arrives as well, and they exchange pleasantries. Mo Fan walks up to them, calling Kai Tang his sister. She responds very rudely to him, and he remembers they wouldn't know him because he wears a mask and a hat whenever he goes hunting. The team except Kai Tang thinks Mo Fan is Fan Mo. When he goes hunting, he's known as Fan Mo, but Kai Tang rejects the idea. Mo Fan is seen eating by the instructor. He makes a joke at Mo Fan and tells him to hang out with the army after the duel, but he turns down the offer. His classmates also meet him while he eats and talk to him about the duel. They ask him what he is doing here. He responds by asking them what they are doing here as well. They say they are here because the school receives some quota of invitations, and they are here to cheer him on as he fights. One of them says he saw Mo Fan's father on the invitation list and inquires if it is a mistake. He responds by saying it's a good thing his dad is here, as he wants him to see him win. Ning Xue's father gives an opening speech, announcing the ceremony officially opened. Everyone raises their glass, making a toast to the future of the city. He continues by saying that the atmosphere tonight is arranged for a duel. He says they should all join him as they watch the demeanor of young people in Bo City later. A vehicle steadily driving down the road arrives at the coming-of-age ceremony venue and stops. Mo Jiaxing steps out of the vehicle and heads into the building. He walks in, bows before Mr. Mu in greeting, and sits down in front of other spectators. Ning Xue's father stands up and thanks everyone for showing up to the 18th coming-of-age ceremony of Yuang. He goes on to say that Yuang would show the proof of all his years in training. Some of the spectators say that Mr. Mu didn't even mention Mo Fan's name in his speech, and it's because he doesn't take him seriously. Mo Fan is just here to play a supporting role, and it doesn't count. Another says it's just a scene to set off Yuang. Yuang walks into the fighting arena. Mo Fan is already waiting for him there. They both bow their heads and shake their hands. They wouldn't let go of each other's hands. Yuang's hand starts to freeze, while Mo Fan's hand starts to burn with fire. Yuang thanks Mo Fan for being his sandbag, and he guarantees that he'll keep him in the hospital for about 3 months. They let go of their hands and walk away to the extremes of the arena. Mr. Mu signals to duel to start. Yuang brings out a second-level ice and targets it at Mo Fan. Mo Fan counters it with a first-level fire. Mo Fan fires more at him, and he realizes Yuang's speed has become faster all of a sudden. Kai Tang sees Yuang wearing a magic shoe that makes him move quickly on the ground. Yuang tells Mo Fan that this kind of second-level fire-type elementary magic can't do anything to him. He says if he's being honest, he doesn't want to waste any time with him here in the arena. He goes on to say that there are some people he should never mess with in his life. Yuang does some third-level ice magic. Spectators are shocked that Yuang has reached the 3rd level within the space of 1 year. Mo Fan starts to feel the pressure of the ice tendrils. Yuang tells him that his little flame can't resist the power of his ice tendrils. The fire around Mo Fan fails, and he falls to the ground. Ning Xue's father is asked to call off the duel, and Mo Fan is freezing, and he replies by saying, "How can a fire magician be frozen to death?" He goes on to say, "Isn't there no point in winning or losing?" Many spectators talk amongst themselves, saying how it is possible for Yuang at 18 years of age to reach the 3rd level. Even many adult mages still can't use the 3rd elementary magic. Mo Fan tries to make fire stardust in the ice, but all to no avail. He knows that in a few moments, his body will be completely frozen, so he has to complete the 7 stars. Soon, the stars are complete, and it keeps the ice from him. The spectators are in shock, as everyone seems to be of different opinions. Mo Fan tells Yuang not to think he is the only one to reach the 3rd level. He throws the fire at Yuang. Yuang tries to escape with his magic shoes, but the fire catches up with him, causing a great explosion. He grunts in pain on the floor afterward. Yuang tells Mo Fan that he didn't think he is cultivated to the 3rd level as well, and that even then, he couldn't still defeat him. He pulls away his cloak, throwing it to the ground, exposing his shining magic armor. Spectators begin to complain about the magic shoes and magic armor. They say Mo Fan should have Yuang with the counterattack. The instructor stands and shouts at Mo Fan to stand down, that he is no match for the magic armor, and he has surely shown his strength with his counterattack. Yuang tells him he can't win him, and that he should obediently accept defeat. He continues to trash talk about his father until Mo Fan gets angry. He starts to use his thunder element. The spectators are in shock when they see this. The hunter team finally realizes that they are right, that Mo Fan, whom they know as Fan Mo, is their thunder team member. Mo Fan tells Yuang that he shouldn't be deceived. His lightning is also on the 3rd level, and that is his true strength. He makes a thunderbolt and channels it towards Yuang. Yuang tries to run, but the thunderbolts catch up with him, and his magic armor breaks into pieces. He remains lying on the ground as the crowds cheer at Mo Fan in victory. Mo Fan stands a distance, fire coursing through his left fist, and lightning coursing his right fist. The scene fades. Mo Mansion and Mo Fan are engaged in a fight. Mo Mansion seems to have the upper hand and tells Mo Fan that he is no match for him. He delivers a strike that lands Mo Fan in a tight corner, and at that point, Mo Fan develops a level of rage that fuels his strength. Mansion watches in shock as Fan seethes with his eyes closed. His hands begin to emit a field of power that bursts at Mansion, who realizes before he is subdued that the strike that Mo Fan used on him is the double talent strike. People at the Holy Court are shocked to hear that Mo Fan used the double talent strike on Mo Mansion. Mo Fan is summoned to be addressed by the Holy Court, but when he gets there, he tells them that they owe him an apology. They are indignant when they hear this and tell him not to cross the line. Joyun walks up to Mo Fan's father, kneels and apologizes anyway, but his AD is upset to see that. Joyun announces to the applause of the audience that the winner is Mo Fan, and that he now has a right to receive training at the Sacred Spring. The students meet at a diner to celebrate Mo Fan's victory. They express how much they long to have two talents just like Mo Fan, and their teacher, Mr. Shui, adds that he has a bright future ahead of him with a lot of options, as many factions would want him on their team. He tells the students that even if they have just one talent, they should work hard with what they have and strive to get to Magic College so they can hone their skills to the best use. A student asks Fan if he will be going to the Sacred Spring, and he affirms that he will. A group of underdogs has a secret meeting where the mole that was supposed to eliminate Mo Fan is being asked why the plan did not work. He explains to them that he did not expect him to have two talents and that he will make up for it and bring Mo Fan down. But the master is not willing to give him a second chance, so he punishes him for his failure. Fei Yu walks with Xiaohu, willing to teach her how to release magic. He tries to clear her doubts which stop her from using her magic as she should. They stop in their tracks when they see Fan and Xinxia coming out of a shop. Xiaohao is upset to see this and concludes that they are on a date because they are shopping together. So Fei Yu asks her if, in the same way, she can say that they too are on a date. She gets even more annoyed by the question and ditches the shopping idea, announcing that they will go training instead. Meanwhile, Fan is asking Xinxia if she likes the bracelet she got during their time shopping. He cannot believe she bought a bracelet that looks funky. She tells him that it is special to her because they both picked it together as her birthday gift, and that she adored it. While they speak, Xiaoho joins them and asks to know why Fan has not gone to the Sacred Spring yet. He tells him that he needs to get his sister, Xinxia, a birthday gift before going. At this point, she urges him to go and wishes him luck in his training. Fan gets to the Sacred Spring and is welcomed by Joyun, who notes his tardiness. He is shown his training place and given his star chart card to release his magic at the appointed time. On his way, he is met by Mu Ningzhui, who welcomes him and tells him that the guard of the Sacred Spring is tight about security because her sister went missing some time ago. He also informs him that he thinks the case is connected to the Sacred Spring because there have been some findings that point to the presence of Cyclops around the Sacred Spring. He tells Fan not to bother about the details and to concentrate on his training so he can be the second youngest Nebula Mage after Mu Ningzhui. At the lab, the deputy captain meets the scientists to learn their recent findings. They tell her, much to her expectation, that a certain test liquid is similar to the water in the Sacred Spring, but that it provoked an opposite reaction. While the water from the Sacred Spring boosts powers, the test liquid incites rage and makes the consumer bloodthirsty. She notes that Cyclops usually hid from people and that consuming the test liquid must be the reason why they are now ravaging the town. Fan checks into the Sacred Spring and sits there about to meditate when the energy in his pendant becomes excited and begins to twirl. He is puzzled by the action and tries to calm the pendant down, even promising to get another matching pendant to be its girlfriend. But within a short time, it calms and he continues with his meditation. Mo Jiaqing arrives at a place where he is supposed to deliver goods. The goods were about to get ruined, but he made it on time. As he arrives, he meets two soldiers who inform him that his son made a wave at Mu Mansion and that all the factions are trying to recruit him, even their boss, Zhang Kong. They ask why he is still working as a delivery man and he says that his job is a difficult one that needs to be done by him. He tells them that his son's job and his are similar, as each one does what they need to do. The soldiers go to the rooftop and watch the rain from there. They notice that the color of the rain looks unusual, an appearance that could be likened to urine. Walks in and asks them if they have noticed anything unusual. They tell him that they have not, so he gives orders that they should be alert on the mountainside. Several red eyes appear in the forest, followed by the fangs and claws of Cyclops. A large number of them. Mu Ning-shu and a female soldier walk out of the building. They promise to keep each other posted. Ning-shu tells the female soldier to keep an eye on Fan because a week in the sacred spring might stretch him beyond his limit. She promises that she will do just that. While Ning-shui leaves, he notes that the rain feels unsettling. The commander meets the soldiers in the sacred spring base and asks to know if Patrol 4 is back, but tells him that they are not back. The soldiers of Patrol 4 walk through the woods, looking out for any abnormalities. The chief light mage reminds the trainee light mage that their job is to always send a light signal in case of emergencies. The trainee mage asks why they cannot just use communication devices instead, and the chief light mage tells him that communication devices would give their location away, making them prey to whatever creature they are trying to fight. He is still trying to explain this when the light mage is suddenly hijacked, leaving blood trails where he once was. They look to see what attacked him and find a Cyclop. The attacked light mage uses his last strength to release a light flare as a signal to the base. In the same way, the chief light mage also releases a light flare before being attacked. The rest of the soldiers in Patrol 4 hide in a cave and make a call to the base, informing them of what just happened. While they speak, the Cyclops hit the cave, splitting it open and attacking all the remaining members of the patrol team. After much contemplation, the soldiers in the base decide to announce code blood to the town so that all citizens can go into their respective homes to avoid being devoured by the Cyclops. In the spring, Fan tries to activate his star chart magic, but he does not succeed. He begins to contemplate how much time he has spent in the spring, if it is morning or night, and if his sister is doing well. Meanwhile, people in Bow City begin to respond to the alarm, running into their homes. Not long after, the Cyclops start a rampage in the city. Tagabsby tries to fight them off and recognizes one of the creatures as a Pterolicus. The mages at the Sacred Spring base are still fighting Cyclops at their base when they receive a call telling them that a horde of Cyclops is attacking people in town. The commander orders them to leave the base and go to the city to protect the citizens. He tells them that it should be their priority above other things, including the Sacred Spring. Mofan's father is done with his delivery and making his way back to the city. He notices the unusual rain. Unknown to him, there is a cuckoo behind his moving car. Mofan is still at the Sacred Spring, reminiscing on the lessons he had received to unlock his star chart magic. He thinks of the tips that Miss gave him during training and begins to imagine that she may be into him romantically. Mr. Zhuoyun and his daughter, Ning Sui, try to run out of the base at the Sacred Spring, but realize that they are surrounded. She uses her powers to strike all the ones around them, but the one above strikes them, injuring her father. She then uses her powers to create a bird that takes her and her injured father away from the scene. The Black Curia meet again and talk about how they decided to use an aggressive approach because the person who was supposed to stop Mofan failed. They note that they could have stayed hidden and that as they have come out in the open, the Holy Court will get to know about them. They intend to attack the base of the Sacred Spring, and they plan to use the city as a diversion, so that when the soldiers go out to the city to secure the citizens, they will attack the building that would be left unprotected. Still, at the Sacred Spring, Mofan is trying his best to connect the 7 orbits and activate his star chart magic. While he is at it, the building begins to shake. He goes to check and see what is going on and meets with the Cyclops. The Cyclops devours the guard in front of him and tries to attack him too when the deputy captain storms in and attacks the Cyclops. She uses an emergency routine to empty the spring into a bottle so that she and Fan can escape to dry land. She tells Mofan that the Sacred Spring has to be protected at all costs, and then goes ahead to explain how the Black Curia created the Spring of Rage and infused it into the rain so that Cyclops can be on a bloodthirsty rampage. He asks to know about how the city is faring in all these, and she tells him that she has no idea. Zhan Kong. The emergency escape route takes them to a hill just behind his former magic school. and he finds to his dismay that the school is filled with a lot of Cyclops, and there is no sign of humans around. A student is seen running away from Cyclops, while another group, a gang from school, hides in a corner. Their gang leader talks to the rest and recalls that there is a shelter close by that belongs to his uncle. He tells them that there is no point waiting out there because if the Cyclops did not eat them, they would die of hunger anyway if they stayed there for too long. He suggests that they run into the shelter and stay there for a while until the situation gets a bit better. While they try to run to safety, a horde of Cyclops attacks them one after the other until they all get eaten. Xinxia, Mofan's sister, rolls her wheelchair amid other students. She is also trying to run to safety, away from the menacing Cyclops. She is close to the safety barrier when a Cyclops closes up behind her. She panics a bit, but Fei Yu intervenes in time to hit the Cyclops, save her, and get her into the iron barrier of the school. Back at the emergency exit, Mofan decides that he will go into the city to check on his family. The deputy chairman is unhappy to hear this because she expected him to be a little more selfless in his decision as a mage he is, but he is adamant about saving his family instead. He sets off to leave and makes his way to the city, but before he leaves, the deputy captain asks him for a very important favor: to protect the little bottle containing the sacred spring at all costs. She tells him that it is better if he protects it instead of her because it will be undetectable in his hands, unlike hers. She tells him that the military does not have the strength to deal fully with the Cyclops, and that a way to contribute majorly to the fight will be to protect the sacred spring so that the Black Curia do not get their hands on it and bring disaster to the world. He tells her that he does not care about the sacred spring and that his priority is his family. She asks him if he is the only one without a family and that every mage in the city is fighting to make sure that the citizens stay safe, and they do that despite having their families. She urges him to please consider the city too, and he does. He ends up giving her a photo of his family, telling her to take care of them if she sees them. With that, he parts with her and sets off to the city. Mofan's father narrowly escapes a Cyclop, and after driving further, meets a man whose car is faulty and happens to be stranded on the way. He picks the man up into his car and tells him that he is heading downtown to rescue his son. The man tells him that everyone alive will be at the safety barrier and that nobody is headed downtown at that time. But Mofan's father is adamant because he believes his son is downtown, so he tells the man to get down from the car if he's not willing to go because he will go downtown anyway to save his son. At the base, the commander notices that the rain has stopped. However, he receives reports about the current situation in town, that casualties are on the increase without enough soldiers to fight off the monsters. He finds the news unsettling and decides that he will join the soldiers in the city, but Yang Zuhei insists on going on his behalf. After much hesitation, the commander lets him go and asks him to please come back in one piece. Back in school, the students try to use their magical powers to fight off the Cyclops. Two girls encounter a Cyclops and try to use the form-shifting magic to escape, but they only end up being eaten. Mubai meets a group of girls running away from a Cyclops and intervenes using freezing magic. He tells them to hide if they can, and that they should not try to fight any Cyclops if they don't have to. He then tells them to go to the stadium. It will be safer there. While Fei Yu and Xiaoyong are about to be subdued by the Cyclops, they receive intervention from Mo Fan, who steps in time to save them. They are excited to see him and begin to ask him questions about the sacred spring, forgetting the situation they are in. Mo Fan tells them not to ask questions because there is no time for chit-chat at that moment because of the situation they are in. He then tells them to head to the stadium. Other students will be at the stadium too. At the stadium, the students narrate their encounters with the Cyclops. Meanwhile, the teachers meet in a corner to talk about how to move to a safer place. One of the teachers suggests that the students are too many and that they should all leave the students behind and run to the fortress because the number of students will attract the Cyclops and cause even more casualties. Some of the kind teachers oppose the idea and scold her for coming up with such a selfish plan, while some others take her side. The rest point out that it would be cowardice to run away in such a manner. A teacher comes up with another plan to send a team of scouts to lead the way and secure the path ahead for others to follow behind them. The others think it is a very risky plan, but they also acknowledge that it is a good idea. They question him to know how they will come up with volunteers who will be ready to commit to such a dangerous task. He tells them that he has a set of outstanding students in his class who will be able to carry out the task properly, and that he will ask them and select the best out of them to volunteer and carry out the task. The teacher meets his class and tells them that he needs a set of volunteers to lead the way and clear a path for the rest of the students to pass through. He tells them that they are not under any compulsion to agree to it, and that if they don't want to be in the lead, they can join the train, which they termed the Exodus. The students consider the plan and begin to volunteer one after the other to be part of the lead team. Kun-san does not want to be part of the pioneer team because he believes people should clear the Cyclops from the path, and then he would walk on a danger-free path. But his friend Mu-bai has already decided that he will be part of the pioneer team. He tries to talk Mu-bai into changing his mind, but he is adamant. When he sees that his friend will not change his mind and that he will not be able to go without his friend, he decides to join the pioneer team too. Before going into the stadium, Fei-yu and Mo-fan listened from the door, hearing all that the teacher had just told them about each team and the need for volunteers. Fei-yu then asks Mo-fan if he will join the lead or the Exodus, and Fan tells him that the Exodus is a dangerous team to join. He tells him that although the Exodus has a number and the advantage of meeting an already cleared path, they stand at risk of being spotted easily by the Cyclops because of their number, and when the Cyclops sighted the students would not be able to do anything to protect themselves, not only because of their lack of skill, but also because of their fear and cowardice. Seeing this to be good logic, Fei-yu decides that being in the lead was the best option. So he walks into the room and announces that he and Mo-fan will be in the pioneer group. At that point, everybody turns to see them, surprise written all over their faces. They tell Mo-fan that they are both surprised and happy to see him alive and in the school instead of the sacred spring, but Fei-yu thinks they are referring to him and begins to gloat, only for them to correct him and let him know that they were referring to Mo-fan instead. The deputy captain, Lin, is seen running from a Cyclops that seems to be gaining on her. She tries her best to use her magic against him, but she has very little stamina left, so she is unable to strike properly with her magic. While she struggles, Yang, who was sent out by the commander to lend a hand in the city, happens to be around at that time and helps her to defeat the Cyclops. They talk about the Cyclops a bit, and they both agree that the outbreak was caused by the Black Courier and that they needed to be stopped at all cost so that the attack could end. He then asks her about the sacred spring and if she remembered to extract it from the mountain base so that the Black Courier would not get to it, as they had the capacity and the desire to use its power to cause harm. She tells him that she did extract the spring and that she gave it to Mo-fan because it will not occur to the Black Courier members that the spring is with a student instead of a soldier. She also tells him that Fan is headed to the city, and although she doesn't know his exact location at that time, she knows that he intends to go to the School of Magic to meet his sister. Yang agrees with her that she made a good decision by giving the sacred spring to him, and that they needed to look for Fan to give him back up and make sure that the sacred spring reaches the right hands without being tampered with. He then suggested to her that they split up for their search so that they could get to him faster before the Black Courier. At the school, the students divide themselves into teams. The pioneer team, led by their teacher, Mr. Shu, gird themselves up and prepare to set off and clear the path for the rest. They begin their quest, moving with utmost caution, as they already know the danger that is lurking around. When they get to a newsstand, they notice a Cyclops, but the Cyclops disappears almost immediately. They spread out to look for the Cyclops. They try to no avail, and then they send Zhang Yilong to use her wind powers to skim through the area and see if there are monsters around. While she is carrying the task on her own, she receives an unfortunate strike on her back. Before she dies, she lets out a scream and then passes away. The others hear it and rush to her location. By the time they get there, they discover that she is already dead. They are all dismayed and weakened by Yilong's death, but Mo-fan addresses them and urges them to stay strong and continue their duties. The teacher asks to know how Mo-fan always manages to stay calm through every attack, and he responds by telling him that he joined the city hunters at a very young age. During his time as a city hunter, he fought many terrific and scary monsters, and by doing that, he learned to deal with fear. The last member of the team that went scouting returns to tell them the safest route to follow and the places that have Cyclops. Using the information he had just gotten from the scout, Mo-Fan plots a strategy to clear every monster in their way and forge ahead. He then assigns duties to each member of the team according to their personal strength and peculiar magic, whether wind, electricity, earth, or ice. Their teacher, who has been listening through, tells Mo-Fan after he is done speaking that he is impressed with the plan and that he is happy that he was able to calm and unite everyone despite the gravity of the situation. Xiaohu has been asked to distract a Cyclops at the fountain so that the rest can kill it off and clear the danger before then. He tries to come up with a plan that will help her distract the monster without being harmed and at the same time help the rest of the team kill the monster. He remembers that Mo-Fan earlier told them that the monster they were about to meet did not run very well in a zigzag course, so Xiaohu decided to run in a zigzag pattern to slow the monster down. Xiaohu is still trying to plot his steps when the monster turns and sees him. The monster charges at him with a very high speed. However, when they get to the woods, the monster begins to use the trees to bounce and gain speed. Xiaohu realizes this and knows at this point that running in zigzags will do him no good, but he keeps running anyway. The monster closes up almost immediately and strikes him from behind, hitting him to the ground and leaving an injury. Xiao Hao sits injured in a corner as the monster walks menacingly toward him. He is really scared and praying that not die and that someone will step in and save him, but he chided himself, thinking that he was alone at that point and no one could help. He also thinks about the fact that if the monster kills him, it will go after his teammates next, and the thought upsets him, so he decides to use a special tactic to subdue the monster. As the monster charges towards him, he uses wind magic to move things and strike the monster. The monster goes down much to the satisfaction of Xiaohu. He is pleased to have used the third level magic called Fleeting Shadow to strike the monster. The strike slows down the monster a bit, giving him the chance to carry out the next step of the plan. He lured him into a zone with sharpened rods and used his magic to make a clone of himself. The rods pierced the monster and it met its end immediately. Xiaohu is very delighted to have killed the monster, called the One-Eyed Wolf. He is even more proud because Mo-Fan had killed one himself, and he couldn't wait to tell him that he too had been able to kill a one-eyed wolf. By the time Xiaohu returns to the other team, he is already weak, so he passes out beside them. The other teams are having a hard time defeating the monsters they are fighting with. My Bai's team tries to fight with ice and freeze the monster, but they cannot hold off for long, so they run back to Mr. Zhu's team. The sight of Mu Bai running back to the team fearfully with a monster in pursuit fills Mo-Fan with rage so much that he destroys the monster with his magic on a whim. The rest of the team watches in amazement, wondering how and when he got that powerful. Mo-Fan's father is driving with the man he picked up on the road when suddenly the car stops on the way. He goes out to check the paper and realizes that the tire of the car got deflated. He goes to the passenger seat to inform the man about what happened. The man tells him to fix it and then remains in the car. Mo-Fan's father struggles on his own to fix the tire, and then when he can't, he goes back to the car to ask the man for help, but he is surprised when he gets to the seat and does not find anybody there. He calls out, but the man doesn't answer. He begins to wonder where the man might have gone. Mr. Su is excited to learn that the 3 one-eyed demons have all been defeated. He tells them that it is so impressive that other teachers will not believe that his class single-handedly defeated 3 one-eyed wolves. A student points out to him that their success was to be attributed to Mo-Fan, who came up with a great plan that led to their success. Mo-Fan argues that he would never have been able to do anything without them. He recalls that the monsters he killed were first weakened by Mu Bai and Fei Yu, and so killing them was just to finish off what they started. He tells them that teamwork is important and that earth, wind, and water mages would all work in their different ways to combine forces and keep safe. He reminds Mu Bai that he is the most powerful mage among them and that he should control his ice powers and use them to protect everyone around. He tells him not to think of using it to freeze monsters that move at an unusual speed, but Mu Bai's friend picks an offense and asks why Mo-Fan wanted to suppress Mu Bai's powers when he could be using them greatly. Mo-Fan responds and tells him to close his mouth, or he will make sure that after their escapade with the monsters, he never speaks again. He tells Hiyu to work with Mr. Shu and he immediately feels scared because he was not able to use his magic properly earlier. But Mr. Zhu encourages him to use his powers anyway because he knows that because of the fear, Fei Yu is a very powerful mage too. He tells them that the reason Mo Fan is so strong is that he joined Ed the Camp Hunters at a young age and learned to build his power there. At that time, Xiao Hu wakes up back to consciousness and they all run to attend to him. They note that he needs immediate care to stop the bleeding so that he doesn't die. Mr. Xu tells them that they will need a hemostatic to stop the bleeding because fire or bandage treatments will not work in that case. They ask to know how they will even get any such treatment, and he tells them that there is a pharmacy just up ahead so that they can head there and get treatment for Xiao Hao. He tells them that after getting the hemostatic, they will head to the protective barrier for safety. No Fam decides to go and fetch the hemostatic himself, but Xiao Hao tries to dissuade him, telling him that he is not worth the trouble. But Mo Fan reminds him that he is just as important because without him weakening the monsters, he would never have stood a chance of killing them successfully. He then bids him farewell and goes on to get the hemostatic for the treatment. As the monsters continue to disturb the city, Kun-san uses his wave detection skill to check the area and finds that there are no monsters nearby. The rest are happy to hear that because it means that they can go to the end of the street for the hemostatic without being attacked by monsters. Kun-san carries Xiao Hao on his back with the rest beside him as they head to their meeting spot, where they are to wait for Mo Fan to bring the medicine for Xiao Hao. They ask if he is comfortable on Kun-san's back, and he tells them that he is a little uncomfortable, but that he will be fine because Mo Fan is going to bring the medicine he needs and be alright again. While they walk down the street, Mu Bai tells them to beware because the street is too quiet, and there is a chance that something bad is about to happen. Mr. Su concurs with Mu Bai and further warns them to be cautious. They all agree and recall how Mo Fan used to tell him that in a jungle with many monsters, silence was a sign of danger. They continue to walk with caution until Mu Bai halts them. He just sensed some danger and wanted them to proceed with caution. He proceeds first to check out what he was sensing, then he beckons on the rest to come to see what he just found. They join him and find another monster that is 10 times bigger than the other ones that they had fought before. Mu Bai recognizes the monster, which is called the Horn Face Monster. In another scene, a woman is seen trying to run with her children when she's intercepted by the monsters. Luckily, the deputy captain, Lin Yuxin, is around and strikes the monster with her magic. Another monster emerges, and Lin panics, not knowing how she will fight off both of them at once. She is still standing transfixed when a huge beast storms in and scares the monsters. She looks at the rider and finds Instructor Bai Yang sitting on the beast. She is happy to see him and thanks him for saving her life. She asks him what he is doing around, and he tells her that he is going to rescue a particular student. Hearing this, Lin tells herself that it is better not to disturb him with the details of the sacred spring, but instead look for Mo Fan on her own, so that the instructor can go on his quest without any interference from her. Besides, she intended to draw the attention of the Black Curia and have them think she was with the sacred spring so that she could buy time for the people on her side. She tells him that she will be able to handle things by herself. He tells her to go on and be careful while she is out there. With this, he bids her farewell and goes away on his beast. Mo Fan is seen running, still looking for the hemostatic. He gets to a door and begins to reminisce about the times he spent with Xiao Hu in the past. How Xiao Hu asked him if he liked Bo City, and he affirmed and told him that although he liked the city, he would love to go to a proper magic school. He tells him that he wants to go to a fun and bigger city to experience new things there. In the end, Xiao Hu promises to work hard so he can be with his brother too. Mo Fan's friends are still hiding from the horn-faced demon, and they identify it to be a warrior-level demon, and that it is dangerous for it to look them in the eye, let alone fight them. They are scared that Mo Fan might meet the same kind of demon and have to deal with it alone. The thought of it makes them begin to panic. Mo Fan finds the pharmacy and proceeds to begin looking for the hemostatic. While he looks for it, he notices a hole in the ground and goes to check out what must have caused the hole. On getting there, he sees a monster below, feeding off the body of a person he had killed. Unknown to him, the monster is a commander-level monster. When the monster senses his presence, he turns to face him. As their eyes meet, it provokes an emission of a heat ray that almost burns through Fan, but Fan ducks just in time to dodge the strike from the ray. He dodged into another part of the pharmacy, which he noticed to have the hemostatic agent that he was looking for. As he grabs it, the sound from the jar makes a noise, attracting the monster back to him again. As the monster struggles to land him a strike, he ducks again, making the monster lose its balance and fall outside the pharmacy. The monster tries to rise and go back to hunt Mo Fan, but the fangs of another monster that is 10 times bigger appear out of nowhere, grabs the smaller monster and eats him easily. Mo Fan, who is watching from a hidden corner, is frightened by the sight. He recognizes the bigger monster as the three-eyed wolf. He is very scared because he has never faced a monster like that before. He realizes that the monster's style of fighting was because of its level, which was the warrior level, and other lower level monsters weren't as skilled and stealthy as this one. He is still trying to contemplate his next move when he senses a presence above him. He looks up to find the three-eyed wolf staring down at him. He locks eyes with the demon, whose eyes can hypnotize its prey and make them lifeless immediately. Luckily for Mo Fan, he averts his eyes just in time to jump off when the monster is going to strike him. Thinking he is lifeless, the team has gotten to the rendezvous point. They have been waiting a very long time for Mo Fan, who doesn't seem to be forthcoming. They argue amongst themselves, trying to decide what must be done. Some think they should move on, and some think they should wait for Mo Fan. One of them mentions that he is already dead, and that they should move on because he mentioned that the living always has to move on and let go of the dead, but the rest are not having it. They tell her that they will wait and die with him if it comes to that, because they couldn't get to the protective barrier by themselves anyway, and that would still mean death. While they were still arguing about whether to leave or stay, Mo Fan climbs out of a hole, shocking his friends yet again. They are happy and surprised to see him, and he tells them that he almost lost his life. When the teacher tells him that he shouldn't have gone in the first place, he reaches into his pocket and brings out the jar of hemostatic agent, telling him that the risk was worth it for the sake of the medicine. The teacher collects the medicine and administers it to Xiaoho, who recovers immediately and thanks Mo Fan for the medicine. Mo Fan is very excited to see that Xiaoho is back up, and then tells them that it is time to depart. Meanwhile, the Exodus team of students is making their way down the path that was cleared for them by the Pioneer team. They notice dead monsters strewn around the place, and then they spot Zhang Yinglu, where the students laid her to rest after her death. They begin to panic, remembering that she was one of the members of the Pioneer team. They feel that if a member of the Pioneer team is unable to make it alive, then all hope is lost for them. Their teacher tells them not to panic, but to be wise and strong, and that if they all work together as they should, they will be able to reach the protective barrier safely. They draw strength from the words of their teacher and agree that they will not give up or let the work of the Pioneer team go to waste. They decide that they will fight too and make sure they make it. The teacher suggests to them that they carry Zane's body with them as they go, and they do. At a certain time, the monsters all stop what they are doing and begin to growl. This is when Mo Fan and his team are close to the protective barrier. He tells them that the surroundings are a bit safer around there and that their only challenge would be crossing the moat just ahead. He touches the vessel bearing the sacred spring and sighs to be assured that he is still with us and everything is safe. They are still on their way when they notice a beast in front of them. As they get closer, they notice that the rider is someone they know. It is Inspector Bai Yang on the beast, and they are relieved to finally see someone from the military. He demands that Mo Fan hand the sacred spring over to him, but he refuses. He then threatens Mo Fan with death for refusing. In the first scene, monsters are climbing a tower. The monsters are being shot with fiery magic by the mages, but the mages are being overwhelmed. If this goes on, they will lose Xuefeng Mountain. The mages scream as they try to push the monsters back. At the top of the tower, word has reached the leader that one member of the 4th Patrol Squad has returned alive. The leader is glad someone was able to return from the exhibition to the outside. He asks his men to take good care of him because the person's warnings helped them prepare for the incoming disaster. The man relating the info to the leader tells him the survivor gave them information that the light talent mage in their team could send 4 complete signals. The light mage, unfortunately, was killed by an archwolf, a monstrous beast resembling black wolves. Just before he was killed, however, he was able to send 2 signals to alert. On hearing the word archwolf, The leader is shocked. He asks if it is the infamous one-eyed wolf demon, but the messenger diminishes his fears, telling him it is just a pet archwolf. The leader feels relief because within the army only one person can kill it. At the same time, in the town, refugees are trying to escape. Numerous women, families, and children are going out to survive, and a man is carrying his child on his back as he staggers to the outside seeking safety. The army is letting them enter safe shelters, but the number of refugees is too much and the area is getting congested and chaotic. A soldier complains about the state of things to Mr. Moo while he's being treated by the nurses in the clinic ward of the shelter. The soldier tells Moo that he should take this opportunity to rest a bit. Moo thanks him and then gives the soldier an instruction to set up a room so Moo and his daughter can stay in a suitable place to rest. The soldier accepts the instruction. Moo's daughter, Ning Shui, is standing in the ward with her dad during this conversation, but her mind trails elsewhere when she hears some soldiers talk about the people from Sky Magic High School on the way to their current location. She is scared because she knows the danger that awaits the people who are on the journey. One of the soldiers mentions that the routes to the safe houses are numerous. If the people go on the wrong one, they will enter an area filled with monsters. This conversation makes Ning Shui extremely worried because her friends Mo Fan and Zhang Xiaohu attend school, and she immediately decides to run out to save them. As she tries to run out of the infirmary, her father stops her immediately, telling her that if the army, with all its numbers, is not able to help the people outside, what does she hope to accomplish? Ning Shui does not back down though. She tells her dad that she should try and help in some way, instead of sitting idle in the infirmary. Moo stubbornly chooses to keep his daughter in place. He instructs the soldiers to monitor her, so she won't leave the infirmary and be in danger. His unwilling attitude shocks Ning Shui, who stares at her dad in disbelief. In the next scene, Mo Fan and the rest of the students from Sky Magic High School have been blocked by a strange man on a massive archwolf. Fan tells the man that there is something deeply wrong with him, while the strange man laughs. He tells Fan that his perceptive ability surprises him. Unlike Fan, many people who were killed by this strange man failed to realize that it was him who killed them. The man laughs to himself. His laughter enrages the other students who want to attack him, but Fan tells them to stay away from him. The strange man on the archwolf smiles. He tells Fan that he has an interest in the students, but he wants something in Fan's possession, the sacred spring. He tells Fan that if he gives it to him, his life will be spared. Fan suspects the man, who turns out to be his instructor, is from Black Curia, but the instructor tries to reduce his fears. Fan reminds him of their first training session. At that time, a massive archwolf was killed by Mo. Afterward, the other teachers told this evil instructor, and he was shocked. He rushed to go check on the archwolf. This action made him suspicious. After this, Fan remembers being briefed that the Black Curia created a violent spring, which is similar to the sacred spring. The violent spring makes monsters violent and behaves maniacally. Back to the present, the evil instructor tells Fan it is fine if he says nothing. One way or the other, the instructor believes he will get the sacred spring. Fan is unafraid. He tells the evil instructor that just like previously, he will defeat the archwolf again. The teacher smiles, then he summons two dark beasts, which arise from the ground beneath to attack the other students. Fan worries for his colleagues, but because of this, he is distracted when the archwolf pounces on him. It lands on Fan with ferocity. Xiao Ho, one of the students, tries to help Fan, but a black beast swings at him with its claws. Xiao Hu is scared. He feels blood on his face, but he is surprised to see he was not hit by the beast. Instead, someone used magic to protect him. Xiao Hu turns back to see He Yu has been killed by one of the beasts. Her protection magic fades, and then the beast tries to lunge at Xiao Hu once more, but this time, he is saved by the other students who use their diverse elemental powers to get rid of the beast. Xiao Hu rushes to Heiyu. He is crying while he asks her why she chose to protect him instead of protecting herself. She tells him it is because he is someone very important to her. She smiles and then fades away in his arms as Xiao Hao cries. As this goes on, the instructor laughs at Fan. He tells him while he is stuck under the archwolf, the other students are being killed. He then summons two new dark beasts. The instructor smiles in delight at the current situation, but immediately after, Fan uses magic to throw the archwolf off him. The instructor laughs at his skills, then tells Fan he only has one more lesson to teach him: never trust anyone. The instructor tells Fan that if he wants to save his friends, he will have to give him the sacred spring. Fan's friends try to defend themselves, but are easily defeated by the dark beasts. Because of this, Fan removes the sacred spring from his pocket to hand it to the instructor. The sacred spring is in a little bottle. Fan walks closer to hand it to the instructor, but changes his mind. He chooses to drink the sacred spring from the bottle. This action shocks everyone. Fan tells the instructor that if he wants the sacred spring, he will have to kill him first. He goes on to use an attack, Roaring Thunder, which fires a massive lightning bolt, and he uses it to incapacitate the Archwolf briefly. The other students try to help Fan by distracting the other monsters, and their plan works. Mo uses another skill, Hiss of Fire Cremation, which creates a massive fireball to destroy the black beasts. It will burn them till they die. While this was all happening, an Archwolf jumped from behind Zhoumin. It fired the wind attack, which hit her head. Fan is shocked to see the beast back in such a short time. As this was going on the battlefield, another instructor managed to sneak to where the evil instructor was. The evil instructor's name was Bai Yang. This instructor is still reeling from the fact that Yang is evil, but steadies himself. As Yang is distracted by Fan, the instructor uses a blinding attack to block his sight, and then Fan uses the opportunity to fire another Roaring Thunder attack at the Archwolf. Yang brings out another dark beast, but the teacher tries to use his skill, Blinding Radiance, to try to purify the dark beast, but it does not work. Yang laughs at his ignorance, but because of this, he is not able to shield himself from the Black Eye Sword attack of one of the students. The attack deals massive damage to Yang. It kills him instantly. The battle is over, but no one celebrates while Xiaoho keeps crying as he holds He Yu. After the battle in the previous episode, Fan is feeling tired. He staggers, but his fellow students hold him up. Fan tells them that he is okay. A blue mist rises from the dark beasts, and the teacher explains to his students that it is because once their owner dies, the beasts also die. Fan tries to comfort Xiaoho as he cries, but Xiaoho tells him that he wants to be more capable so he can defend other people like Fan does. As they talk, soldiers come from above immediately and tell the students they are glad to find them. The coincidence does not sit right with the students. They feel it is too suspicious because when the soldier arrives immediately, the danger has disappeared. Their instructor tells them not to think much. Then he talks to one of the soldiers, Zhuohe. Zhuohe sees. He uses Bodhi and exclaims that he and his soldiers have come too late. The soldiers notice Yang in the back and are alerted, but the students explain how Yang attacked them. Fan tells the soldiers that Yang is a traitor who is part of Black Curia. Zhuohe is okay with their explanation. He tells everyone to head back to the protective barrier, except for a few soldiers whom he wants to inspect the black puddles left by Yang's dark beasts. He tells his soldiers that the black puddles and Yang's body will be brought back to investigate as to whether Yang is a traitor. He feels it is important to not waste time in their current location, and his soldiers agree. The students are led by the soldiers and Yang back to the protective barrier. Yang watches as the student enters inside. In another town, the city has been overridden with different archwolves. The archwolves are eating bodies, killing people. Then above all of them on top of a tower is one which looks much more menacing. This dark wolf has massive fangs. On its backs are black wings, and its eyes are red like blood. On the ground in the city, a group of soldiers are hiding. They wonder why they need to head to the sacred spring. Their leader sees the groups of archwolves. Apart from the typical ones, there are many thorn-faced wolves, which are bigger than typical archwolves, and they are also white. However, the worst is the one-eyed demon wolves. The leader is lost at what to do, because no matter how many men they send, they won't be able to defeat this large number of archwolves. The soldiers are worried about where the one-eyed demon wolves arrived from. They wonder if it is space magic, but the leader doubts if the Black Curia could have learned that. Right now, many creatures are surrounding the Tyrolicus, so one of the soldiers says they should return to the protective barrier because the soldiers will be unable to get any closer to it. He tells the leader that they should leave immediately to report the situation. However, before they can take a step, the Tyrolicus notices them. It roars and then fires a massive blast at the soldiers. It is strong enough to take 5 blocks down. The soldiers all die instantly from the blast. Their dead bodies litter the ground. On the other side of the country, a group of students are happy when they receive news that the protective barrier is still up. They continue their journey. On reaching there, they see different people being treated, but at least the people are safe. On a tower within the protective barrier, the investigation on Yang's body has been carried out, and it has been proved that he is indeed a traitor. The doctor tells the leader this news. and he is bemused. He calls Fan and thanks him for saving the people he could. Fan is happy, but he feels annoyed because Yang, a member of the leader's soldiers, killed his friends. The leader tries to talk, but Fan is annoyed. He details how a few of his friends died because of Yang, but the leader tells him he had no idea of this. He is even shocked to hear of Yang's betrayal. He apologizes to Fan and then tells him his friends were all capable and they did not deserve such a death. He tells Fan he is proud to be their head instructor. Then Fan tells the leader that he drank the sacred spring. The leader does not find it funny. He holds Fan's mouth to try and extract the spring from it. His men try to calm him down, while Fan explains to the leader that he had to drink it, else it could have fallen into the wrong hands. After a while, the leader calms down. He tells Fan that the sacred spring should be gone. It brought more harm than good to Bo City. Fan asks what they should do since many other people are still stuck in the city. In no time, he believes they will be discovered and killed by the different beasts which are there. The leader tells Fan that many troops were sent to the city and more than 1,000 one-eyed demon wolves have been killed, but still more keep on appearing. They do not know how or why the wolves keep on appearing, but the only option they have is to kill the leader, the Pterolachus. On hearing this, Fan is surprised. He asks if the leader is confident about facing the Pterolachus, but one of the soldiers tells him that their leader is a level 3 mage. He is the only one who is capable enough to fight against the Pterolachus in Bo City. The leader tells the soldier he has a 50% chance of winning, but if they are unable to get rid of the other wolves around the Pterolachus, there won't be any hope of winning. Fan, on hearing this, feels they are going to be killed, but the leader tells him even if it's just a tiny chance, they have to, because he won't allow monsters to keep roaming freely in a city he protects. He tells Fan he is happy he is saved. He has massive potential. The leader tells Fan to remain safely in the protective barrier with his friends, and then he gives his troops instructions. All of them are being deployed to return to Bo City to kill the commander-level Pterolachus. This is the only way they can save the city. He tells them that they are the strongest mages of the city who have fought with him for many years, and it is either all of them die or the Pterolachus dies. The leader tells the soldier that no matter how powerful the Pterolachus is, since it chose to attack their city, they are going to kill it. He riles up his soldiers with his words, and they are ready to kill the creature. The leader removes his coat to unveil his white wings. Then he starts flying away. His soldiers jump on giant birds to follow him immediately. Fan watches them as they get further away. From a distance, Xiaohu watches as the soldiers fly to Bo City. For the last time, he covers for Yu up. He thinks to himself. He says he will make her proud by becoming a strong military mage to help the city and save thousands of girls like her. In Bo City, a man is moving around looking for his son. He sees him under the corpse of a monster, but he is dead. The man is crying when another monster rushes in from behind. The monster is like a massive rat, and it pursues the man to a dead end. The man bends down in fright as the monster kills him. While this was happening, back at the top of the tower in the protective barrier, Ning Sue races to the top to meet Fan. She is glad he is safe, but her dad is just behind her. He sees Fan and then wonders why his daughter sees this boy he describes as a scoundrel. Mu tells Fan that he ignored the other students and only saved himself, but this enrages Fan. He defends himself and then goes on to tell Mu that rich people like him could do more, but he is just here being idle. As Fan is talking, Ning Sue cuts him off. She asks him to please not criticize her father. Fan hisses and walks away, telling them he has more important things to do. He walks away but remembers his family. He looks up to the sky as he calls out their names, Shixia and Papa. Fan's dad, who was attacked by a monster resembling a rat in the last episode, did not die but was saved by a mage. She uses her power to fire at the creature before it reaches him and creates a blast made of water to destroy the creature. She asks to be certain of who the man is, and when he tells her, she is glad to have saved his life. Fan's father faints in her arms out of exhaustion as creatures circle her. In the protective barrier, Fan goes into the data room to ask them to search for his family. The lady within searches for his location, but finds nothing. As Fan keeps searching, a soldier enters the room. He is surprised to see a student, but the female soldier tells him it's okay because it is Fan. According to the information received from the soldiers, they find out that the creatures used underground means to bypass the barriers set up by the city. Now the key thing to do is find the tunnel and destroy their spawn channels immediately. As they talk, Fan remembers that the first location where the one-eyed rats were spotted was the cafeteria in the school where Shinsei is. He also remembers that one of the students went missing with no traces in the school. Fan tells the soldiers he has a lead on the location of the spawn channels. He goes on to mention the City Hunter team. The soldiers are perplexed. Fan explains that there were signs of the monsters for a while, the most obvious being the one-eyed giant rats. The female soldier seems to get it. She says the giant rats have a good ability to dig, hence they should be the culprits for the spawn channels. Jin believes that the records with the City Hunters team, CHT, which shows the movement of the giant rats, will give them a hint of the location of their spawn channels. They contact the CHT, and their members come to the room immediately. The CHT arrives and then asks what Fan believes is the cause of the massive monster invasion. They tell Fan that they were with him for most of the missions, but did not come up with any lead. The soldiers are surprised to learn that Fan is a member of the CHT. Fan tells the soldiers that he joined the CHT to get stronger after realizing his weakness in the school's outfield practical training. The soldier tells him it is incredible. Then Fan goes on to request records of all the activities of the one-eyed giant rats. The other member feels that is preposterous because it is a huge tunneling project that will have had to connect the city to the border mountains. He tells Fan that this has to be something that has been planned for many years. A soldier calls out to Xiaokei, the female member of CHT who handles the database. The soldier asks her if she has been able to find the information they need. She has been able to track the common locations of the rats. Then they discovered the concentrated area is Mingwen district. If Fan's idea is right, that will be where the spawn channels will be found in Mingwen Girls High School. The male soldier instructs everyone inside the room that they will be deployed to go and find the spawn locations. From now on, he wants the soldiers and CHT to walk hand in hand to solve this. Then the meeting ends. Fan goes outside and worries about his family. He is concerned when he thinks they might not be inside the protective barrier. While he thinks, from a distance, someone calls out to him. Fan turns to see his dad. Then he rushes in to hug him. He is glad that his father is safe now. While they hug, two of Fan's colleagues, Li Wen and Fei Shi, tell him that they found his dad and Lin Yuxin while on their way to the safe zone. Fan appreciates them and then asks for Yuxin's location. They hesitantly tell her that she sacrificed herself to save his father and she stopped all the monsters as they attacked. Fan tells his father of the recent development regarding the location of the spawn tunnels. His dad starts to weep uncontrollably because Fan's sister, Xin Xia, attends Mingwen Girls High School, so he feels she might be dead right now. Xin Xia is weak and her legs are inconvenient because of this. They feel she won't be able to escape. Fan still holds a bit of hope that she might be safe in a place in the school's vicinity. The next day, the soldiers and CHT gear up for their trip when Fan rushes in. He tells them he needs to go on this journey too, so he can save his little sister. Fan's classmates and his dad try to dissuade him, but his mind is made up. Fan's father cries, but he is unable to stop his son, who enters into the truck with the other members of the special unit. They drive away as Fan's classmates watch from behind. In the city, rats still come out of the tunnels, looking massive and scary. They are blue with one eye. In another part of town, in a mall to be precise, a group of people is hiding from the monsters. Xin Xia is part of them, sitting in her wheelchair, remaining calm about the situation. As she sits, her classmate gives her a bottle of water to drink. The people in the location carry weapons and try to get ready to go and fight the monsters, but a woman tells them that they will be dead if they step out of the zone. A plumber among them tells them he knows how to walk through the underground tunnels, so they should try passing through there. The rest agree, and all of them rush to leave, but they are called back by Xia Xin's classmate. She appeals to them and reminds the people that Xia Xin is unable to walk. She asks if any of them will help her, but none of the other people want to assist her. They leave Xia Xin and rush out, which pains her classmate who tries to carry Xia Xin. Xia Xin refuses her aid, thanks her, but tells her to leave. Otherwise, both of them will die. Xia Xin asks her classmate for one favor. She hands a wristband to her, and then tells the girl to hand it over to her brother, Mo Fan. She is thankful for how much he cared for her all these years. She tells her classmate to go quickly, and the girl hesitantly runs away crying. When the classmate escapes, Xia tries to get weapons from the supply room to protect herself. She sees some knives in the cartons and then reminds herself that everyone has the right to live. On the outside, the CHT and soldiers are in a car. The driver tells the soldiers that the car is moving at a speed that the monsters will not be able to reach. Officer Chung, the leader of the soldiers, tells the team that it's up to them to defend the city. The driver tells Officer Cheng not to worry because he can rely on the CHT. They are prepared to die with the monsters. The driver jokes that even if it is to use his body to seal the channel, he is willing to do so. The other team members agree in unison. They are ready to give anything to ensure this mission is a success. While they discuss, Fan looks through the windows of the car to the outside. The landscape is desolate, filled with corpses and fallen buildings. Fan thinks about his sister and how scared she will be, but he makes a promise to her. He says, "Wait for me, I will come to rescue you." The team discusses what they will do. They do not want to go head on, because if they are caught by too many monsters, they will die. First, a member of the CHT goes to scout. He uses his power windwalk to scan the environment, but unfortunately, the giant rats spot him. As they get closer, he uses wind track to instantly blast the monsters in his front. The method is efficient and the others don't waste their energy. They walk slowly, and while they scout the environment, they encounter new rats, but Cheng uses his powers to instantly freeze and kill them. The speed surprises Fan, who learns about Cheng's second-class rating as a mage. A member of the CHT tells Fan that Cheng used a spell to freeze the rats so they wouldn't alert the others, and then the other to destroy them efficiently. The man tells Fan that he even has more potential than all of them. Fan agrees but feels something is blocking him from attaining it. As they continue to walk, the team hears screams like that of a human asking for aid, but Cheng tells them to ignore it. Fan wonders why they should ignore a person in need, but Cheng reminds him that the mission comes first. They need to close the tunnels. Cheng even tells Fan that even if it is a member of his family he sees in danger, no one will get involved. He tells Mo Fan that he is the only person here who came to save his sister. Everyone else has a separate mission. The CHT member with the wind ability returns and tells the others that all the monsters in front have been cleared up. The team continues their journey. As they walk, they encounter a man who has been beaten up. He runs and then falls. A member of the team goes to check on him, but unfortunately, he is already dead. They look for signs of a battle but see none. They figure out that the man must have tried to escape through the tunnels, but that is where the nest is, so he walks into hell. They continue their journey when Fan notices the band he bought for his sister on someone's arm. He immediately reminisces about when he bought it for her. Fan runs to check on the person and is relieved to see it is not his sister, but the corpse of her friend from the school. He removes the band from her arms. A member of the team tells Fan that another body uncovered was wearing the uniform of the Mingwen supermart, so that's probably where his sister is. The member suspects the corpses are of people who went through the sewers from the supermarket. They were probably killed by the rats as they tried to climb out of the sewers. Cheng tells Fan that his men have already checked the sewers but did not see his sister, so he tells Fan to go check for her in the shopping mall supermarket. Fan separates from them and he wishes them luck as he runs to go save his sister. Fan leaves the team, and as they ponder why the people left Xia Xin to fend for herself, they are horrified that she was left and hope she still is in a good mental state to be saved by Fan. Fan rushes to go save his sister. At the mart, Xia Xin is hiding from a group of rats that have invaded the mall. She hides as they search and eat. One gets close to her, but she manages to escape into an enclosed space unnoticed, but her wheelchair is destroyed as she tries to escape. She is stuck now, with nowhere to go. At the top of the city, witnessing the horrors taking place, are two members of the Black Curia. One complains of boredom, asking why their leader sent them to do surveillance. One says he is excited to see the blood river that will come from the city. They see a lighting mage fighting. The smaller one of the two wants to go fight him, but the bigger one on a mask instructs him to stay back because he has a personal score to settle. The smaller one tells him not to waste too much time. The scene changes, and now it's Mo Fan. He is fighting dark beasts and trying to evade their attacks. He finds his way to the supermarket, where he encounters the second member of the Black Curia. The man asks him if he recognizes him, and then goes on to remove the mask. Mo Fan is surprised to see the face behind the mask. It is Yuang, but the right side of his face is severely burnt. and part of his lips is missing too. He tells Fan that it is because of him that his face turned this way. Yuang narrates his bad past and how Fan ruined his best chance to be acknowledged by the order. He blames Fan for how his face became, then tells Fan that even if he does not recognize, he will always know who Fan is, even if he burns him to ashes. Fan asks Yuang if he is part of the Black Order as well, but Yuang does not answer him. He complains that he is only one step away from being promoted to the UHS, and he tells Fan that he will take revenge by ripping out his flesh. Fan smiles, and then tells Yuang he is no match for him. Yuang tells Fan that he is not the only person with a trump card. Yuang then summons 10 dark beasts. The number of dark beasts makes Fan hesitate, and he moves back to calculate as Yuang laughs. Fan makes a break for it, but he's pursued by the dark beasts. He uses the skill Ignite, Flame Burst, to attack them, but it does not work. Fan runs to look for his sister, but the monsters keep pursuing him. As he fights, Yuang receives a call from the other member. He tells him that they've been instructed by the higher-ups to go to Mingwen Girls High to stop the military people. Yuang hesitantly leaves. Fan is running. He tries different attacks, but he's unable to get rid of all the dark beasts. Fan is surrounded, but he unlocks a door behind him to get away from the beasts. He locks it and can only watch as the beasts hit the doors. Fan feels that he has to cast mid-tier magic to get rid of the monsters. He looks at the cameras behind him in the room. Then he notices his sister's location. Xinsha is still stuck and scared of the monsters. Fan tries to think of what to do. He is surrounded by dark beasts that are hammering at the door while his sister is stuck. He remembers that the rats have poor sight. Most times they use their eyes to detect heat activities. This is the reason Xinxia entered the refrigerator. She is trying to survive. Xinxia gets out of the elevator because of the cold, while the monsters keep hitting the door to get to Fan. Fan says he needs to break through his limits so he can become strong enough to protect his sister. He uses his powers to evolve from Stardust to Nebula. Immediately, he gets stronger now. A fiery field covers him. He fires one blast which destroys the monsters. Fan uses his magic to quickly get rid of all the dark beasts. While he is doing this, a rat finds Xinsha and dives at her, but she stabs it in the eye. The others come and then feast on the monster. Xinsha tries to get away, but the monsters find her. She gets scared, then she calls out her brother. Immediately, the rats are burned up, and afterward, Fan picks up his little sister. He is glad she is still alive. She tells him that she is scared. She will not ever see him again. Fan hands her the bracelet, then asks if she remembers his exact words when he gave it to her. She laughs, and then says the words he once told her. This bracelet represents the unique position you have in my heart. Fan tells his sister that no matter what happens, he will always find her, and then he carries his sister out of the mart. As Fan is walking all the archwolves away from him, they are scared that if they get close, he will end them immediately. Xinsha asks Fan if he is a star chart level mage now, to which he replies that only his fire is star chart level at this point. At this level, all the low-level monsters will avoid him, but the higher ones will not. Fan takes his sister to a chair so she can rest. From the chair they see the city that is in ruins now. Xinsha tells Fan about the day when someone went missing in her school. She tells him she does not think it is monsters that kidnapped the girl. Rather, she believes it was a strange man sighted that same day. This man was grey, smelt like rot. She said she also noticed that same smell in the mall too. Fan figures out that it is the Black Curia. He feels bad because he thinks that the girl was secretly killed because she discovered the entrance to the tunnels. Xinxia tells Fan that she believes the Black Curia group sent people to investigate the tunnels. This worries Fan, and then he thinks of what to do. Firstly, he wants to send his sister through the protective barrier. Xinxia notices that Fan is injured, so she heals him. Fan excitedly picks his sister up and tells her she is the first healing mage in Bow City. He manages to set her well on a bike. Fan tells his sister that many people within that protective barrier will need her help because her magic healing skill far surpasses most medicines. Fan asks his sister if she can heal someone whose neck has been deeply slashed, and she replies that she can help, but only in a situation where the person does not die from the cut. Fan understands and reminds himself that no magic is perfect. Fan asks Xinxia if she saw any strange holes inside her school. Xinxia tells Fan that as she tried to escape from the school, she saw a massive hole in the middle of the field. Xinxia asks Fan what he plans on doing now. Then he goes on to explain that Bow City is his home. He tried to learn magic because he wanted to be successful, and he had plans to build a good life for her and his dad, but now the city has been destroyed. Fan takes another look at the city, which has been laid to ruins by the monsters. This infuriates him, but he only wants to protect his sister and dad. He tells his sister that he wants to protect the city by destroying the monster entrances, and she closes his mouth to tell Fan that she wants to assist him. The CHT and the soldiers rush to the entrance. On reaching there, they see a giant pit. The pit is in the center of a school, and giant rats are emerging from it. Chung immediately tells the soldiers that they need to seal the hole immediately because there is no need for reinforcement. They use their powers to seal the hole, but the monsters push it back open. Cheng screams that they should keep trying with all their powers to push the monsters back home. The team had different attacks, ranging from earth to fire, water and ice at these monsters, but to no avail. In the distance, the two Black Marie members look at the situation close to the hole. They see the team. The both of them decide to attack rather than stay far away and supervise the situation. Both Black Marie members jump down from the building they are stepping on so they can go to kill the soldiers. On the other side of town, Fan and his sister are riding through town without any hassle because the low-level monsters are avoiding him. It does not take long before he meets a thorn wolf. It is bigger, nastier, and tougher. Fan turns around immediately and accelerates the bike to escape the thorn wolf, but the plan does not work. The wolf stands on its hind legs and then starts pursuing the bike. Fan makes a turn at a corner and hides before the wolf sees him. Xiaxin tells Fan that the monster is really scary, and Fan agrees. They both try to take a breather. Fan tells Xiaxin he does not know how he will be able to defeat the thorn wolf. Xiaxin narrates her ordeal to Fan, thanking him for his aid thus far, even for how he created a safe path for the people in her school. Xiaxin says she has always been someone who hid. Fan understands how she feels when she is lonely and weak. Xinxia asks if the rest are okay and that some people were truly unlucky. Then Fan explains to her that many people have died in their circle. At the site of the pit, the soldiers keep using different attacks on the large number of monsters. As they keep trying, members of the Black Korea intercept them. One of them tells the soldiers that they should run immediately. They are too weak to defeat the monsters themselves. Yu Ang reveals his face, which Cheng instantly recognizes. He is shocked to see what Yu Ang has become. Yu Ang and the other members try to attack the soldiers, but the soldiers use their abilities and intelligence to get rid of both of them. On the other side of town, the best mages have finally arrived at Bow City. The Tyrolikuso notices their presence, goes to the back of the rest of the wolves, and then orders them to attack the mages. The wolves' numbers are in the thousands. The leader of the mage wants to fight, but he is stopped by one of his men. He asks him to preserve his energy for the final boss. They will create an opening for him, so he can fight the Tyrolikuso on one. The leader walks through the horde as each of his men use their powers to destroy the thorn wolves. One by one they lose their life for him, till he finally reaches the Tyrolikuso. The leader screams in agony and then attacks the monster. It fires a beam at him, but it does not face the leader. The leader flies up and then uses zodiac magic, Heavenly Burial, a skill that brings down a fiery hail. The monster tries using its wings to protect itself. Then the leader flies into the monster head-on to deliver a terrible blow. Fan and Xinxia witness this battle from afar. They marvel at the level of power the leader possesses. Then they hurry to the site of the hole. When they arrive at the hole, they see that a thorn wolf is blocking the path of the team of soldiers and the CHT. The wolf is strong and slowly walks toward the members to kill them. As the team fears for the worst, they are saved by Fan. He uses his anger and newfound strength to fire a massive attack at the monster. The attack works, and it pushes the monster back into the hole. The hole gets covered too. After the hole is covered up, the sky becomes clear. Everyone wonders if this is the end. On a moving train, Mo Fan is in his thoughts. With everything that has happened, he is contemplating that Bow City is no longer a viable place to stay anymore. It has been taken over by the Black Curia. Mo Fan recalls everything that had happened and decides they are heading over to Mingzu City. Still on the train with Xinxia and his father, who is currently asleep, Mo Fan asks her what would happen if monsters were to appear on the train's route. She responds that the railway is protected by barriers. He sighs in relief. She freely comments on his lack of knowledge of things he should know. He uneasily affirms her belief. He goes ahead to explain to her that he comes from a world of science where every phenomenon is explained by science. On top of that, he adds that magic is a superstition in the world he comes from and laughs at her surprise. Just behind him, a man who is listening in on their conversation says out loud that without the discovery by brilliant minds, his life would not be as comfortable, let alone the bullet train, which he describes as a massive locomotive powered by the magic from Thunder Talent. He expresses Mo Fan's lack of respect for history. Mo Fan's father, now awake, lightly apologizes to the man and asks him to excuse his son, Mo Fan, for he always liked to babble. He then asks him if he is a professor, judging by the tone of his voice. To this, the man responds that he is the history professor of Mingzhu Academy. Mo Fan and his father are surprised. They never expected to be seated near a professor from Mingzhu Academy, the dream university of all images. Mo Fan eagerly asks him if there is any special admission program currently. He intends to get into the university. The professor affirms that there is indeed a special admission program, but asks him to forget about it. He believes the admission requirements are too high for Mo Fan's standards. He tells Mo Fan he needs to be more than unique to stand out from the thousands of applicants. In the next scene, Mo Fan, his father, and Xinxia arrive at a refugee house with their luggage. He opens the window to let in air. The city is not what he expected. Instead of tall buildings, he is looking into bare land. Xinxia is just content that they have been able to escape the disaster of Bo City. Mo Fan asks her about the school she has decided to attend. She replies that she plans to homeschool herself for the time being and join the Mage Aptitude Test next year. Mo Fan walks up to her and pats her on the head. He tells her she is a mage with healing talent and that she is in high demand because of this. Mo Fan is thinking to himself on his bed. He recalls that the most basic magic requires the connecting of the 7 stars. Also, it is a lot harder at the start chart level, 10 times harder, according to him. He assumes he must connect the orbits to a star chart to unlock the mage's gate. He looks into his palm, holding the little eel necklace, and says he is counting on it. He recollects how the little eel consumed the sacred spring and thus is now an advanced magical gear. As he speaks, the necklace gets up from his hand and hangs in the air, producing a blue light. He decides it is time for meditation. The blue light from the necklace increases, and while meditating, Mo Fan begins to doubt his abilities in connecting the 49 stars accurately, as only a nebula mage. At this moment, the necklace drops to the bed, devoid of every light. Mo Fan gives up and drops to his bed as well. Gasping in disappointment, he picks up the spell scrolls. He contemplates having bought it for all the 100,000 yen he earned from working with city hunters. He decides he must use meditation to gain control of the stars. Just then, his phone rings. He gets up to answer it. It's Miss Tang Yue. He tells her he was worried about her during the attack on the city. He inquires about the reason for her sudden call. She needs his help. She says she is in Sishui, a town next to Song City. She wants him to come by to talk. He agrees. Tang Yue asks him if he wants to know more about the disaster at Bo City. She asks him if he knows the Holy Court of the Association of Magical Societies. He replies that it is an organization that arrests mages who break the law. She then informs him that she is a part of them. She tells him the organization was aware of the Black Chris's plan in Bo City. She in particular has been trying to catch a guy named Sulang from the Black Curia and has failed. She lets him know that the higher authorities of the organization have taken over the case and are going to give justice to Bo City. Agreeing, Mo Fan asks her why then she wants to meet with him. She informs him that Zishui town's rivers had recently dried up and that she is there to investigate the cause. She says her identity makes it inconvenient for her to do that. She requires his help in the investigation. Across the street from the restaurant is a man in a hoodie. Tang Yue instructs Mo Fan to follow him. She suspects the man has the answers she needs because he has killed many mage monsters. Mo Fan is reluctant, but Tang Yue promises that if he helps her, he can ask anything of her. He asks for the crystal ball and she agrees. In addition, Tang Yue gives him books of star chart for protection. She promises to awaken his shadow talent when the job is done. Excitedly, he agrees to do the job. In the next scene, The man with the hoodie walks up to two men and asks them why the land is all dried up. One of the men replies that it happened 10 days ago. The other man, looking in the direction of where a stream had been, adds that the stream began to dry up like magic. At this, the hoodie man runs off in that direction. Just behind a tree, Mo Fan appears. He thinks the hoodie man does not look like a villain. He begins to wonder if Tang Yue might have gotten the wrong person. While wondering what the man seeks to find upstream, Tang Yue appears beside him and urges him to follow the man. As Mo Fan runs in the man's direction, he is confused as to why the land looks like it has been dry for over a year. He continues speaking aloud before Tang Yue appears again and silences him. She takes him with her. A group of men are approaching them. Tang Yue disappears with Mo Fan. As the men approach, one of the men, Pan Xiong, is telling the others that he believes there is a fire spirit. Some of them have doubts. Some believe it could be true since the drought was too sudden. Tang Yue reappears with Mo Fan and he asks about the meaning of the fire spirit. Tang Yue replies that the elements are born from nature, but in some places, a sentient spark can be born. The sparks can greatly increase the power of a mage. She adds that the most common fire spirit can go up to 20 million in price. She believes that is why the thug in the hoodie is here. Mo Fan recalls that Mu Ning Shui was born with something like that. Tang Yue tells him that it happens sometimes. Tired, Mo Fan says there is no chance for a grassroot like him then. Tang Yue tells him that he too is born with an extra talent. She says his double talents are even more adored than Mu Ningshu's spirit, although it comes at a cost. It requires a lot of money. While they are walking, Tang Yue pulls him aside behind a rock. The group of men from earlier are right ahead. The Dongfang family approaches the men. Dongfang Jun orders Pan Xiong and his men to leave the premises. While they are discussing, the thug, Chao Hei, is hiding behind a building between the two groups. Mo Fan realizes the Dongfang family are all nebula mages and are about to put up a fight. They have fire in their hands. Tang Yue takes him up a tree. She tells him that the fire is a basic shadow talent skill. The two groups of men begin fighting with fire. They are all nebula mages but use these basic skills. Due to the drought, the fire catches the dry trees quickly. Dongfang Jun uses his fiery fist, while Pan Xiong uses Earth Wall magic, a strong defensive spell in the early nebula stage. Using the star chart wind magic, Pan Xiong's men put out the fire and bring about a strong wind like a tornado. Striving to protect themselves, the Dangfeng family defends themselves with magical gears, and Dangfeng Jun makes a spear which he uses to destroy the ground spike that Pan Xiong men use to protect themselves. They are now all on the ground and weak. Dangfeng Jun orders Pan Xiong and his men to leave at once. They do. As the Dangfeng family turns to leave, Chao He appears in front of them. He says he might offer them a swift death. Tang Yue and Mo Fan keep watch. Mo Fan is watching Chao He with the Dangfeng family from a distance. The Dangfeng family asks Chao He who he is and asks him to get lost. He takes off his face cap and reveals a scar on his face. When they see the scar, they realize, in shock, who he is. They question him for making fun of them. To this, he replies that her flesh is tasteful and licks his lips. Mo Fan is disgusted at this and realizes he is no different from the monsters. Chow. He begins laughing maniacally. As he laughs, a massive web, which he calls the spin web, appears between him and the Dangfeng family. He tells them that he prepared it for them. Aside from the web, a large purple spider appears between them. The Dangfeng family realizes Chow has the hex talent and seeks to escape him. Before they can escape, they are caught in the web. They try to use their fire talent, but with one look at the giant spider's big red eyes, Dangfeng Jun loses control of himself. No Fan and Tang Yue are still watching from a distance. They realize that since the Dabfeng family had already used up their spells, this hex talent could easily take them out. Tang Yue tells Mo Fan that the level 3 Berserker Tarantula, the giant spider, can invade a person's mind. She says anyone who falls into its trap has no means of escape. When asked if there could be a way to save them, Tang Yue tells Mo Fan that it will only be possible if one of the Dangfengs has the mind or light talent. The Dangfengs are now on the ground, weak, and wrapped up with the spin web. Dangfeng Jun threatens Chao He that he will not get away with it, but Chao He is not moved. He walks away, leaving them lying there. Chow is by himself in this next scene. He thinks refining the fire spirit will enable him to advance his level of magic. As he tries to go further, the ground ahead of him divides into two. He pauses. Tang Yue and Mo Fan are still watching. Mo Fan asks her what is going on. She replies that the fire spirit does not hide deep in the ground and is exposed when surrounding areas undergo dramatic change. Chow watches as a sudden purplish-red fire rises from the split ground. He laughs in satisfaction. It is a fuchsia fire spirit. Tang Yue tells Mo Fan that this particular fire spirit is uncommon and is born from nature and its sentience. She says it is priceless and that anyone would do anything to get it. She decides to go down and meet Chao He herself, telling Mo Fan to stay put. As Tang Yue approaches Chao He from behind, he immerses himself in the fire. She conjures a shadow spike that lunges just inches away from Chao He. Realizing someone else is with him, Chao turns over to face her. She tells him he is under arrest. She also says his soul will be punished after he is given a death sentence. He laughs her off and threatens to kill her. While Tang Yue tries to defend herself, a black cave-like structure covers them both. Chao informs her that the food she ate at the restaurant was laced with his special ingredients. She doubts him. He asks her if she is feeling thirsty. He informs her that he used something that could help boost her health. As he speaks, Tang Yue's cheeks turn pink. She gets weaker and falls to the ground, kneeling. Chao gets close to her, takes her face in his arms, and tells her aside from being a mage, he also excels in pharmacology. She keeps insulting him weakly. Outside the cave-like structure, Mo Fan is curious as to what is happening. He contemplates making a move. While in the cave, Tang Yue brings out fire from her body. She uses the Phoenix Blaze and Fiery Fist magic of the 9th style. When she pronounces the words, the atmosphere turns into a sea of fire, with large fish-like fires as well. She sends one of the fish-like fires towards Chao He. It scares him. He lets out screams as the fire burns through him, dissolving him and the cave into ashes. Mo Fan watches on. He sees Chao still lying on the ground when the fire goes out, and he hopes he is dead. To his utter shock, Chao gets up. He has armor on. Chao is mad that Tang Yue has just destroyed his Earth Lord demon armor. Tang Yue is also surprised. She expected her magic to burn him down. Now visibly angry, Chao He uses his hex spell on her. The spin web ties her down as he walks over to her. On seeing this, Mo Fan finally steps in. He uses the Fiery Fist magic on Chao He. When he is finished, he realizes Chao is still alive. Now Chao spots him and senses he is a low-level Nebula mage. Mo Fan wants to put up a fight. Chao dares him to, but reminds him that the longer they fight, the more Tang Yue's life force is being drained. Mo Fan tries to set up a deal. He tells Chao He to release Tang Yue and take the fire spirit. He also requests that the treasure of the Dongfang family go to him. After thinking about it, Chao agrees to the deal. But after, he refines the fire spirit. He asks Mo Fan to trust his word. Tang Yue, now slightly conscious, nods to Mo Fan, agreeing with his plan. Before Chao realizes what is going on, Mo Fan has summoned the Star Chart of Thunder talent. He uses a lightning bolt on Chao He before he can recover from the shock of discovering Mo Fan has double talents. The Thunder talent finally works and Chao He is down. The dark cave-like structure disappears, along with the spin web. Tang Yue is still weak. She is gasping for air. She tells him to extract the fire spirit and not worry about her. Mo Fan immerses himself in the purplish-red fire in satisfaction and extracts it. Now, Tang Yue is thinking to herself. She thinks if she was not in a state where she could not extract the spirit, she would never have let Mo Fan have it. However, she realizes that bringing him with her is what saved her life. In the next scene, Mo Fan is taking Tang Yue back with him. He gives her his jacket to cover herself with. While on the way, she picks up one of Chao He's magical gears and says she will hand it to the authorities. It's a ring. When Mo Fan asks her what it can be used for, she refuses to tell him. They find a taxi to transport them safely home. In the car, Tang Yue informs Mo Fan that the fire from the spirit will change his physical strength unless he encounters a fire spirit of a higher level. Any fire damage to him from now on will be significantly reduced. He is excited to learn this and keeps recounting the details to himself. Then he asks if she needs to arrest Chao He for the Violent Spring. She explains to him that the Violent Spring is a special brew of potions and that they suspect the pharmacist who went rogue sold this potion to the Black Courier for personal gain. She says she hoped to get a lead from Chao He, but he is now dead. She hopes the ring can give them a lead. As she speaks, her voice is shaky and her hands are vibrating. He asks her if she is okay. In response, she pulls him to herself. The taxi driver notices, but as he tries to speak, Mo Fan stops him. Then Tang Yue pushes him off her. He is confused. They are now sitting apart. Mo Fan turns in her direction and she leans over to kiss him. Her cheeks blush red. Before a kiss can happen, she pushes him away again and looks away. Mo Fan is very confused. The scene opens up revealing Mo Fan seated on a bridge. He gets a notification on his phone. It's a voice note from Tang Yue. The person on the receiving end asks him not to tell anyone what happened. He replies that he will take responsibility. Tang Yue sends another voice note. She says an agent of the Holy Court will have 2 passes for manslaughter. She asks if he wishes she wasted 1 pass on him. On the other hand, Tang Yue recalls her actions in the taxi after they defeated Chao He. A notification pops up on her phone. It's Mo Fan. He replies that he will keep the whole escapade a secret. He tells her he will go back tonight and further informs her that he would love to have coffee with her the next time he is in Song City. She senses he wants to talk about the Second Awakening and is too embarrassed to ask. She tells him not to use the star chart books, as it would be more difficult for him to control his stars if he used them. Also, he lets him know that there is a chance of advancing to a higher level with the progress of his leveling up. Next, Mo Fan is on a train back. He is holding the star chart books and thinks to himself, he needs to gain control of his star chart. He intends to meditate at home and attend the university after he is done with his training. While he is contemplating, Tang Yue sends another voice note. She says she will not break her promise to help with his second awakening. On that note, she tells him where to go. The next scene opens in Mingzhu Tower, the base of the Association of Magical Societies. Mo Fan is in a lift with a lot of people. He approaches a receptionist and introduces himself. He says someone made an appointment for him for the awakening. He is directed to the awakening room. While the receptionist directs him, she informs him that the Association of Magical Societies is the most powerful organization and that all mages must obey its laws. She lets him know that all mages who make it to the Nebula level will have face-to-face services, which include item trade and bounty rewards. According to her, the process saves a lot of time and trifles for the customers. They arrive in a dark room where a tall man, Mr. Guo, stands behind the door. The receptionist introduces Mo Fan to Mr. Guo. He is offered a seat and Mr. Guo asks the receptionist, Mian, if the crystal ball is ready. He requests they use the Thunder Talent Invigorating Stone without consulting Mo Fan. When Mian asks if he will not inquire from Mo Fan, he does not hide his contempt for, according to him, a brat with privilege who learns nothing in life. He thinks Mo Fan just wants to learn Thunder Talent with money. Mo Fan is surprised but says nothing. Mr. Guo walks over to Mo Fan and lets him know that whatever he awakens with the Awakening Stone depends on his fate and bloodline, and it would not be his, Mr. Guo's, fault if he awakens some other talents. Mo Fan tells him he wants to awaken the Shadow Talent and asks why he is using a stone for the Thunder Talent. Mr. Guo then orders Mian to give him the Awakening Stone for the Shadow Talent. Mr. Guo, already displeased with Mo Fan, mocks him for trying to awaken the Shadow Talent for a first awakening and walks away. Mo Fan receives the stone, and upon touching it, a bright white light shines across the room. He soon finds himself in a place that looks like space. The crystal ball is blue around the edges and rotates in the middle. Mo Fan does not understand what is going on. He stares into the ball, and a wind force pushes him backward. In the wind, he realizes he has awakened the Shadow Talent. He exclaims in excitement as he is now present in the room. He thinks to himself, he needs the Shadow Talent in the university to be popular and have the most beautiful girl as his girlfriend. Still excited, he notices a familiar feeling. At this instant, the crystal ball shines a red light. He realizes there is a new energy signature, his fourth talent, but just then, the ball becomes transparent. Mian and Mr. Guo come back in to let him know other mages are waiting outside. They notice the transparent crystal ball. Mr. Guo recognizes the talent. It is the summoning talent. He is impressed. He goes ahead to pat Mo Fan on the shoulder. As Mo Fan is about to express his excitement, Mr. Guo asks him to leave and tells him to work hard, or else the new talent will mean nothing. Mo Fan leaves and another mage comes in. Mr. Guo mistakes the new mage to be sent from Tang Yue. Mian corrects him. He realizes Mo Fan was awakening his second talent and is even more impressed that he is doing so at a young age. Mo Fan walks into his home, excited to share the news with Xinxia, but he finds her meditating. He recalls telling her that if her legs failed her, he would give her a pair of wings. He thinks to himself that if he works hard enough, with his fourth talent, he will indeed be able to give her a pair of wings. Mo Fan tries meditating again to connect his stars. He connects the 10th star. He is happy. He finally gets a hang of the nebula star chart. Next, he checks his calendar and marks the date of Mingzhu Academy's new admission. It is 6 months away. Xinxia watches him from a distance. The months go by. Mo Fan keeps fit, meditates more often, and takes care of Xinxia as well. It has been 1 year already. Mo Fan, his dad, and Xinxia are seated at the table. They are discussing Mo Fan's studies. It is his second chance at the examination tomorrow. His father assures him he will get into a prestigious university with his double talent. Mo Fan intends to use his summoning talent as his main talent, and with his Stardust at level 3, he believes Mingzhu Academy can make an exception for him to pass. He is excited to join the university. It is the day of the examinations. Mo Fan is seated in front of the examiners at Mingzhu Academy. There are 5 of them. They ask him why he chose an interview instead of the entrance test. They think he does not have enough confidence in his talent. One of the examiners mentions that he has passed the minimum requirement for their Stardust test. They are hesitant because he has never used a summoning spell before. They begin to discuss among themselves. They have a mage with earth talent who is very good, and they need just one candidate. Mo Fan overhears them and decides to speak for himself. They offer him a deal. If he can control the 7 stars of the summoning talent and they see how his first summoning goes, then they will decide his fate. He is given just 1 week. The teacher from the summoning faculty is supposed to decide his fate. Walking home, Mo Fan begins to doubt himself. Then he calls Tang Yue and asks to speak with her. They meet on a bridge. He comments on her gorgeousness again. They take a walk while she discusses the summoning talent with him. She tells him the summoning talent is the most dynamic. Unless put to good use, it is no different from walking a dog. She begins to tell him about dimensional summoning. According to her, it is full of untold mysteries. After using it, your consciousness goes into a place called the dimension of the summoning beast. At the other end of the bridge, another candidate is walking with a man named Li. He is worried about Mo Fan. He thinks there is nothing special about a summoning talent. Li tells him that if he is not accepted, they will go to the Swallow City. The candidate is not interested in leaving. He is strong-willed. His name is Luo Song. It's the day of the examination. His uncle Li is furious at Luo Song. He thinks he is stupid for wanting to fight a summoning mage. Luo Song assures him there is nothing to be afraid of. Mo Fan is again in front of the examiners. They ask if he needs any aiding equipment. He replies that he cannot afford them. The examination begins. As Mo Fan starts his summoning, he recalls when he was walking down the bridge with Tang Yue. She made him try his dimensional summoning and helped him where he had issues. Now in the examination room, he finds himself in a bare land with rocks. There is a whirlwind around him at first, and everywhere is dark. Creatures loom in the dark. He recollects Tong Yue's voice, and it serves as his guide. His ability to summon a powerful beast depends on the strength of his will. He comes across a blue wolf-like creature with yellow markings on its body. He chooses it. He needs to first gain control of it with his will. Mo Fan tries to summon the blue wolf-like creature. The creature lies in a corner while Mo Fan watches it. He takes a rope and tries to toss it on the creature's head. As he tries to drag the creature with the rope, he keeps failing. The creature comes towards him. Back in the examination room, he looks as if he is just meditating, surrounded by a white circle. All of a sudden, he falls to the ground and blood flows out of his mouth. The examiners are at a loss for what to do. They want to help him, but they cannot since it is a test. The Chancellor tries to discourage him from summoning this particular beast. He tells him he is using up energy to bring it from another dimension. He advises him not to put a leash on it by force. Mo-Fan listens to him and takes out the rope. The creature is lying quietly in a corner, watching Mo-Fan while he sits down to meditate. While meditating, he summons an emblem of the beast. This completes the summoning. Mo-Fan moves closer to the beast and touches its nose. It is no longer violent. As he speaks to calm the beast, a red mark like a half moon and a dot within the moon appear on the head of the beast. After completing the summons, Mo-Fan awakens in the examination room. The beast comes into the room with him. The examiners watch in awe. The female examiner recognizes that the beast is a super archwolf. Uncle Lee is impressed by Mo-Fan's ability to summon an archwolf on his first attempt. Luo Song, either unimpressed or just jealous, stands up and comments on how he can wipe out a group of archers by himself. He uses the wave plane shift to teleport himself to where the archwolf is. He then asks Mo-Fan if he can have fun with the beast. Mo-Fan agrees and quietly asks the archwolf to fight him. The fight ensues. Mo-Fan is directing the archwolf. He starts by making it create a sandstorm towards Luo Song, which he dodges. The archwolf runs towards Luo Song and he uses wave plane collapse to create an unstable ground for the beast. But the beast jumps over it and continues to chase him as he runs. The female examiner asks if Luo Song is capable of using nebula spells. Lee shakes his head and replies that aside from Luo Song being an earth talent mage, he is also a star chart mage with ice talent. Luo Song now uses his ice talent to split up the ground and create chains of ice. He lets it chain up the archwolf as the archwolf struggles to be free. Even Luo's uncle asks him to stop, but he refuses. On seeing this, Mo-Fan wants to use his thunder talent to continue the fight. As his eyes turn purple, the summoning teacher and the other examiners run over to him to beg him to calm down and stop the fight. Whether Mo-Fan hears them or not, he raises his hands, and a dark cloud covers the room. Lightnings appear. Luo Song recognizes it as the thunder talent. Thankfully, Mo-Fan pauses and gives Luo Song a chance to free the archwolf. The examiners appear astonished. They accept Mo-Fan as a summoning student, and Luo Song is also accepted into the Earth faculty. Mo-Fan thanks them, and Luo Song promises him a payback. In the next scene, Mo-Fan is seated in the summoning class when the summoning teacher walks in. He realizes there are just 7 students in the class, all boys. The teacher tells them they can do as they please and even attend lectures at other faculties if they so wish. He talks about the welcome party at the university. He says it is the most pressing matter for the whole summoning faculty. The best 2 students will be rewarded with a vial of blood of brute. The blood of brute enables a summoning beast to undergo a metamorphosis, where its strength will be increased greatly. Mo-Fan arrives in his room. A few moments later, his first roommate appears. His name is Zhao Manyan and he majors in light faculty. Another is Zhang Pinggu. He wants to be friends. Zhao and Zhang are educating Mo-Fan about the welcome party and the part the summoning faculty plays. Zhang tells Mo-Fan that in previous years, they usually had a beast battle where a monster is locked inside a giant cage in the stadium. Then all new students go into the stadium and battle the monster in front of the whole campus. Zhao corrects him and says they battle the beasts that the new students summon. In other words, the students of the summoning faculty show how strong their beasts are. At night, Mo-Fan tries his meditation again to connect his stars. He recalls Tang Yue's words to let her know if anyone crosses the line. After the meditation, Mo-Fan goes to feed his beast. He uses his little eel necklace and pointing it at the red identification on the head of the archwolf, releases energy to the beast. The beast, now energized, takes off with him on its back, roaring. The next scene opens with Mo-Fan taking a stroll. Zhao approaches him and lets him know that the other 6 new students of the summoning faculty are together and have started training without Mo-Fan's knowledge. Zhao asks to know what kind of beast Mo-Fan has, and he tells him he wants to be Mo-Fan's friend and tells him not to hesitate to ask if he ever needs his help. As Zhao wants to leave, Mo-Fan falls to his knees, holding his head. He can sense that the archwolf is picking up a fight with another summoning beast. He runs off in the direction of the fight. The other summoning beast is a magnificent bone-eating ghoul. Before Mo-Fan gets to the archwolf, the ghoul leaves, leaving the archwolf with bruises. As Mo-Fan admonishes his beast, it collapses. He immediately energizes it again with his necklace, and it wakes up. He decides against using it for the fight at the welcome party. The fight is beginning. The new students are discussing the summoning beasts that will be used by the summoning students. According to them, Hai Dafu will be using a white armored wings. Zheng Bingxiao will be using a stone golem. They also make mention of a bone-eating ghoul. They do not know Mo Fan's beast. Chancellor Xiao begins by addressing the students. He tells them that mages who graduate from the Mingzhu Academy have the power to change the world. He says they should not hope for money and fame. Then he welcomes the 7 new students of the summoning faculty. Hai Dafu agrees to begin first, amidst cheers. As the other students run towards him, he summons his beast. At the Mingzhu Academy's stadium, Hai Dafu is at the center with his summoning beast. It is the white armored wings. As the beast moves toward the students, they all take flight, while Hai Dafu laughs in mockery. The white armored wings catches up to one student. Noticing how close it was to the student, the school authorities asked Mr. Gu to step in. As the beast lifts its fangs to crush the student, Mr. Gu blocks it with a rock, and the student is safe. The student goes on to use blinding radiance on the beast, and it becomes blind instantly. The other students cheer for him. Hai Dafu is furious. Amidst the cheers, the beast still somehow lifts the student and sends him flying. He is taken out of the fight by the medical team. Another student tried to take the beast down with thunder talent. The lightning he produces barely scratches the surface of the beast. Hai Dafu's beast lasts 3 rounds, defeating all the students who try to fight it. But again, the beast is losing energy. As the remaining students combine their talents to take out the beast, it becomes completely worn out and dissolves into the atmosphere. Hai Dafu also collapses. The remaining students of the summoning faculty begin mocking Mo Fan. They think he is useless. Wang Li Ting, in particular, refuses to count Mo Fan as one of the students left to compete. Another student, who looks smallish, reminds him that if they fail to defeat at least 100 people, their resources will be given to other talents. Hence, they need all the manpower they can get. Wang Li Tin boasts that he can make up for Mo Fan, and when the smallish student doubts him, he pushes him out to go and compete. Out of fear, the other student begs Mo Fan to take his place. Mo Fan tells them his beast is badly hurt, and they will have to make up for him. Soon, other students begin taunting the summoning faculty, asking if they are scared to compete. Wang Li Tin forces the smallish student to compete. He starts summoning. He summons a little white dog, and all the students roar in laughter. They begin to tease the summoning beast, and it gets weak easily and is defeated. Next is Zheng Bingxiao. He has long hair and is famous. The other students believe he is capable. Zheng summons a stone golem and the students take flight. The thunder talent and fire talent have no visible effects on the stone golem. One fist is on the ground, and all the students who are attacking the stone golem are on the ground. The summoning faculty is impressed. At a corner of the stadium, Mo Fan is meditating, and a girl, Xiao Mian, recognizes him. She makes a phone call telling her master that she has met the level 2 mage that was awakened a year ago, Mo Fan. Her master asks her to date him. As the students continue fighting, the stone golem is weakening. Noticing this, Zheng concedes defeat. The next summoning beast is the bone-eating ghoul, summoned by Wang. The students are significantly scared of this beast and are reluctant to fight it, realizing if the summoning students cannot defeat 100 people, their resources will be given to the Earth faculty. Luo Song stands up, ready to fight the bone-eating ghoul. As Luo Song comes over to fight, Wang mocks his body size. Luo is not fazed. He steps forward, ready to use his ice talent. As the bone-eating ghoul lunges towards Luo, with Wang on its back, Luo uses his ice talent to conjure ice chains that chain the beast, destabilizing it. Wang falls to the ground. The beast turns to ice and dissolves into the atmosphere. Mr. Gu refuses to control the situation. He wants the students to gain experience. Luo Song asks the remaining summoning students to fight against him together. They are hesitant. The rest of the students are more confident in defeating the summoning students. They are all calling on Mo Fan to come out and face them. As Mo Fan gets up from his meditation to fight, Mr. Jiang, their summoning teacher, tries to refrain him. He wants to negotiate with the students and end the battle, but Mo Fan informs him that his archwolf is awake, and he can sense it. Mo Fan is ready for battle. He approaches the students and summons his archwolf. Currently, Zheng is the one with the highest number of defeats. He has defeated 25 people. Mo Fan's beast takes one breath, and the majority of the students are on the ground. They finally realize Mofan's beast is an archwolf and are reluctant to continue the fight. 5 students representing the 5 talents, wind, water, thunder, fire, and earth talents, led by Lee Junwei, approach the archwolf. The wind talent representative, Datu, tries to obstruct and pin it down. Dudu, the water talent representative, uses her talent to try to protect the student in front of the archwolf. It fails. Next, the thunder talent representative uses lightning on the beast. Nothing happens as well. The archwolf roars. With the roar comes lightning. Its breath lifts the dust off the ground. He tells Dudo they would have to defeat the beast by using self-defense weapons. He uses the Wall of Vine, a small green object that he throws into the sky. It produces a protective covering for him and Dudu, who is behind him. Chancellor Xiao is impressed by Li's capabilities. The archwolf attacks the protective covering and dissolves it in an instant. Dudu collapses in fear. The archwolf stares directly into Li's face and licks him. Everyone is amazed. They all refuse to battle with the archway anymore. Mofan gains the attention of the entire school. He asks Chancellor Xiao if it is not unfair to the summoning faculty that their resources be given out should they fail to defeat 100 people. According to Mo, their resources will be given out if they fail. However, if they win, they only get their resources. Chancellor Zhao laughs and replies that they have another target to meet if they fail to defeat 100 mages. He says if the students of the summoning faculty can withstand the magic of 200 mages, then all the training resources of the semester will belong to their faculty. The students murmur at this pronouncement. Mo Fan announces that he will use up all their resources and apologizes beforehand, much to the amazement of the students. The students are murmuring. They realize Mo Fan has agreed to meet the Chancellor's second target. The students think Mo Fan is arrogant. Luo Song even says it to his face. They are determined to teach him a lesson. Deep in thought, Mo Fan contemplates his decision. He realizes this is his opportunity to practice for all 4 talents without any resources of his own. He is determined to be the greatest mage. Opening his eyes and coming back to reality, he pats his archwolf and gently tells him to fight with him. Lee is annoyed at Mo Fan's supposed arrogance and calls on his team to teach him a lesson. The first set of students come together to fight the archwolf. Students with fire, ice, and earth talents conjure their elements. The archwolf blocks them off. It roars, and the students are on the ground. The next set pushes forward, all conjuring their respective elements, but the archwolf again defeats them. Then comes a student. All the other students give way to him. He steps forward and says his name is Zhuang Lifeng. He is from a noble family and is upset at Mo Fan. He boasts about destroying the archwolf and teaching Mo a lesson. He conjures his element, the wind, but is taken down by the beast. He tries again, this time harder. The students cheer him on. One of them helps with her fire talent. They succeed in falling the archwolf to the ground. However, it gets right back up. Mo Fan orders the archwolf to ignore Zhuang and focus on destroying the others. As the archwolf approaches the students, Zhuang uses his botany talent to conjure a twining vine that stops the archwolf. This surprises Mo Fan. Even at this, the archwolf breaks free and knocks a student over. Zhuang appears to have other motives besides attacking the archwolf. He attacks Mo Fan directly. Luo thinks this is against the rules and wants to act. Mr. Zhang stops him. He says the target was never clearly defined. Zhuang approaches Mo Fan with his wind talent and is surprised when Mo Fan comes against him with his thunder talent. He takes off running but is struck by the lightning and falls to the ground. The other students, now scared, realize that Mo Fan not only has an intermediate level archwolf, but is also skilled in thunder magic. They decide they will slowly deplete the energy of the archwolf. Thinking, Mo Fan decides he cannot look down on all 5,000 of them. There may be more level 2 mages. He thus announces to them that he will not show mercy to anyone despite their level. This agitates the students further, and they surge forward to attack the archwolf. They are all defeated. Mo Fan has single-handedly defeated 150 mages. The school authorities are concerned. They are contemplating giving him all the resources. One of the mages, Bai Kangfeng, who can control the star chart, is asked to confront Mo Fan. He agrees. The school authorities keep watching. Bai is a popular student. As he walks by, the girls call to him. He walks over to Mo Fan and tells him he has upset the students from noble families. He goes on and on about how Mo is intelligent and can win over half the freshmen with his ability. To his surprise, Mo Fan yawns at his speech and calls him talkative. Mo Fan goes ahead to use his thunder talent. Bai uses an armor self-defense weapon to protect himself. It creates a yellow shield on him. Mr. Gu dissolves the shield and eliminates him. Bai is furious. He says he does not need protection. Mr. Gu asks him if he is sure he can operate it stably. The other students mock him for getting eliminated so quickly. In anger, Bai screams at Mo Fan and wants to kill him. Mr. Gu stops him and sends him flying across the other end of the stadium with a wind talent. The number of defeated mages stands at 199. No one wants to fight the Archwolf anymore. Mr. Gu announces that someone should come forward. Luo Song wants to try but walks away after a second look at the Archwolf. Someone approaches Mo Fan. Her name is Mu Nu Jiao, the most beautiful girl in the school. All the students cheer for her. Sensing she is strong, Mo Fan strikes a deal with her. If she wins, she saves a tiny bit of resources for her department, but if he wins, he acquires all the resources. Mu Nu Jiao laughs at him. He wants to give her 30% and take 70%. She mocks him and asks for 70%. He disagrees, and the fight begins on her word. Mu Nu Jiao begins with her wind talent. She conjures the wind shroud. Mo Fan still tries to bargain with her. He offers 50%. Unmoved, Mu Nu Jiao lifts him off his feet with her talent and brings him down to the ground. He gets on the back of his Archwolf and orders it to run to where the wind is slow. The Archwolf tries to hit the wind shroud with its paws, even as Mo Fan falls from its back. It does not listen to him and keeps trying to move toward the edge of the wind shroud. It rebounds and falls on its feet in the opposite direction. Mu Nu Jiao decides to spare its life, but Mo Fan refuses to concede defeat. He sends his Archwolf to rest and decides to face Mu Nu Jiao with his abilities. He uses his thunder talent to rain lightning on her, but she dodges the lightning. She lets him know that she arranged the wind trajectory of this area prior and cannot wait to see him fail. She conjures Forest Prison. A giant shrub pops out of the ground and keeps growing. It has many branches intertwined to form a curved ball that covers Mo Fan. The rest of the school rejoices that they do not have to have their resources taken from them. Mu Nu Jiao opens up a small part of the forest poison and asks Mo Fan to concede defeat, but she cannot find him. As she looks for him, the forest prison begins to glow, and Mo Fan appears behind her and strikes her with his shadow talent. Much to the amazement of the school, she concedes defeat, and the school roars in disappointment. They are furious. Chancellor Xiao makes an announcement. He says the public resources that will be given out will not affect the others' training. He reminds them of what he said at the beginning. Chancellor Xiao steps forward to change the rules. The students question him about the poor students who rely on the school's resources for training. At that, he tells them that Mo Fan is from Bo City. They murmur again. Mo Fan does not like this outburst. However, Chancellor Xiao publicly declares that all resources will be handed to Mo Fan. The summoning faculty cheer him on and are proud of his achievement. In the next scene, Mo Fan returns from the shower to find empty beds. Zhao is standing by the window. Mo Fan asks him where all their roommates are. Behind Mo, Zhang replies that they moved out in fear. Zhao tells him he offended a lot of people with the fight he put up at the stadium. Mo Fan does not care. Zhang divulges that Mu Nu Jiao took on the responsibilities of the Battle of the Beasts and donated a huge amount of resources to every faculty and department. When Mo Fan asks why she did that, Zhao says that noble families use a huge amount of resources every year to reserve the students graduating from famous academies for themselves. Hence, the Mu family is using the resources earlier than usual. They intend to buy all the freshmen. Now, Zhang asks Mo Fan how he escaped the forest prison. Mo Fan tells him to get lost. They start casually fighting. Mo Fan knocks on the door of the library and finds the Chancellor. The Chancellor explains to him that they have the largest collection in the country and that there are many books about shadow magic too. The Chancellor tells him that on the day of the assessment, he knew Mo Fan was hiding something. Although he didn't see how he escaped from the forest prison, he smelt the scent of darkness. Mo Fan tries to explain that there is some information he can't disclose. The Chancellor insists that he won't ask if he's not willing to disclose that information. But one day, he'll reveal it himself. The Chancellor asks that they talk about the main issue instead. Mo Fan agrees, saying he has been waiting for him to say it. They occupy 2 chairs in the conference room, and the Chancellor tells him about the public resources, which are divided into parts for all the students. And these public resources, as he explains further to Mo Fan, are then converted by the school into resources the students can use. The Chancellor shows him a few high-quality magic weapons, which he conjures onto the table. He explains to him that level 2 images can be used in battle. Mo Fan asks about the worth of the weapons, and the Chancellor tells him to choose whichever weapon he likes. He goes on to say that his training resources, summoning beast resources, and scholarship would be given to him later. He then tells him more about the weapons on the table. He starts with a wearable shoe, the boots of the beast, which he says were refined from Changbai Mountain's bloodthirsty beast's flesh and blood, which gives the wearer the ability to run like the beast. He further says that the wearer's legs will also be able to cut through hills and break rocks. Mo Fan asks about another weapon on the table, which looks like body armor. The Chancellor tells him about the weapon, which he calls Qinglin armor, a magic armor. He notes that the weapon is weak in defense and cannot ward off the slave-level monsters. As he tells him more about the other weapons, Mo Fan cuts in and tells the Chancellor that he has decided to pick the boots of the beast. The Chancellor takes the other items out of the table and leaves the boots of the beast, as Mo Fan takes them from the table and puts them on. The Chancellor tells him about the 3-step pagoda, a sacred training ground that has helped Mingzhu Academy stay at the top and assists in increasing one's power. Mo Fan thanks the Chancellor, but he tells him that there is no need for him to do so because he earned it through his hard work. He then suggests that he chooses a suitable time for himself to enter the 3-step pagoda, but he further lets Mo Fan know that he will only gain minimum benefits if he enters the pagoda at the time. The Chancellor then gives Mo Fan a card that contains 2 million yuan. He says that the money is a public scholarship for all faculties. He urges Mo Fan to pursue higher achievements in the path of magic. Mo Fan is walking out of the school building as his mind wanders to what the cost of the lightning speed would be. He thinks the 2 million scholarship is not enough, as he would want to purchase it. He later speaks to his father, telling him about the scholarship he got from his school. At a hunter club, Mo Fan is informed about how to be a city hunter in Mingzhu City, which is earned by being an elite hunter. He had applied to be a hunter, but was informed that his previous experience was not enough and that he would have to complete quests to earn more contribution points, as he is only a level 2 hunter. The hunter's assistant who attends to him further stresses that he is unqualified, and thus he cannot be hired. Mo Fan demands to know if there is no other way, and the assistant suggests that he join a private hunter club, which is founded by master hunters. He explains to Mo Fan that the private hunters club gets clients through their reputation, and they also have a high success rate of completion and efficiency. Mo Fan decides to try it out. Mo Fan is directed to a private hunter club, the Qing Tian Hunter Club. He heads there immediately. He approaches the main entrance to apply for an interview, but then a little girl seated a few meters away says without looking at him that the price will depend on the task's difficulty and that the starting price is 300,000 yuan. Mo Fan notices her and then lets her know that he is there for an interview. She asks if he wants to be a hunter, also notes, and asks him if he doesn't think he's too young for it. Mo Fan is surprised by the question and asks her about her age, suggesting that she might be just 12 years old. Then, from inside another room, a voice asks the little girl if there's a client, and she informs him, her grandpa, that he, Mo Fan, was there for an interview. She further tells him that they won't hire Mo Fan as he is too young. The little girl, Ling Ling, sees another client, a female, who she says looks nervous as she walks towards the entrance. Ling Ling informs her grandpa about the new client and opens the door, ushering her in. Mo Fan also goes in after her. The lady does not apply for an interview. Instead, she narrates her predicament and asks for help from the person in charge, Ling's grandpa. Mo Fan stands behind her and waits. He interrupts the conversation, asking her to go to the police. She doesn't give in to the idea and continues pleading with Ling's grandpa to help, offering a lot of money as she does so. She leaves the club disappointed as he tells her that he cannot help. After she leaves, Mo Fan asks why he didn't offer any help to her, and he, Ling's grandpa, explains the situation to him. Mo Fan later discovers that the little girl, Ling Ling, is a master hunter. The situation that was reported earlier was an issue of a monster, and then Ling's grandpa assigns Mo Fan to the issue, with his granddaughter, Ling Ling, as his partner. Ling Ling doesn't want Mo Fan as a partner, as she says he is a novice hunter. Mo Fan is asked to stay for dinner, as it has gotten late, and as they eat, he is asked why he decided to be a hunter even as a student. Mo Fan responds by explaining to them what the Chancellor told him about how vital it will be to encounter real danger to grow stronger and earn money as well. They continue their conversation as they eat. Mo Fan meets with Ling Ling at the Masterpiece private garden as they begin their task together. From a live feed via a CCTV camera, Mo Fan and Ling Ling watch the house where the lady lives. Their task is to find out the real truth about the monster she spoke about to Ling's grandpa back at the Hunters Club. Mo Fan is concerned about Ling Ling watching because he believes she is too young to see what is going to happen in the live feed, which they accessed through a laptop. As they continue to watch on and argue, they see a door in the house slide open and a hand comes out, reaching for some sort of outfit which hung on the wall close by. Mo Fan thinks it is the lady and asks if she did sheet her skin as a snake does. Ling Ling tells him that the hands were not those of a ghost, but of a person, and she will explain it later to him. She suspects that the woman is going to murder someone. Mo Fan asks if the person she is going to murder is by any chance her husband. Ling Ling does not answer Mo Fan's question, as she has just noticed that the woman is gone. She asks Mo Fan to go after her by searching the neighborhood. She hands him a communication device and tells him that she is going to guard the child who is in the house. She also lets Mo Fan know that the woman likes to drink the blood of young women and will be more interested in a mage. With his magic, Mo Fan changes his appearance and heads down from the building where they both stood. Ling Ling notices the way he descends to the ground and figures out that he uses shadow magic. Mo Fan lands in a nearby forest and reports to Ling Ling that the woman is nowhere to be found around there. Ling Ling asks him to head to the property management office and make inquiries about 20-year-old mages. He does so and informs Ling Ling that about 70 households fit the requirements he gave, but only 6 have their names registered as mages. He heads to the nearest one, occupied by 3 girls. Ling Ling urges him to hurry, as someone might die if he does not find the woman as soon as possible. He gets there and knocks on the door. It opens, and a young lady who opens it demands to know why he was there. He disregards her question and asks if anything happened to her. She replies, saying that she doesn't know why he asks such a question, and it makes Mo Fan think he is at the wrong house. But as he is about to leave, he hears a loud bang, followed by a body that lands roughly against the wall with a thud. The girl screams, but Mo Fan tries to calm her down, saying the hurt girl can hold on since she's a mage. Mo Fan asks her to follow him as he heads into another room, and as she walks behind him, she asks if there is a monster in their home. Mo Fan does not answer her question, but asks her to remain quiet. In the room that they enter, they notice blood dripping from another female's body that hangs from above. They also see a monster above her body as well. The girl behind Mo Fan continues screaming. Mo Fan faces the monster and tries to cast a spell, but immediately the girl falls, and as he turns to see what happened to her, the monster escapes through the roof. He leaves the girl and chases after the monster. He decides to use shadow magic, but then he realizes that he can't because of the lights around, as the magic can only work in dark areas. Ling Ling then asks Mo Fan to go after the baby, and the woman's husband is also shedding his skin. He gets there quickly, and with his shadow powers, he enters the room and blasts the monster from behind. He is surprised that the monster isn't paralyzed by the blast, and then immediately it goes towards him with an alarming speed. Mo Fan disappears and goes underneath, just in time before the monster reaches him. He appears at the other end, where the baby's cot is, and then he picks the baby up. Ling Ling tells him to be careful, as the male monster is so strong. He then notices the female monster, who has gotten there and is a bit concerned. Ling Ling now decides to head over there to help save him and the baby. Before she gets there, Mo Fan, knowing he cannot use his shadow magic, decides to summon the boots of the beast. The boot appears on his feet and he takes flight, dashing out through the nearest exit. The monsters don't give up, as they both go after him and the baby. Mo Fan then decides against his will, to use more magic powers to fight the monsters. The power, his fiery fist power, is very strong, and it hits the monsters dangerously. Mo Fan and the baby are both fine after the intense fight, and thereafter, Ling Ling expresses her surprise at Mo Fan's capabilities as he decides to go back and check on the girls he left earlier. Ling Ling and Mo Fan find the male monster, who is on the ground in pain. Mo Fan is surprised not to see the female monster and wonders where she might be. They figure out that she has been untouched by Mo Fan's powers and escaped. Ling Ling asks about the state of the girls, and he tells her all about what he saw back at their house. They stare at the monster, who is still lying motionless, and Mo Fan wonders if it is a human or a monster. Ling Ling explains to him what it is. As Mo Fan and Ling Ling are about to leave, the monster calls out to them, asking them to save him. She asks Mo Fan to help call an ambulance, as the person in pain is a human being. Mo Fan has doubts but still calls an ambulance regardless. Mo Fan wakes up in his room. His roommate informs him that he has been sleeping for 2 days. He further asks to know why Mo Fan was so exhausted, but doesn't get an answer from him. As Mo Fan washes his face, his mind wanders back to the previous night, and he is still concerned about the whereabouts of the female monster. Mo Fan notes that he has to increase his strength as there are many monsters in the city. He decides to settle down and practice. He sits at the top of the building as his mind wanders back to when his fire and thunder power got to the next level. Mo Fan's friend interrupts his thoughts, informing him that there is someone, a female, there to see him. He figures out that the said person is Ling Ling and hurries down to meet her. She tells him about the offer on the table if they could capture the female monster, and they both figure out ways to capture her. Ling Ling has a tracker she made on her laptop to know the location of the monsters, which would be indicated on a map as a red dot. But as they wait, they notice several red dots converging on their location. They are both shocked by what they see. Mo Fan and Ling Ling run towards another location in the school as she tells him about parasitic monsters who can hide inside humans and infect them. She wonders why the monsters are headed to the school, and Mo Fan says that they might be targeting the 3 girls from a few nights ago. She agrees and figures out that the monsters didn't kill the girls directly because they wanted to have the bodies of the girls as hosts for themselves. Ling Ling is relieved that there will be no students in the school as it is the weekend, but Mo Fan informs her of a concert that will be held in the stadium soon. They run as fast as they can towards the stadium to stop the students from entering. They get there, and Mo Fan tries to warn and stop the students from entering the stadium, but they don't listen as they push him away. Some even call him a monster. The same thing happens as Ling Ling tries to stop students from entering the stadium. With the aid of her laptop, Ling Ling notices that the parasitic monsters are already in the stadium, and she decides that the best option would be to call the Hunters League immediately as the monsters are growing rapidly. But she also lets Mo Fan know about the dangers of any delay at that moment, which would result in the parasitic monsters infecting the whole city. They both decide to act immediately, as it would be dangerous to wait for the arrival of the Hunters League. Mo Fan then decides that he will go in as he has killed monsters before. He asks Ling Ling to gather reinforcements, the Hunters League and the school authorities. He promises to save as many people as he can. He asks to know how he would take care of the monsters who have started infecting their hosts already, as he wasn't going to kill them. Ling Ling tells him to cut their thumbs off and allow the blood to flow, and for the one who has transformed, she tells him to kill the monsters inside them so the host can recover. Ling Ling hands him a communication device, and he leaves and makes straight for the entrance of the stadium. He is surprised to see so many people present for just a concert, and it gets him even more concerned about how dangerous it will be. Ling Ling helps guide him to locate the monsters from where she is, using her device. She alerts him of one a few meters away. He looks around, but does not find anything or anyone, and then he finds it directly above him. Luckily, he dashes away before the monster delivers a blow on him from above. He is now facing the monster, who charges at him, but with his fuchsia's firepower, he sends the monster crashing onto the nearest wall and it falls. He goes to inspect the host, who is still alive, and who held the monster. As the monster's skin sheds away, he discovers that she is the girl from that night, and he asks about her other roommates. She repeatedly asks for water as she explains what happened before she got infected by the parasitic monster. Mo Fan helps her up to a seat and gets water for her to drink. He then asks her to wait so he can get someone to take her to a hospital. Ling Ling advises and pleads with Mo Fan not to go further into the stadium as it will be too dangerous for him. He turns a deaf ear to Ling Ling's pleas and asks to know the location of the nearest monster. Ling Ling has no choice as she unwillingly directs him to the next spot, 20 meters away. She pleads with him to be careful as she would also help from where she sat, using her tracker. As Mo Fan goes further into the stadium, he sees another monster trying to infect a student. Its host. Mo Fan confronts the monster and blasts it with the same fuchsia's firepower, destroying it. He then picks up the host and cuts her thumb open, as Ling Ling instructs. Mo Fan explains to her the reason why he cuts her thumb, and she thanks him for saving her from the monster. He also finds out that she is a mage and possesses the power to heal. She asks him to send the other hurt people to the emergency room so that she can heal them. He turns to leave, but she stops him and asks to know his name, but he doesn't tell her, saying he has a bad reputation. Ling Ling directs him to more monsters spread all over the stadium complex. She notes that the monsters have an interest in younger images, and that was the reason why they invaded the school. Mo Fan continues his search as he gets to the basketball court, where he finds more students. But unknown to him, they are all monsters, which he discovers when they all begin to transform. Mo Fan runs away as there are too many of them, and they chase after him. He then summons the boots of the beast, which enable him to dash forward even faster, and as he beats them to the door, he waits outside it and gets ready to take them on. As they come out, he uses the same fiery feast power and takes them on, all at the same time, and surprisingly, he defeats them all. Ling Ling informs him that there may be other stronger monsters in the court. Mo Fan is still being chased by more monsters as he speaks with another student over the phone, who then directs him to his location at the stadium. He gets there just in time, and they shut the door. The monsters also arrive, pounding the door, and they get ready to face them as the other student, Mo Fan's best friend, also possesses magical powers. The Hunters League arrives, and one of them comes forward and gives his analysis of the whole situation. He sheds more light on how the parasitic monsters came about. In another room in the stadium, Mo Fan, his best friend, and his best friend's girlfriend all wait as the pounding gets more intense. The monsters are almost breaking through, but they still patiently wait, ready to unleash their powers on the ugly creatures. The monsters finally break in, and with a light flick of his finger, Mo Fan's best friend sends a ball of magic into one of the monsters. It gets subdued instantly. Mo Fan now learns about how easy it is to kill the monsters without wasting too much mana, and Ling Ling, who can hear what is going on through the communication device, is excited. Soon, Mo Fan and his best friend's girlfriend join in the fight as they all deliver a masterclass against the monsters. Mo Fan is informed by Ling Ling that the stadium's exits are being closed, saying that the decision was made by the school and Hunters League to make sure no infected student gets out of the school to avoid the consequences. She says the infected students will be quarantined. Meanwhile, authorities from the school discussed further the decision to keep the infected persons locked in. One of them asks if there isn't any other option, as the mages inside would not be able to fight all the monsters. They agree that the only way to keep the situation contained is to kill the Scaly Queen, which would in turn cause the other monsters to die. Ling Ling runs towards them as she identifies one of the men, a part of the Hunters League. Another hunter from the League approaches and recognizes Ling Ling as well. Other hunters join in as Ling Ling tells them about Mo Fan's encounter with the female monster, who escaped and ran away. She further points out that the female monster is the Scaly Queen, and that she is inside the stadium at that very moment. They make plans to enter the stadium, but then another hunter comes out to speak about the Scaly Queen's intelligence and says that instead of going in themselves, they should ask someone inside to deal with the Queen monster. Ling Ling is asked about the mage that killed the male dragon, and she tells them all about Mo Fan, her partner. She then speaks to Mo Fan, letting him know about the Scaly Queen, which she tells him is in the stadium. She then breaks it to him that they all hope he can deal with the monster. They decide they will reward him if he successfully kills the Scaly Queen. Mo-Fan and his friend are heading towards the 3rd floor. They stop to discuss the rewards involved when they get to kill the Scaly Queen, but Ling Ling interrupts them, saying they should get their heads back in the fight and forget about the rewards to be won. The concert has started, and everyone there is going wild with excitement. The monsters continue to spread around the building as they infect more and more people they meet on their way. Mo-Fan and his friend hurry towards the location given to them by Ling Ling. His friend seems a bit scared, but Mo-Fan is quite confident, as he has done something of the sort before. They are now surrounded by more monsters, but Mo-Fan's friend asks him to go look for the Scaly Queen, as he would handle the area. In another part of the stadium, a celebrity is getting ready to perform at the concert, and she is to get down to the arena using a lift. All things are ready and she enters the lift together with her aide. But she doesn't know that this aide is the Scaly Queen, not until she transforms and attacks her inside the lift. The student expects to see a celebrity come onto the stage, but to their greatest surprise, a monster appears, and they all take to their heels, running and trying to escape in different directions. More monsters in different positions transform, restricting the students from escaping. The concert venue is in a state of chaos. The Scaly Queen attacks and tries to infect more victims. She is one of the celebrities who was brought to perform at the concert, as she wants to feed on her blood. But then, Mo-Fan appears and calls out to the monster. He walks further up to the monster, and it jumps towards the roof of the platform where she is standing and assumes a battle position, ready to attack. She seems a bit angry as she recognizes Mo-Fan, who had tried to destroy her some nights ago. She addresses him as a little child and warns him not to act rashly, as she is in the body of an innocent girl. Mo-Fan responds, telling her that he would show no mercy, as he does not want her to go attacking more people. The Scaly Queen is confident and thinks Mo-Fan is not capable of stopping her. She further says that she will kill him as revenge for her husband, whom he destroyed that night. As Mo-Fan gets ready to attack, she launches the first attack on Mo-Fan as she whips out the dangerously long tail and directs it towards Mo-Fan. He creates a magic shield around himself just in time before the tongue strikes him. It crashes against the shield with a loud thud, shaking it. The Scaly Queen repeatedly strikes the shield with her tongue, and it successfully breaks through Mo-Fan's shield. She then aims for him directly, but her tongue only scrapes a little part of his clothes as he dodges. He notes that the Scaly Queen is a warrior-level monster, as it was able to break the shield he created. This makes him a bit concerned. She launches another attempt on Mo-Fan, but this time, he uses the Shadow Shift power and vanishes before her blow strikes him. The Scaly Queen looks around, confused, and wonders where Mo-Fan vanishes to. She then spots him trying to help the injured girl, and immediately she gets back at him, still with her tongue, taking a swipe at him. His Boots of the Beast comes alive at his bidding as he dashes away from the monster's reach, also jumping to the top of the arena. He summons another power, the Hiss of Fire, and aims it at the Scaly Queen, which burns but doesn't destroy her. Instead, it triggers her anger even more as she goes after him, even with the flame of the fire all over her. Mo-Fan notices that the scales are very strong, as they do not get consumed by the fire. He then casts another magic spell, and the fire bursts on her, but she is still not weakened, and still jumps forward towards him. He tries running away, downwards, to avoid getting struck, and he crashes onto the ground. The monster leaps on him and begins piercing his skin with her claws. Mo-Fan groans loudly and strikes her in the face with more of his powers as he jolts away, hiding from her. He is escaping from the Scaly Queen, but sees that she is quite fast and that his powers aren't causing any harm to her. He tries to figure out what to do against her, and at that moment, Ling Ling can reach him again. As he speaks with Ling Ling, several monsters surround him. Ling Ling asks him to use his fire magic, but he is concerned about the number of monsters around him. Another hunter speaks with him through the communication device and asks him to run away, as he would be unable to kill the Scaly Queen. He ignores the hunter's advice, removes the communication device from his ears, and throws it away. Mo-Fan transforms his appearance and summons a dark wolf beast, which appears and charges at the monsters one after the other, ripping them apart. Fan Mo asks it to fend off the other monsters, as he wants to go after the Scaly Queen. Facing the Scaly Queen, he swears that he will change his name if he does not kill her. He then conjures up his shadow power and attacks. He uses the fuchsia's fire, and with a powerful blast, he sends her flying as she clatters against a glass surface. The Scaly Queen is not still dead, yet and again. She charges towards him at top speed. Ling Ling advises him to run, but he decides against it, and instead, he summons the Book of Star Chart, hoping for his incantation speed to be faster than the monster's speed, which would ensure that he doesn't get killed. He summons a shadow nail and it appears, striking the monster with a dangerous blow. He then uses the lightning bolt power, and putting everything into it, he finishes her off with a mighty strike, shaking the whole stadium and its surroundings. He falls to the ground, exhausted, as the power has taken away so much energy from him. The Scaly Queen lies dead and transforms into the host. At that moment, his necklace absorbs some powers from the monster, and he can identify what it is. The Hunters League breaks through and enters the stadium, and their commander orders the hunters to invade and kill every monster in the building. The commander asks to know where the Scaly Queen is, but the Hunter King informs him that she is already dead. He is surprised to find out that it is Fan Mo who kills the Scaly Queen and not him, the Hunter King. The Hunter King orders that they all save the students in the building as Ling Ling runs in, searching for Fan Mo, who hears her voice and signals to her from where he lies. She goes over to him and notices that he is bleeding. He doesn't mind, and instead, he asks about the condition of the other students who were taken to the emergency room. The mage with the ability to heal whom he saved earlier is also beside him, and she tries to heal him with her powers. She performs her magic on him and says he will be healed soon, then leaves, saying she will ask someone to pick him up as he is very weak and still stays on the ground. Just then, his best friend gets to where he is, and he is impressed that he is still alive. Mo Fan gives all the credit to his best friend, just like they agreed earlier, and Ling Ling wonders why. He explains why he does so, but Ling Ling is furious, saying that he will not get many benefits if he does not take credit for killing the Scaly Queen. Fan Mo further explains to her that his improvement is what he is after, not the benefits attached, and that his primary goal is to participate in the hunter's game, which is only possible if he improves himself. Ling Ling understands, but warns him about the other competitors in the game who are far more experienced and have participated in several battles. Fan Mo is taken out on a stretcher, and as he lies on it, his thoughts wander to all that lies ahead of him. The girls who were attacked at their home by the Scaly Queen are walking together in the school environment as they converse with each other. One tells her sister Moo that she's found a house and that they should check it out later. She informs them that because of what happened in the stadium, her family almost forbade her from renting outside with them. She adds that they have to be careful, and she can't believe he's the one who killed the Scaly Queen. The other girl asked if light magic deals with such damage. The other girl replies that maybe it's because of his noble background and he killed it because he has many magic tools. The other girl admits that he's now their hero and adds that he's handsome too. She adds that there were rumors that Mo Fan was the one who did it. Two girls sitting by the roadside overhear their discussions. One of the girls says she saw a Star Chart level Thunder Mage that day and that he killed the Scaly Queen. The other girl explains that maybe Zhao Man Yan is a Thunder Mage too. The next scene opens with the two students, Mo Fan and his best friend, who had saved thousands of lives. A man addresses them, saying they are both like celebrities now, but one of them is neither accepted nor trusted by the public. One of the guys admits that he's there for the fame, while the other is there for the money, and they've both achieved that. Mo Fan brings out the warrior level spirit essence that he got after defeating the Scaly Queen and says to his best friend that he is going to sell it. His friend exclaims, asking him where he got it from. Mo Fan says to him that he didn't expect to get it either. His friend is even more impressed, saying it is a rare drop from warrior level monsters. He also asks Mo Fan to tell him about how he got the soul container, since it is impossible to collect the spirit essence. He further tells him about its worth, and Mo Fan is surprised because it is very expensive. His friend goes ahead to explain why it is worth that much, as he says that only soulmates can collect the spirit essence, and because the soul container was invented to collect the spirit essence, it became very expensive. He then offers to help Mo Fan sell the spirit essence for a fair price. As they both sit in the theater and wait, another student, Bai Kang Feng, confronts Mo Fan. He introduces himself as the eldest son of the Bai family in Mingzhu City. After Bai Kang Feng leaves, Mo Fan tries even harder to figure out who he is, and and his best friend comes to his rescue and helps with an explanation. At the theater, different magical items collected by the students are being sold to the highest bidders, and Mo-Fan waits to sell his spirit essence. Mo-Fan buys the 1000 volt and is excited, as his thunder magic will be the same as his fire magic. The moderator, who is the appraiser, introduces the next item, the egg of a blue-feathered giant peacock, which has the blood of the Penglai peacock. The students silently express their anger as the moderator, who, instead of going to the next item in the usual order, goes on to introduce Mo-Fan's spirit essence, which has just been brought in. He sets the starting price at 12 million yuan. The spirit essence receives an offer of 29 million yuan and is accepted, but Mo-Fan's best friend notices that the person who makes the offer is from the Bai family. The appraiser goes ahead to introduce the next item, the Shield of Hell, which he describes as a weapon that produces spikes to pierce the enemy as well as protect its wielder. Mo-Fan exclaims, saying he wants to get it, and his friend hands him the tag, asking him to bid for it as he is now rich. Mo-Fan discusses this with his friend over some drinks, as he decides to get a house outside school. His friend urges him to go for it, and after they finish, he starts searching immediately and finds one. As he is making inquiries, 2 girls he saved on the night of the attack, Mu and her sister, are there too, searching for a house as well. In the end, after a little argument, they all agree to rent and share the house. Mu isn't very okay with them sharing the same place with Mo-Fan, as she informs her sister that he is close to the Zhao family. A voice talks about the rampage of sand tigers, the surge of island lake snake tribes, and the escapee Chao Hei. He says the situation is getting worse. He is speaking to Tang Yue, and he tells her that she is in charge of guarding the 3 reservoir barriers. He says the situation is in chaos, and he needs her to resolve the problem as soon as possible. He tells Tang Yue that he can only feel assured when she takes charge of the problem of the surge of the snake tribes. She tells him that the violent spring water incident has not been resolved. He replies that the Black Order is constantly on the move and that they must not get led by the nose and be chasing them forever. He says they need to act before the Black Order does, and that they must safeguard the borders so that the Bo City disaster does not repeat itself. Tang Yue gasps and says the underground holy spring. The man says that it seems that Sa Lang is still after the underground holy spring, and that she should keep an eye on the child who protected the underground holy springs. She asks if Sa Lang plans to attack the child. He replies that it is a golden opportunity for them, and if it goes well, it will help them to capture the hidden Black Order members. He says that Sa Lang is the key to providing them with information on the Black Order executives, and capturing him will greatly benefit the Judge Council. Tang Yue asks about Mo-Fan. She stands on the balcony in the snow and puts a call across to Mo-Fan on his cell phone. He answers and is surprised to hear that it is Tang Yue. She asks him where he is at that moment. He tells her he is in Song City and is near her place. She says she will go look for him. He tells her not to, that he will be heading back soon. He asks why she called him, and she says it is nothing, and that she will come and look for him in a few days. She has a flashback to her orders from the man. She calls his name to get his attention and asks him if the underground holy springs are still with him. He says that he almost drank it all during the chaos that happened back then. She is surprised to hear that he drank it. She asks Mo-Fan if he has encountered any of the Black Order members recently, and he says no. She repeats that she will be visiting him soon. She draws her hood up against the cold and places another call. She asks if the person on the other line is the Qingtian Hunters Club. On his end, Mo-Fan stares at his cell phone after the call. His sister asks him what the problem is. He says it is nothing and asks Jingxia to continue her story about the ancient capital tomb and the land of the dead. She says that the ancient capital tomb has a long history to it. Some hunters discovered its entrance many years back, and compared to demons, the dead spirits of the tomb are more dreadful and fearsome. Xinxia says that many archaeology mages have tried to search for relic treasures in the tomb, but all returned empty-handed because of the spirits in the tomb. She says after that, the government declared the place a forbidden land, and no mages were allowed to step in again. Mo-Fan expresses his surprise. Jingxia says that the incident is well known to all mages, and is surprised that Mo-Fan does not know anything about it. Mo-Fan says that he is clueless when it comes to geography. Xinxia says that their ancestors, who were the guardians of the underground holy springs, had the ancient supreme ruler's tomb built there. She says the ancient capital tomb may be the only clue to the truth of the disaster. Mo-fan stops, and Shinxia says that she just thought about Bo City. He tells her not to worry and makes to take her back inside since the weather is cold. She asks him when he will come again, and he tells her he will visit when the weather gets warmer. She says that will be when his school opens and asks him if he won't be busy when the new school term starts. He says he was really busy last term, but the upcoming term should be fine. Later, Mo-fan sits on his couch and meditates. He says that after training hard, his fiery fist and lightning strike have leveled up significantly, but he thinks they're too weak for him to take on general class monsters. He hopes his fire and lightning can reach the next tier when the new school term starts. He has a mini tantrum saying that he has put in so much effort, but his lightning and fire are still stuck at mid-tier level 1. He thinks that combat will be a better way to level up his skills. He leaves his house and makes his way to the Qingtian Hunters Club. He asks Ling Ling why there's no work, and she says there's nothing she can do when business is poor. She tells him he'll be less bored when school starts the next day. Just then, a man comes up and tells him they have a request. He says the request is simple, but the story is complex. He shows Ling Ling the request, and she says it is weird and that this is the first time she's seen such a request. Mo-fan reads the request and sees that it is a request to protect him. He is surprised and asks why he needs to be protected. The man tells him that his life is in danger. Ling Ling asks the man who is her grandpa what they should do. He tells her he will arrange for the best hunter mages to come to help them fulfill the request. Mo-fan objects and says he can protect himself. Grandpa tells him he can't do that because the agency's reputation will be ruined if he gets hurt. Mo-fan walks away. Grandpa tells Ling Ling to stay in constant contact with Mo-fan so they can know his location at all times. She agrees. Mo-fan ends up by the river and thinks about this strange turn of events. He wonders if the Black Order is after him and thinks that things can get dangerous if that's the case. He says he can't let his guard down because the Black Order is good at hiding. He calls Ling Long and tells her that he doesn't need protection and to get the hunter mages to protect his father instead. He asks Ling Ling to protect his sister. Ling Ling protests and her grandpa tells her to do what Mo-fan says. He wonders who the client is and his pendant glows. He admits that it is his loach pendant that absorbed the underground holy springs. Just then, a guy appears and tries to attack Mo-fan. He throws a fireball at Mo-fan and No-fan retaliates with thunder. The guy uses wind power to create a typhoon and Mo-fan jumps away. Another boy tells the others to make sure Mo-fan doesn't run away. Mo-fan scoffs and turns his attention to getting rid of the wind mage. He unleashes his lightning and most of the boys run away, except the fire mage who keeps throwing fireballs at Mo-fan. Mo-fan buries him under rocks. The boys surrender and it turns out they are from his school. They tell him that his Wenqing told them to attack him because he disrespected Munu Jiao. They apologize and he tells them to get lost. Mo-fan makes it home in one piece and thinks that he is being too anxious. He says that finding him should not be that easy, no matter how formidable Black Order is. He thinks about the Bo City disaster and his hatred for the Black Order. He walks into Mingju University the next day, accompanied by whispers. It seems everyone is talking about him. His friend walks up to him and tells him that it is impressive how it's the first day of school and everyone is talking about him. Mo-fan says he didn't do anything and his friend calls him out on it. He scoffs and boasts. Just then there's an announcement summoning Mo-fan to the KFC office. Mo-fan is surprised. When he goes to the office, he is scolded for injuring his fellow student. He defends himself. They ask him if he is in danger, but he doesn't say anything and is dismissed. On his way out, he stops at the door and asks the principal for permission to cultivate in the 3 Steps Pagoda as soon as possible. The teacher tells him not to push his luck, but the principal says otherwise. He says that Mo-fan is the rightful winner who is allowed to cultivate in the 3 Steps Pagoda. He asks him if he is prepared, and he notes that Mo-fan seems to have some urgent matters to take care of. He says he will arrange it as soon as he can. Mo-fan thanks the principal and leaves. The teacher and the principal talk about Mo-fan and Black Order and how the judge intends to use Mo-fan as bait to draw the order out. The boy that Mo-fan injured is in the hospital begging someone. He says that he is sure his identity was not exposed in the incident. The priest says he has failed, and the boy says that Mo Fan is a savage and an eyesore. He tells the priest that the best time to strike is during the main campus assessment. The priest is Yu Ang, and he vows to make Mo Fan his slave. The principal and Mo Fan are out walking. He explains to Mo Fan that the 3 Steps Pagoda was built by their ancestors and is a very special magical building that can gather the natural elemental energy of the world. He says that elemental spirits are the results of long-time accumulation and transformation of abundant natural elemental energy. He says that because of its location and structure, the 3 Steps Pagoda can accumulate elemental energy thousands of kilometers away. They finally get to the pagoda, and 2 men greet the principal. He introduces Mo Fan to them and tells them that Mo Fan has won the right to cultivate in the pagoda and asks them to lead him there. Mo Fan follows them into the pagoda. As they walk, Mo Fan discovers that even though the pagoda seems 50 feet wide from the outside, the passage inside seems endless. The senior asks him if he knows why it is called the 3 Steps Pagoda. Mo Fan thinks instead of 3 steps, it should be called 30,000 steps. The senior says he must be clueless about space elements. The senior explains the concept of space to Mo Fan. He says that in space, 1 step is 1,000 depths, 2 steps for myriad miles, and 3 steps for infinity. He tells Mo Fan the 3 Steps Pagoda, also known as the Pagoda of Infinity. He says that though it may not look spectacular on the outside, it is extremely difficult for a person to reach its space end. Mo Fan says it is his first time hearing about space studies. The senior explains that the 3 Steps Pagoda has many space levels, and the pressure increases as they go higher. They stop on the pathway and it divides into steps. Mo Fan is surprised. The senior explains that Mo Fan's cultivation will begin once he steps on the tiles. Mo Fan takes a step and climbs steadily until he gets to a triangular platform. It is a long trek, and Mo Fan feels his magical energy depleting. He wonders why that is happening to him. Outside, the seniors discuss. One asks the other if he did not tell Mo Fan something. The information he did not disclose is how the space pressure multiplies for every step taken and depletes magic energy before long. He says there is no need to tell, and the other guy corrects him and says he should have warned Mo Fan not to force his way up to the 2nd level because the pressure multiplication there is far greater than at the 1st level, which means that almost all mid-tier mages will be out of magic energy halfway and they will be rendered unconscious, which will make it impossible for them to continue the cultivation. Mo Fan is breathing hard on the steps, trying to catch his breath enough to continue. The senior says that insolent fools like him are everywhere, and no matter how many times you warn them, they will do it anyway. He says that a freshman like Mo Fan has no right to cultivate in the 3 Steps Pagoda when they have spent 2 years of their time guarding the place just to earn the right to step in 1 time. He walks away and says it is up to Mo Fan now. Mo Fan makes it to the triangular platform. He lies down to catch his breath. When he opens his eyes, he exclaims that it is flooded with fire element energy. He says that it is time to meditate, and he starts to do so. The fire energy enters his body. He exclaims that he is only at level 1, and the cultivation speed is 20 times faster than outside, and he decides to go to level 2. He exclaims that it has only been an hour, but he feels like he has meditated for a day. He decides to climb higher. He gets to the top of the 2nd platform and remarks that the difference between levels 1 and 2 is insane. He says that his lightning and fire elements have reached the 2nd tier in a short time. He has also noticed that his magic energy drain is immense. He has 1 last day to cultivate to get to the 3rd level. He begins the arduous climb and his magic drains more quickly. He reaches the top of the 3rd level and is transported by his magic. He laughs because he feels 200 times the speed of cultivation. He does the fiery fist, astral blaze maneuver, and shakes the foundation of the school. The seniors stop in their tracks as Mo Fan makes his way out of the pagoda. They ask him about his cultivation, and he says the 3 steps. Pagoda has lived up to its name. He says that there is 80 times more elemental energy in the pagoda. He wishes he could stay inside for longer. The seniors are dumbfounded. They cannot believe that he managed to reach the level 3 platform. Mo Fan thinks to himself that it feels like he's about to reach Tang Yue's level. He wonders if she has gotten stronger since that time. He tries to dial someone's number, but is told the number is unavailable. He gets to his house and sees a girl meditating on his couch. She has on a bracelet that pulses with magical energy. He identifies it as a piece of star cloud magical equipment. and quips that all experts have tricks up their sleeves. The girl says that it has been a long time since she last saw him. She remarks that his cultivation speed is amazing and asks if he is prepared for the main campus assessment. He says he almost forgot about that. She tells him that if he doesn't use the chance to get into the main campus, he'll be stuck in the novice campus for the next 3 years, wasting his time. He tells her that she's hot, but she nags too much. He says he will go and prepare. He meditates on the balcony. He tells himself that his studies are still important no matter what. He muses to himself while she watches from the couch. In school, the principal addresses the students. He tells them he is pleased by their improvement. He tells them that being a mage is dangerous and they must have the determination to succeed. He tells them that the main campus assessment is a demon that whips students into shape. He announces that students who have not achieved the mid-tier cultivation will not be allowed to participate in the main campus assessment for their safety. He wishes them success in their assessments. Some boys talk about the assessment. They say that the assessment will be different from before because of an incident that happened outside of the school. The principal tells them that a half-tamed shadow beast has escaped, and the criteria for the main campus assessment is to capture the beast and hand it over to the authorities as soon as possible. He tells them not to be scared and says that the winner of the assessment will be rewarded. The reward is to cultivate in the 3 steps pagoda. He warns them that shadow beasts have shadow element abilities and it will be difficult to trace them, so they have to use their heads as well as their magic. A girl chases after Mo Fan as he walks home. She asks him if he has any thoughts on the assessment. He tells her that shadow beasts love to eat beef and they have fur tails that glow in the dark. He says they shed during spring. She asks him how he knows all this, and he says he analyzed it. He tells her to learn to use her brain. She tells him to join her team for the assessment, but he declines. Her friend tells her to forget about him. Mo Fan goes to an office to get documents on some cases of food disappearances. He goes to the ports and finds a trace of the shadow beast's fur. He thinks he is too late to find the beast. Just then, his phone rings. It is the girl who gave him the documents informing him that a large amount of beef had gone missing from a factory in the Sujiangan district. She asks if he wants to take a look. Turns out she has been coerced to do this and she is strangled. Black-raised monsters are waiting to capture him at the factory. They get a pep talk from their handler. Zeuting gets to the factory and is mistaken for Mo Fan. He gets into a skirmish with the creatures and is defeated. The people want to kill him, but settle for capturing him instead. Lulu tries to come to his rescue, but is restrained by a black-raised monster who claws her and leaves her for dead. A wind wielder comes riding on a wolf. It is Mo Fan. He creates a barrier around Lulu and sends a lightning strike that burns the black-raised monsters. He takes Lulu out and then sends another lightning spell that pulverizes the black-raised monsters. The wolf attacks some of the humans, and Mo Fan uses his fire magic to take one down. One of the Black Order members is taken down by his fire, and he races Lulu to the hospital on the beast. She tells him that they captured Zeuting. Zeuting is in the Order's lair, and he calls the priest a disgusting half-man beast. The priest says that since he is in his lair and they are old friends, he will show him exactly what it feels like to become a truly disgusting man-beast demon. It is morning and the girls are getting ready for school. Mo Fan walks into the common area, and one of the girls quips that he has been out all night. Mo Fan ignores this and asks if anyone looked for him the night before. She says no and asks if he got into trouble. He doesn't answer her. Instead, he sits at the table and devours the food there. She gets angry at this and yells at him for eating it when he does not ask if the food is for him. She tells him he has no manners. Just then, Moo brings another plate to the table and tells him to eat up. He asks them how their investigation on the shadow beast is going. The first girl tells him that the beast is almost in their hands and that she is not going to tell him anything. He tells him not to think of stealing their prey. Moo pipes up and says that she feels that the assessment is not simply about finding the shadow beast. That catches Mo Fan's attention, and she continues by saying that Principal Xiao stated that the objective is to capture the beast and put it into the school's beast taming cage. She says that the objective isn't just to capture the beast. The other girl gets the idea and says that if one person manages to capture the beast, it might turn into a game of rugby with everyone fighting for the beast. Moo says that before capturing the beast, they have to consider how they can put it into the cage. Mo Fan adds that it means that the shadow beast is a tasty bait that is going to lure everyone in for a battle royale. He takes a rice ball from the table and leaves the house. Mo Fan goes to visit Lulu. He asks her why she left the hospital. She says she is fine already and the heal element mages have healed her wounds. She clutches his hands and asks if there's any news of Zhao Ting. He says he looked for him the whole night but could not find a trace of him. Lulu says she needs to go back to the factory, that there might be leads there. She tries to get up to go, but Mo Fan gently pushes her back down and tells her to take care of herself first. She tells him that Zhao Ting was there because a student told him that the shadow beast had been spotted in the factory, but that when he discovered the black-raised monster, he was inspired to take revenge. She cries because she thinks it is her fault. Mo Fan thinks over this information. Lulu tells him that the student who told him about the shadow beast wanted him to pass the information to Mo Fan. He asks the student's name, but Lulu doesn't know. She asks Mo Fan if he is related to the Judge Council and tells them to save Zhao Ting. He tells her to rest and that he will come up with a plan. Lulu has a nightmare and remembers the student's name. She tries to call someone and turns to see a black-raised monster in her window. She runs from her room onto the roof. She is traumatized. The monster appears behind her on the roof and lifts her by her neck. He squeezes her and then drops her. He is accompanied by the black-raised monsters who charge after her. The man-beast attacks them to protect her. Lulu cries and the man-beast wipes her tears. She thinks it is Zhao Ting. Mo Fan runs along the street as he places a phone call to Tang Yue. He sounds relieved that he has finally gotten her on the phone. She explains to him that she cannot take his calls because the Black Order is after him. She warns him to be careful. He tells her he is fine and explains what happened to Zhao Ting. She says she is afraid that the people who took Zhao Ting will use curses on his soul to turn him into a black animal. The man in charge of the black beast says that it is difficult to tame a black animal and the soul must be filled with hatred and revenge. He marvels that Zhao Ting's soul could be filled with hatred and tells him to join them. Zhao Ting roars at him and he unleashes his whip on him. It brings Zhao Ting to his knees. The priest tells him that his feelings will slowly disappear. He asks him if he thinks he can come back to life. He tells him that even the monks cannot save him. He tries to force Zhao Ting to obey him. He threatens to torture Lulu. He orders Zhao Ting to kill her and he turns to obey, with tears streaming down his face. He kills her, and the priest tells him he is no longer useless to him. He says that the scene is a warning to Mo Fan. The priest leaves, and Lulu speaks to Zhao Ting. She reminds him of his words to her when he told her that she was the only motivation for him to live. She tells him she knows he killed her to protect her. She tells him he must live without her and she gives up the ghost. He screams his frustration and it begins to rain. Mo Fan appears on the rooftop and calls out to Zhao Ting. Zhao Ting hands over the Black Order talisman to Mo Fan. Mo Fan asks him if he wants him to end his pain. He tells him he will take him to the trial so that they can find a way to change him back. Mo Fan has to use his magic to get rid of Zhao Ting, so he uses his fire magic to burn him. He reports everything to Tang Yue. He tells her his suspicions about the Black Order hiding amongst the students at Mingzhu University. She tells him he has no proof and he cannot act recklessly. He tells her that he will give them a chance to come to him. He tells her that she can act on members of the Black Order outside Mingzhu University. He says he will handle the Black Order members in Mingzhu. Mo Fan walks under the rain without an umbrella. He contacts Huzi in the health division and asks him if the shadow monsters released by the guards have been captured. Huzi tells him to follow the school rules. Mo Fan vows to avenge Xu Zhaoting. Back at the school, the girls speculate on whether Mo Fan caught the shadow beast. They sit on the top of a building and watch students file in twos to a certain location. Someone says they see a wild wolf and everyone is instantly on high alert. Mo Fan arrives, dragging the shadow bead to the school's cages. The students all stand around Mo Fan, while Tutu and Moo watch from the bushes. Mo Fan wants to trade the shadow monster for holy tears. Members of the Black Order stand, concealed in the bushes, and watch Mo Fan. The students leave Bai Zhangfeng alone. Mo Fan presents the shadow beast to him as an apology for beating him. The students rush to be the one to get the shadow beast. The students fight over it, unleashing their magic in various ways. It becomes an all-out war for the pleasure of cultivating the 3 Steps Pagoda. The faculty of Mingzhu watches as the students duel with their elemental magic. They are concerned about the safety of the children. Principal Xiao gives orders for the students' strengths to be removed. The teachers protest, but the principal stands firm. They do as he says, and all the powers are lifted, leaving the students without their magic. The students are confused. The Black Order people decide to start killing the students. Just then, Fu Tianming appears and explains why the formation has been set up. They think that Mo Fan's magic will be reduced and they can deal with him. The priest orders Fu Tianming to do what he has to do. Mo Fan sits serenely on a bench in the school premises after unleashing the chaos. He notes that the Night Conqueror has been released and asks himself if the Black Order will think that his magic is suppressed under those conditions and come to him like free real estate. He takes a look at his fingers, which have a haze surrounding them. He is surprised that he also possesses a dark element. He vows that none of the Black Order will escape. He knows that the Black Order will strike to get the underground holy springs that his beast swallowed. He knows that they won't stand by and have the Shadow Beast sent back to the defense force. He says it is time for a change from the status quo of the Black Order, always attacking from the shadows. He speaks to his pendant and asks for its help to find the Shadow Beast. He activates his magic and becomes a tiny orb of light. The students have to grope their way around in the darkness, and a girl bumps into a boy. He asks who she is, and the girl recognizes him as Bai Cheng Feng. She asks him what is going on and explains that her stardust is unstable and not working properly. He tells her to calm down and that the school has activated the Night Conqueror spell. He tells her he lost track of the Shadow Beast in the chaos from earlier and that they can barely see anything, much less find the Shadow Beast. She tells him she left a marking on the beast and it has her magic seal on it. She says that he should follow her to find it. He follows her and says that they will be the winners if they can find the beast and put it in the beast taming cage. Two other boys are also looking for the Shadow Beast. They say they did not expect the beast to land in Mo Fan's hands so quickly. They realize that as the Shadow Beast has gone missing, the fight for it is pointless. One of the boys threatens to kill Mo Fan if he sees him again, but just ends up kicking the wall and putting himself in pain. He smells something and asks the other boy if he smells it too. There are black raised beasts around. The Black Order priest tells Hui Yi that he is depending on him and that he cannot depend on the useless student. He says they need to retrieve both the Shadow Beast and the underground holy springs and also put an end to Mo Fan, the eyesore. Hui Yi accepts the orders and leaves. Mo Fan materializes as the Shadow Beast runs towards him. He finds out that it can run faster than his spirit wolf and is amused and interested by that. Black raised beasts try to pounce on him, but he activates his shadow magic and disappears. The girl is tracking the beast and is sure it is close. She tells Zhuang Li Feng to get ready to use his plant element magic to restrain the Shadow Beast. They get ready, but it is not the Shadow Beast that appears. It is the black raised demons charging toward them. They are ready to use their magic, but the beasts charge past them and do not hurt them. The girl understands that the demons are there for the Shadow Beast as well. She tells Zhuang Li Feng to get ready to use his Emid Tear plant magic. He uses it to imprison the demons, but it doesn't work well. The girl adds her fire magic and burns the demons. She tells them to move. They find Mo Fan, who is hot on the trail of the Shadow Beast. He sees the black raised demons coming towards him and says he is right to follow the Shadow Beast. He decides to kill the demons. He unleashes the fiery fist spell on the demons. The others stop because the girl says that she feels the power of a strong fire magic spell. She goes back to take a look. They find a pile of dead demons and wonder if they were done by the Song She's flames. She denies it and says that her fire is the normal type and that the fire used in that attack was spirit fire. She wonders why the demons are in their school and says they should warn the other students in the maze. The boys wonder how they will do that. Li Tong finds the Shadow Beast and tries to lead the demons to capture it, but they are interrupted by the voices of the students, which scares the beast away. He makes nice with the newcomers and tries to ally with them. At that point, Mo Fan peels himself from the shadows and they try to fight him. He faces Li Tong and asks him to drop the act and look at his black raised monsters. Li Tong boasts of his prowess in controlling black raised monsters, and gas makes the girl pass out. Mo Fan sends the boy and girl to safety and they thank him. Li Tong sends the monsters after Mo Fan and they have a magic fight. Mo Fan summons his spirit wolf to deal with the black raised monsters while he casts a supreme lightning yasha on Li Tong. Li Tong runs away and Mo Fan finds the beast. Some boys find Mo Fan and accuse him of stealing their Shadow Beast and creating chaos. They want to teach him a lesson and he warns them not to provoke him. They make a pact to destroy Mo Fan and get the Shadow Beast. Mo Fan laughs at them and tells them that Fu Tianming and his Wenqing are from the Black Order. They are scared and they try to use magic against him, but he runs away. They pursue him for a while, but leave to find the Shadow Beast. Mo Fan finds himself in the beast taming cage. He is being trained by a Black Order member who says that the Shadow Beast is in his hands. This Order member is the priest, who is also known as Yuang. Yuang threatens Mo Fan, and Mo Fan asks him if his superiors will roast the other side of his face as punishment if he fails in his mission again. Yuang gets angry and summons a cursed beast. He explains that it is a human he turned, just like Zhouting, and that Mo Fan will add to his collection of cursed beasts. Yuang tells him that the cursed beast is his father. He explains that he has been with the Black Order since he was 7, and to prove his loyalty, he turned his father. He sets the beast on Mo Fan, and just then, Yuang gets a call to retreat. He tells the deacon that he is close to accomplishing his mission, and the deacon gives him 10 minutes to recover the underground holy springs. He also asks for time to deal with Mo Fan. Mo Fan smirks to himself because he knows that the underground holy springs are with his Loach, not the Shadow Beast. The beast attacks Mo Fan, and he blocks it. Tang Yue tells him that they have found the Blue Deacon, whose current task is to supervise the Black Order members in Mingju. They are on an arrest mission and need Mo Fan to buy them some time at the school. They need 5 minutes and he agrees to help. He battles the beast with lightning and fire. The city is covered in lights. A judge stands at the top of a building, wings spread, waiting for news. He gets his news. They have found the Blue Deacon and they beam the coordinates to him. The man vows that the Blue Deacon will not get away from Ye Ying. He takes off the building, flying towards the beam of light. In the beast taming cage, Mo Fan is on his knees, bleeding. He stands up, wipes the blood from his mouth, and looks towards Yuang. 2 Mingju students run up to Yuang and tell him that there is only 1 drop of the underground holy springs in the Shadow Beast's stomach. They say Mo Fan trolled them. Yuang gets angry and commands the cursed beast to kill Mo Fan. The beast charges at Mo Fan and impales him with its horn. His pendant lights up and he stands up, whole and unblemished. Yuang realizes that the underground holy springs are in Mo Fan's pendant, and he commands the cursed beast to get the pendant from him. Mo Fan gets ready to cast a spell, and the deacon calls Yuang and tells him to evacuate. He tells the deacon that the underground holy springs are with Mo Fan. The deacon tells them to retreat and that he will bear the consequences of failure. Just then, the cursed beast tears what he thinks is Mo Fan in 2. Yuang is awed at Mo Fan's use of the Dark Element spell. One of Yuang's followers comes to tell him that the Night Conqueror spell is fading. His only order is to kill Mo Fan immediately. The Night Conqueror spell has lifted and students gather in small groups. They see Mo Fan in the cage with the beasts and the students talking to Yuang. Yuang is satisfied that they have 1 drop of the underground holy springs. He tells them to get into the cage and get the springs no matter what, and to ensure that Mo Fan dies. Mo Fan is concentrating his magic on defeating the cursed beast. He pins him to the bars of the cage with his cosmic shadow spikes. The boys decide to attack him together because the beast has exhausted him. He looks at them and asks them if they were the ones who gave Xu Zhaoting the fake leads. They answer in the affirmative and threaten Mo Fan. He asks them why they became Black Order lackeys, and they answer him rudely and attack with wind and fire. Mu and Titi come running and they ask the boys what they are doing. Mo Fan comes strolling out of the flames and tells them that the boys are Black Order members. Mo Fan lets them know that his fire magic is superior to theirs, and he sends a wicked flame and buries them. He is exhausted after that. Yuang sits in an alleyway and reports the failure of the mission. He says that they managed to get 1 drop of the underground holy springs. The deacon does not answer him. When the sun comes up, Mo Fan is still sitting in the cage, the charred bodies of the Black Order members around him. Tang Yue gets in touch with him. She asks him if he's okay, and he says he is still alive. He asks if they arrested the target, and she says yes. She tells him that they can finally uncover the Black Order members hidden in Mingju City. The plan is to sweep them out that night. She commends Mo Fan and thanks him. He tells her to thank Xu Zhaoting instead. She says that both of them have contributed greatly. Mo Fan tells her that Yuang has escaped, and she tells him that he won't be able to return to the Black Order because they will issue an arrest warrant for him, and if he manages to escape, He'll have to spend the rest of his life living with monsters. Mo Fan tells Shu Zhaoting that he has avenged him. The students stand around the cage and gaze at the cursed beast. Mo Fan makes his way out and collapses. Mu helps him up and carries him. Ting Ting runs to help him. He tells her that he is injured with cursed blights and the wounds cannot be healed. Ting Ting heals him, and he is surprised. He says that Heal Element girls are so kind and he thanks her. She thanks him for saving her from the scaled phantom troops. She introduces herself to him as Bai Ting Ting. Some boys shoulder their way to the front of the crowd and demand an explanation from Mo Fan. They ask him if he is the one who turned their classmates into charcoal. He says yes, and they ask him how he could do such a thing. They accuse him of being a Black Order member. He tells them to back off. Ye Ying appears. He commends Mo Fan for defeating several Black Order members and their priests. He calls him courageous and leads him safely through the crowd of students. Mo Fan is lounging on the balcony and listening to music. TT marches over and turns his music off. She tells him he has been slacking since the assessment ended. He tells her that rest is important as he is injured. She asks him questions about the Black Order and the cursed beast. He tells her she has a nice imagination. That annoys her. She asks him what element mage he is. Mu mentally tallies all the things that he can do and is confused. Mo Fan does not answer TT's questions. At Qingtian Hunters Club, Mo Fan sits down to a meal with Grandpa and his granddaughter. He thanks them for helping out with his family. He tells them the story of the Black Order attack. They talk about the school's response to the incident and an incident in Song City. He asks Ling Ling if anyone approached his sister from the Black Order. She soothes his fears, but reports that Xinxia has someone protecting her from the shadows. Mo Fan gets upset by this and says he must protect Xinxia. Lily thinks that her true kin might be back. He thinks about it and tells the story of his dad and Xinxia's mother. He tells Ling Ling not to tell Xinxia anything because he does not want her to get upset. He gets called back to school because the principal wants him to be an exchange student in Yandu. He is briefed on what the exchange student program entails, and he asks questions about it and why he has to be the one to go. Mo Fan makes his displeasure with the arrangement known. The principal tries to persuade him by giving him mind-calming magical equipment that can protect him from genjutsu attacks. He takes it and decides to go. The principal tells him what to do, and when he asks the principal if the other school knows that the Black Order is after him, the principal does not answer his question. He gets to Yandu in one piece. The students are welcomed by a teacher and given accommodations. They let them know that magic sparring will start the next day. The students walk through and talk about the sparring event. The Yandu students prepare to put the Mingxia students in their place. Mo Fan is at Yandu. He stands on the roof of a building and says that even though he is still not used to that place, he has to make use of all the time he has to power up his summon element as much as possible. He sits to meditate and his pendant glows green. He is perplexed by the light and decides to go take a look at what is going on. He enters into the pendant and sees a lot of floating lanterns. He asks if they are all the soul remnants the pendant has collected. He is awed at the pendant's collection. The lanterns all float away and Mo Fan comes back to reality. He wonders what exactly his pendant is because the pendant works as a magic cultivation booster and a soul vessel. He says he would earn a lot of money if the soul remnants could be taken out for sale. He tries to take a soul remnant out, but it does not work. Mo Fan goes to see his teacher to ask some questions about soul vessels and what other things they do. His teacher is surprised to learn what he knows about soul vessels. He tells him that there's a rumor about a type of soul vessel that collects both soul essences and soul remnants, and says that that type of soul vessel collects both things because it can harness the soul remnants and cultivate them into a refined soul essence. Mo Fan is excited about this news. He is already calculating how much he will make from it. It is time for the sparring match between the schools. The students are informed that the results of the sparring match will be announced to all high schools across the nation. Teacher Lu advises them to give it their best. The trash talking begins with the Yandu students and their teacher, who notices that Mo Fan is not there. Mo Fan is trying to explain himself to the professor, who tells him that ancient mages used soul essences for the cultivation of stardust. Mo Fan continues to think about money until his professor reminds him that he is supposed to be participating in the sparring match. He says the match is lame, and the professor counters by asking if the mind-calming magical equipment given to him by Principal Xiao is also lame. Mo Fan goes off to the sparring ring to meet the two teams trash-talking each other. He asks Mai Nu Jiao what the plan is. She tells him it is a 4-against-4 match with 2 combat rounds. He asks how the winner will be determined, and she says it will be easy to tell which side is stronger. Mo Fan says it is all on him and is archly informed that he is not even included in the first round because he showed up after they put in the names. The first match begins, and it looks like the two schools are evenly matched until the Yandu students do mid-tier level magic. They all go back and forth trading magic attacks until a wind spell knocks out both sides. The Mingju teacher calls up the second team, which is made up of Mo Fan, Mu Nu Jiao, Song Xia, and Zhengbing Xiao. One of the Mingju students begs to be given another chance because he says summon element mages cannot do much in magic combat. The teacher agrees to replace a student in the team with the whiny guy who takes up the mantle of leadership. The rest of the team ignores his bid to lead, and Mo Fan calls him a shameless, arrogant fool. Mo Fan tells Nu Jiao that he is counting on her to protect him during the sparring match. She replies by telling him he had better give it his all during the combat, as it would be embarrassing if they lost again. Song Xia asks Mo Fan if he is a summon and lightning element mage and if his summon beast is strong. He says that it is almost a general class. The arrogant boy says it is as good as a useless pet. Song Xia asks about his contract beast, and he says he hasn't found a suitable one yet. The grilling continues with Nu Jiao, implying that his summon element has not made any progress since the freshman combat event. She concludes that they are short of one mid-tier element. They make it into the sparring ground. The Yandu team consists of Lu Zhenghe, Ming Kong, Xiao Jinhe, and Xiao Feng. Mu Ningshui appears and asks the teacher to allow her to participate. Her teacher asks her if she is sure, and she says yes. One of the boys gives up his spot to her, and the Mingju boys talk about her beauty and her talent. They say they do not stand a chance against Ningshui. Someone brings up Mo Fan's inborn dual talent and is shot down. Mo Fan spots Ningshui and remarks that she is even more of a beauty. Nu Jiao studies Ningshui. They scramble to make a plan on how to defeat her. The sparring begins, and Ningshui begins with an ice smear that turns the whole arena into a realm of ice. Mo Fan lets loose a fiery lightning strike. The Yandu summoner summons his wolf, who chases the arrogant boy. Nu Jiao slows it down with a vine, but it keeps chasing the boy. Song Xia summons a shield to block the wolf from attacking the boy, and Nu Jiao sends her vines to ensnare the animal. The Yandu students decide to attack together, and Mo Fan summons his wolf. Ningshui sends ice shackles to trap Mo Fan. She asks Mo Fan to show her his full strength. His fire burns through her ice shackles, shattering them. He erupts into flames and walks through them. Everyone is surprised that he has 3 elements. Ningshui stands in a frozen arena. Mo Fan walks up to her, his feet and his body on fire, thereby raising billows of smoke into the air. Ningshui tells him she doesn't like flames while preparing her fist to shoot out the wind. He responds by telling her he knows she's testing his strength. He tells her she works so hard, and as a man, how can he not have any skills? He further tells her it's better to obey than to respect. Then he makes a rose inflammation and shoots the lightning at her. The spectators say to themselves that it can't go on like this, and so they hurry to take cover by creating a windshield. Ningshui rises into the air in defense and then shoots wind at Mo Fan, quenching out all the lightning. Some members of Ningshu's team say Mo Fan forced their captain to use the second series. They go on to say that Mo Fan is finished. Mo Fan makes a fierce fist as he is caught up in the onslaught, but it proves abortive. He makes another fierce fist, but this time for an extended period, and he finally stops the second series wind element. He stands victorious, as one of the spectators says that the spirit seed Fengpan Tianluo was blown away by him. Ningshui scoffs. Mo Fan says he finally found someone who can barely fight him. He tells her it's his turn, and she asks him if he can outrun her. Mo Fan makes a thunderbolt and shoots at her, missing her only by an inch. She tells him he's becoming more and more invisible, and then she finally admits that she lost. Jingjin asks if Mo Fan won, and one of the students responds saying, lightning and fire spirits. It's still the second level of intermediate. Mo Fan's classmate runs and hugs him, saying that Mo Fan won, defeating the ace of Imperial Capital Academy. One of Ningshui's classmates is in shock as he asks how this can be. He says this kind of evildoer is only cultivated by the Judgment Society, and he didn't expect such a number one figure to exist in Pearl Academy. The other classmate says, it's just a sparring match. If you lose, you lose. He further says that the most important part is experience, and that his ghostly patterned wolf is a step further, stronger than Mofan. His friend says Mofan also summoned beasts, but he responds by saying that the ghost wolf was destroyed by his ghost pattern wolf, and he has another hand ready. He says, in short, they should wait and see about the off-campus experience. At night, Professor Kui, Mr. Sungj, and some other men sit drinking tea. Mr. Sunggi asks why both of them on the table are so upset. He says none of them has a final say on the matter. Professor Kui says he is not angry and that Lu Nian was playing with a student. He goes on to say that the Association of Magic from 5 continents has already stated that this evil technique will never be included in the new magic system. The other man responds by saying that Professor Kui is too stubborn. He says that what they are creating, in ancient times, there were very few magic departments that were awakened and studied. He asks if there aren't great men in various fields exploring and pioneering. He goes on to say that all he did was destroy the Black Vatican. Mr. Songi tells him to stop arguing and that no matter what, he has to wait until his special training is over. He adds that he doesn't allow students to have accidents during school. On school grounds, there is an assembly of a few students. A man stands before them to address them. He says he is Songhe, the president of Yandu Academy. He says that everyone did a great job in previous sparring matches, and he is very relieved. He says they have been practicing in the city before, and after all, there are still many shortcomings. He adds that a powerful magician does not necessarily need a strong strength, and what is more important is how to survive in the wild, where monsters are rampant. He says this is why the university will now carry out off-campus experiences outside the barrier. Some of the students murmur, saying that it is quite dangerous and that he should have made it clear before. One of the instructors says that the students need to be sent to the outside world, as they'd need to face the monster alone. He goes on to say that there is a real danger of casualties in this kind of experience, but as a magician, on the day he awakened his magic department, you should make such an awareness. Mr. Songhe tells them that the destination of this experience is Jinlin City in the middle and lower reaches of the Changhe River. One of the students asks why she has never heard of this city before, and Mr. Songhe responds by saying that it was erased from the map board 15 years ago. He tells them that 15 years ago, a plague of demons occurred in the lower plains, and that during the disaster, Jinlin City had completely turned into a lair of demons beyond recognition. He tells them that their mission this time is to collect the latest data. The data they collect will determine whether Jinlin City can be rebuilt. Another teacher tells them that many of the teachers who teach Demon class have never left Anji. He tells them not just to rely on what they learned in books in teams of crisis. One of the students asks if these books can provide some practical advice. The teacher tells her to bring another magic tool because at critical moments, she can save her life. The teacher looks at Mo Fan and asks him if he is Mo Fan. Mo Fan affirms. Mr. Song Hye tells the students that he hopes in this experience everyone can help each other. He bids them a safe return, and they all in uniformity say yes. Mo Fan walks back with Ning Shui. She asks him what he's going to do, and he tells her that even with no magic equipment, he has a spirit wolf. He adds that the loss of this sparring has trampled the spirit wolf's pride to pieces, and he thinks he would want to help it advance to the rank of warlord. Later at night, Mo Fan is seen talking to his spirit wolf. There is a variety of things arranged on a bench, and he tells it that this has the blood of the wolf warriors, a heart, and a vial of bone meal. He says these can help it improve its success. The wolf grunts, and Mo Fan tells it not to be anxious, and that it should be safe and secure. He tells the wolf to be polite to him, and the wolf steps forward, and Mo Fan hugs it while laughing. He tells the wolf that someday he'll kill the winged wolf, and he'll give it all for snacks. He tells the wolf that at the freshman fighting competition, it used its body to smash Ning Shui's wind disc. He tells it that he always admires its fearlessness and loyalty, and it makes him believe they are partners, and it helps it strengthen its duty. The wolf howls, and Mo Fan tells it that it needs some gas to buy these things. He adds that he doesn't know how long it'd take its grandpa to eat soil. The wolf howls, and Mo Fan says it's good, and they can start. The wolf bows before Mo Fan. Mo Fan touches its face and says to it to wash the blood first and reshape. He adds that he injects fresh blood into its body to regenerate blood, and that its body will have some rejections, and it should bear with it. The wolf stands to its feet. Mo-Fan says to it that the next soul shaping has to hold on. He opens a vessel, and lightning comes out and courses through the wolf's body. Mo-Fan jumps up and shoots fire at the wolf. As the lightning continues to go around it, Mo-Fan says he would now provide it with mana to complete the advancement. He screams at the wolf to bring it on. A large bluish body of light shoots up towards the sky from the wolf. A teacher is passing by and sees the light. He goes to see what is happening and finds Mo-Fan sleeping on the wolf's body. He is shocked as he sees a swift star wolf. He says a student has the most agile subspecies of wolf creatures, and it is very incredible. The teacher runs to Professor Quee's house and tells him that Mo-Fan's spirit wolf has been promoted to a warrior level swift star wolf. The professor exhales and says the future is endless. The teacher tells him that as long as Mo-Fan is there, he finally feels relieved about this special training outside the barrier. Professor Quee tells him that he is afraid some people will be obsessed and do something unexpected. The Hunting King is seen flying over buildings on his wolf at night. He receives information from someone on the telephone telling him that he can't get too close to monsters, and with their lethality, he can't handle it. The Hunting King responds saying he'd be right there. Chi comes out from the bush, saying that Wei Fang wants them to take the blame for what he did on his own, and that although the pain is inhumane, failure means the death of a magician. The Hunting King arrives and tells Chi that the test subject this time is a high-level mage, 3-line mutation. In addition, he says that he is a high-level mage, and the monster he turned into is even more terrifying. They see the monster move in the bushes. The Hunting King tells him to follow the monster so as not to hurt the innocent. The Hunting King then leaves. In the morning, the students are all packed up and ready to leave. As they walk, Mo-Fan talks to Jingjin, asking her about the tribe she mentioned. She replies saying it's just a huge herd of demons, and for example, the disaster in Bo City was caused by the Black Vatican intentionally provoking the demonic wolf clan, but compared to the troglodytes that hunt the area, it's so small. Munu Jiao joins their conversation saying that they graded the size of those monsters that live in groups of more than 10, the demon tribe. Jingjin adds that once a group-level demon army invades the city, then a bloody alert will be sounded. Luo Song Nabo walks up to them, telling them that it doesn't need to be so clear, and that Mo-Fan has experienced Scarlet Alert. Ning Shui looks behind and tells him not to make fun of Bo City. As they approach a tunnel, Mo-Fan tells them that no guardian mages are patrolling the area anymore, and they ought to be careful. Jingjin looks at her map and tells them that they should follow the railway to reach Jinlin City, but there may be monsters in the tunnel. She suggests that they go over the mountain. One of the classmates says that he must be cautious and that he doesn't know how long it will take to climb the whole mountain. Another suggests that they go through the tunnel and that his rock devil should walk ahead, and if anything happens, he can resist it for a while. He steps forward and channels the rock devil. As they walk in the tunnel, some fire magus light it up. They find gravel on the ground, and they conclude that they are leftovers from previous projects. Mo-Fan urges them to continue going forward. Mo-Fan extends a hand to Munu Jiao. He tells her that under any circumstances, he can protect her. She asks him if he shouldn't protect Ning Shui. He feels embarrassed as Ning Shui turns behind to look at him. Munu Jiao asks him how he met Ning Shui, and he tells her that they used to be next-door neighbors. Munu Jiao says it turns out she is also from Bo City, and no wonder she got angry when Luo Song Nabo made a joke. Someone cuts them short and tells them there is nothing to talk about love, and that as intermediate hunters, he advises them to stay vigilant at all times. Mo-Fan laughs at the fact that he is called an intermediate hunter. Munu Jiao hurriedly calls Mo-Fan and asks him if he feels something is staring at them. Mo-Fan calls forth his light to shine through the tunnel walls, and they see monsters within the walls. Mo-Fan makes a huozi and fires it at them. Giants step out, and Munu Jiao calls them cavemen. Mo-Fan shoots lightning at them. Jingjin says these monsters smash human beings into a pulp. One tries to attack Mo-Fan and Munu Jiao, but she makes vines to stick out and hang it to a piece of rock, while one of their classmates strikes it down with lightning. Mo-Fan says he's impressed with his strike, and that once he gets started, it'd be a 3rd-level Thunder Seal in no time. The classmate responds saying it's just to deal with a monster who can't resist. The cavemen retreat into the walls, and Mofan says they should go and call a few little minion monsters. It'd be no big deal. He urges them to move on. As they move, they stop dead in their tracks when they see more cavemen in front of them. It turns out the tunnel is the lair of the cave slave. Immediately, the fire mages receive instructions to burn down all the vines, and they do so. As they run away, they get hold of one of the classmates and hit him on his knee. Ning Shui uses her ice vine to freeze the monsters, while they get their classmate to safety. Jing Jin heals his broken knee. The rock devil starts to get weak from fighting the cavemen, and his friend says he can't hold on for much longer. Mo Fan asks why he can't kill all the monsters in the side hole. Ning Shui tells Mo Fan to kill her, but Mo Fan says it is irritable. She says it'd only consume mana. Mo Fan and Ning Shui then jump into the hole in the rock. Down in the hole, he says the caves are all connected, and no wonder there's a steady stream of cave minions. As the cavemen approach them, Ning Shui makes an ice lock and a crushed bone until the monsters fall to the ground in defeat. As they go, Mo Fan stops while touching as an amulet, saying that collecting these remnants can be condensed into soul essence. He says although it is firewood, there's no need to feel sorry for so many poor people. He then proceeds to collect their essence into his amulet. After he collects it, he asks himself why he feels like a trumpet who was led by a big sister to brush low-level dungeons. Ning Shui encounters another one. She tries to use the ice lock on it, but she realizes that the ice lock is still adjusting breath. She is surrounded by 3 cavemen, and she says to herself that she should have waited for Mo Fan. All of a sudden, Mo Fan shows up and uses a Lei Yin to strike down the monsters. He asks her if his Lei Yin is impressive, and she tells him he can count on his speed. As they are talking, he sees 2 monsters behind her trying to attack her. He runs and grabs her out of the way while he strikes down the 2 monsters. On the other side of the cave, more monsters keep chasing them as they fight them off. Mo Fan's fire consumes them all. They're all shocked to see Mo Fan and Ning Shui behind the cave slaves. Mo Fan tells them to continue going, as there is no need to continue consuming. Soon they exit the tunnel, and as they catch their breath, they realize Mo Fan isn't with them. One of them says that if he didn't come out, he must have turned into meat sauce. Just as they were speaking, Mo Fan shows up from the tunnel asking them who they say turned into meat sauce. They tell him that they scared the hell out of them, and they ask him where he went, as he was in front of them from the beginning. Jing Jin tells them to leave, so they can look for a place to camp. At night, as they camp by the fire, the boys realize that Ning Shui and Mu Nujiao aren't with them. They ask Peng Liang to use his shadow abilities to spy on them, so they don't notice, but he is caught by the girls, and the rest of the boys run away. Jing Jin asks who else was spying on them. The boys ask if they caught them, and that they advised Peng Liang to come back, but he didn't listen. Mu Nujiao says that just now, shadow magic appeared in 2 places, and fortunately, Ning Shui quickly caught one. The boys say that they honestly do not know. Just then, Mo Fan steps out from the bush. Jing Jin asks him where he's coming from, and if he has been peeping at them with a magic tool from the shadow system. He tells them that he looks like someone who would have that kind of baby. Peng Liang tells the girls that he didn't see anything, even if he was in the woods, that they discovered it before reaching the stream. The girls rain abuses at them and walk away. Later, Mo Fan is seen sitting alone. He is thinking aloud. He says he has collected many remnants, and he doesn't know if it's enough to condense a soul. He meditates and soon realizes that he is short of 5 and that his Lei Yin can enter the 4th level, the level 4 thunder mark. He thinks not many magicians will have it, and he is looking forward to it. At dawn, they finally arrive at Jinlin City. They decide to survey the perimeter first and count how many monsters are roaming here. Jing Jin takes measurements of footprints, and she says it seems that there are very few monsters around. Luo Song Nabo tells her that the faster they finish, the faster they can go back. Mo Fan says there are so many points to survey, and they can only do so much if they split up. Jing Jin says that things are looking good outside the city thus far, but this may indicate a large number of monsters are gathered in the city. She says they should walk together, as they can still deal with monsters in groups. As they enter the city, they walk for a while. Jing Jin says it's a nice city, and she can't imagine what's going on here. They suggest that they find a safe place to settle down as soon as possible. Another suggests that they find a building with a relatively wide view as a base, as this would allow for quick escape and response. They find the Jinlin Municipal Building, the best location in the city. They say the building looks weird, as the grasses do not grow towards the sun, but instead, they are all drilled into the city hall. They decide to go into the building and leave 1 or 2 people outside to watch. Mo-fan and Jingjin decide to keep watch. As they arrive on the 2nd floor, Munu Jiao finds something up in the roof, between the vines. They find dead bodies in between the vines, and they realize that there must have been a team of hunters not long ago, and none of them left the building alive. As they try to run out, the road they had come through becomes covered with vines. The vine monsters begin to attack them. Jingjin tells Mo-fan that the bloodline of the vine is higher, so the adult ones are extremely difficult to deal with. Jingjin suffocates, and Mo-fan carries her away from the monster. Inside the building, they continue fighting the vines, Ning Sue leading the fight with her ice blocks and locks. They can come out at last when they cut through the vines as Ning Sue freezes them. They meet Mo-fan and Jingjin outside the building. Jingjin tries to heal Songxia as they discuss how dangerous the city is. An argument ensues and Munu Jiao tells them to quit arguing and move to the next probe point. Mo-fan decides to do research, but this time he says he'd work alone to prove to them he can handle just any monster. Munu Jiao gives Mo-fan a talisman to protect him in case something unexpected comes up. Lu Nian and the rest of his company travel towards Jinlin City. When they get 300 kilometers from the city, Lu Nian tells them to quit flying and to walk instead so they don't startle the snake. As Mo-fan enters the building of the first survey point, he calls forth his wolf to help him break off some rocks off his path. He finds the seed of a demon and takes it. He climbs onto his wolf and goes off to the next survey point. Mr. Songi is seen drinking tea on the floor as the Jonkong comes in seeking Mo-fan. The instructor says he faced something similar in the Bo City disaster. He says it was considered destroyed at that time, but he is going to kill everything himself this time. He tells Mr. Songi that they should change the topic and he should tell him where Mo-fan is before the double elements spread to the public. He says he fears Mo-fan might have to do crazy things that don't heed anyone's instructions. Mr. Songhei tells him that Mo-fan and others went to Jinlin City and he is going to send someone there to call him. But the instructor refuses and says he'd go find him himself. Mo-fan's wolf continues to fight the white wolf. Mo-fan says he remembers when he fought the three-eyed wolf and he prays he doesn't fight one when he is weak. He says he thinks that within 1 year of fighting the three-eyed wolf, the atmosphere would be completely different. He talks about the device, that it takes 3 hours to detect the wolf in the surroundings, and he doesn't have that time to wait. More wolves gather, and Mo-fan realizes that the white wolf has called together the whole army of wolves. He says he can't back down now, as it'd be a disgrace if he did. He tells his wolf to continue fighting and should concentrate on the three-eyed wolves and leave the Cyclops to him. They begin to attack him, and he shoots fire at them, burning them down. He continues to burn lots of them until he realizes that they are so much and they can gather lots of spirits. Soon he spots the giant one-eyed wolf among them, and he thinks to himself to finish it off first. The wolf jumps at him, and he uses his lightning to finish up the wolf. All the essence of all the wolves enter Mo-fan's amulet, and he is happy that they can be refined again, and that 6 stars have been strengthened, which can significantly change the lightning element. The white wolf tries to run away, but Mo-fan stops it with a lightning sword, thereby giving room for his wolf to finish it up. He tells his wolf to go to the next point of investigation to gather more souls. The rest of the team is seen combating a set of monsters. They find room to escape, and they take to their heels until they arrive at a safe spot. They ask around for Mo-fan and desire that he would be with them because they lack 1 firepower, as it takes lots of effort to deal with the monsters. Another classmate says that Mo-fan is too troublesome, and that's why he said he would complete the other investigations. He further says he doesn't think Mo-fan would come back embarrassingly soon. As he is talking, the rest of the team sees that Mo-fan is already heading towards them. They decide to go back to the church, as that is where Mo-fan is headed on the radar. Ming Kong comes into the room with a bucket of water and complains that the insects inside the water are causing his skin to itch. The antidote is added to the water, and Bai Tingting says that the antidote would heal Songxia slowly due to exposure to poison. Ming Kong starts to look at Bai Tingling lustfully, telling her he likes her very much. much. He tries to jump on her, but she dodges him and runs away. The rest of the team runs towards him, asking why he is doing that. Mo-fan finally returns, and they ask him about the investigation. He says he completed 2 rounds all by himself. He shows Ning Shui proof. One of the guys says surely there were no demons at the 2 points of investigation. He tells them he faced lizard-like creatures at the second point. They start to argue and fight among themselves. Ning Shui asks to speak with Mo-fan outside. She tells him that their classmates are acting weird and that something has happened to them. He tells her not to be jealous that Bai Ting Ting likes him. She replies telling him that he shouldn't joke with things like that. He comes closer to her and tells her how beautiful she is in the whole city. She pulls away, telling him not to talk too much about it. She tells him that his family and hers agreed to the marriage and it doesn't matter if there's love or not. And then she runs away. Mo-fan shows her a strange weapon he found, which may be the cause of the confusion. They trace the source of the confusion to Ming Kong when he went out to get water. As they realize it's Lake Mofei, there is an explosion as they run back to the church. They realize that their classmates are fighting each other. All his efforts to pacify them proved a failure. He then realizes he has to kill the monster that caused the problem, unless it won't end. Mo-fan tells Xing to go after the monster, while he stays behind to put things in order. Xing rejects the idea. Ning Shui comes by and drags Mo-fan along with her. He tells her to calm down, as the lake is just in front. As he arrives at the lake, he realizes that Ning Shui has lost her mind like the others, but he is confused as to why she brought him to fight the monster in the lake. Ning Su freezes the water, but a giant one-eyed spider creeps out. She goes on to fight with it. Mo-fan allows her to fight. He figures out what to do with the strange weapon he found. They continue fighting, one-on-one. The spider starts to chase them both. Ning Shui finally traps him down, and Mo-fan uses his Hong Dim to strike it with lightning, yet the spider doesn't die. Ning Shui finally destroys it by using a bow and an arrow to shoot at its eye. Ning Shui falls to the floor, she says she's tired, and then she passes out. As they arrive back at the church, they find everyone sitting on the floor, tired and exhausted. They see that everyone is fine. He meets Mu Nu Jiao in a cluster of vines. He hugs her and asks if she is okay. He tells her that her mind was controlled and is okay now. She pushes him away after a while. He returns her bracelet to her. One of them steps outside and finds Ming Kong lying on the ground. They all gasp for breath. Ming Xuan says he did it, but he didn't mean to as he couldn't control himself. Mo-fan says he shouldn't worry as it isn't done intentionally. The team wants to return home, but Ning Shui says the investigation task hasn't ended yet and they should get back to it. Mo-fan says before they go, they have to bury the body first. They bury his body and observe a moment of silence. Then they begin their journey back home. As they approach the railway tunnel, they start becoming scared of going through again, as many of them do not have the power to fight any more monsters. Jingjin says if they wait a bit longer, guards will come to pick them up. As they walk a bit more, they see some people clad in guards' uniforms. They think they are guards sent to save them until they hear their leader say to the rest of the guards to kill them all. They start fighting and fighting. Ding Xiao gets hit by lightning as he falls to the ground and dies. They kill one more person, and Mo-fan finally asks them what they want. The Lu Nian say they want Mo-fan. They say they have a job that has to do with humanity, and they would need strong power to fight the Black Vatican. One of the classmates asks him how different he is from the Black Vatican, seeing he is killing them. Lu Nian says that the Black Vatican hopes to turn all humans into demons, and the people do not know about it yet. They hope to attack him, and they'd need enough fighting force to combat the Black Vatican. Mo-fan tells him that he is already as great as it seems, and that he doesn't need their help. Lu Nian tells Mo-fan that he wants him to experiment, and this experiment relates to a new magic. He goes on to say if the experiment is successful, it would mean that they would be the pioneers of the new division. He adds that in conducting this research, many wizards have become guinea pigs, and he feels Mo-fan is the best examiner of this new division because he has multiple elements. He tells him that the test effect will react sometime after the experiment. After he finishes talking, he orders them to seize Mo-fan. Mo-fan tells him he was stalling so that Ning Sui would prepare her bow and arrow. She shoots the ice crystal bow at them, and they freeze up. She falls immediately, but she says she's fine. Mo-fan asks that they take her away and that her high-level ice shot isn't enough to kill the guards, but can only buy them some time to run away. As they leave, The guards break the ice off them. Lu Nian instructs all those still alive to go along with him. He wonders how the most important test subject is lost. Mo Fan flies on his wolf and lands in a deserted city. Lu Nian's people arrive in the deserted city. They try to attack him, but they find out that wind magic is impenetrable in the city. They see Mo Fan on the rooftop, and he runs away. He wonders where Lu Nian is. He arrives in Jinlin and gets to a big pile of rubble. He realizes that it's the monitor lizard pseudo-dragon that killed the pseudo-horror demon with one bite. As he is in his thoughts, Lu Nian's people catch up with him and ask him if he thinks he can escape the chaos by hiding in a place like this. He tells them he isn't hiding, but trying to bring out the lizard pseudo-dragon from its hiding place. He shoots fire at the pile of rubble, and the lizards come out one by one. He tells them to deal with the monsters, and one of Lu Nian's men says their intention isn't to kill him, but to take him back for the experiment. Mo Fan says at least his people are not like Lu Nian, and they have traces of humanity. He tells the girl leading them now to get her people out of the way, lest they all die. The lizards start attacking Mo Fan. He makes out a Lei Yin and fires at them. Lu Nian's people realize Mo Fan's magic background isn't ordinary because of his strong Lei Yin. One tries to attack Mo Fan, and the leader of Lu Nian's men kills it, telling Mo Fan that she won't let him die. She tells Mo Fan about the experiments, and Mo Fan tells her he can't believe her because she killed Jingjin and Ding Xiao. She further tries to explain the experiment in detail, trying to convince Mo Fan why he should follow them. She tells him that there are many volunteers, but only a few are suitable. She says the soul of an ordinary magician won't work, but because he has a dual lineage, he has a higher chance of success. He asks his wolf to cover him and buy him some time while he meditates. The wolf fights off all the creatures. As Mo Fan meditates, he says to himself that he needs more heat to break through the barrier. So he decides to focus all his thoughts on the fire nebula so that he can bombard the whole nebula cloud with fire. The leader of Lu Nian's gang realizes what Mo Fan is trying to do, and she is shocked, asking herself if he is out of his mind. Jiang Yi, the leader of Lu Nian's men, decides to go over to him to save him. She fights off the creatures in front of him and his wolf. When she is done, she sees that Mo Fan has broken through. Mo Fan tells his wolf that it has done enough and it should leave the rest for him. He makes a rose inflammation and fierce fist to the ground, causing a larva eruption, making all the lizards in the city go back into hiding. He gets on his wolf, and they leave. As they go, the sun starts to shine. He tells his wolf to go and rest, as he can handle it from now, seeing he can use his shadow magic again. Zhang Yi and her people catch up with him, asking him how long he'd resist them. Many lizard monsters start to resurface again. Mo Fan uses shadow magic to disappear. The lizard monsters attack Zhang Yi and her people. Mo Fan is on the top of a building. He says to himself, as he sees the lizard monsters kill Zhang Yi and her people, that they could have left him alone when he told them to, and how can they not think that he is still a shadow mage? He says penance is important, and Karen's potential is often only maximized in battle. He goes on to say, if it wasn't that he was surrounded, it would have taken him at least half a year before he could make the fire nebula break through to the 3rd level, and that now he has also mastered this overbearing power. He lies down on the rooftop and says to himself that he is finally safe. He wonders what is happening to Zhao Manyan and the others. He believes since all the mages are chasing him, they should be able to return to the barrier safely. Just then, he looks up and sees that Lu Nian has captured them. Lu Nian tells Mo Fan to come now, or he'll throw them out here. Mo Fan tells Lu Nian to let them go, but Lu Nian laughs wickedly, saying he has sealed their hearts and souls. Zhao Manyan tells Mo Fan that he shouldn't come close to them, as Lu Nian is going to kill them, and that he should inform the Inquisition Guardian Court about what happened here. Lu Nian tells Zhao Manyan that no matter how loud he shouts, Mo Fan can't hear him, as he has imprisoned his soul. He tells them that someday humanity will appreciate what he is doing today. Jian Kong flies down from the sky to meet Lu Nian. Lu Nian tells him he is a disgrace to Bo City as he couldn't even defend it. How can he compete with him? Jian Kong asks him if he thinks everyone is as unscrupulous as he is. Lu Nian asks him if he thinks he can stop him. Jian Kong tells him they want to silence all the students who have experienced this, and he can't let Lu Nian go. Lu Nian tells him that now that things have been brought to light, they should fight. Lu Nian directs one of his men to feed Mo Fan's classmate to the monitor lizard. He tells Lu Nian not to, that it is too cruel. Lu Nian asks him if he wants to disobey his orders. He replies to Lu Nian saying he is going right away. Lu Nian and Zhang Kong exchange words between themselves for a while as snow starts to fall heavily in the city. Lu Nian says Zhang Kong couldn't even defend against common monsters, not to talk of fighting against him. Mo Fan is beneath the building watching them fight. He sees Lu Nian make a high-level fire and he is in awe. Lu Nian shoots it upwards and fiery hailstones start to fall on Zhang Kong. Zhang Kong jumps from building to building dodging the fire. As he is running away from the fire, he screams at Mo Fan to go save his friends. Mo Fan runs for a while, then he uses shadow magic to appear directly where his friend would be dropped. As he stands contemplating what to do, someone touches him from behind. He turns to find Zhang Yi and her people. Mo Fan is shocked that they are still alive. Zhang Yi sees the destruction and havoc caused by Lu Nian, realizes she has been wrong all along, and says that Lu Nian has gone crazy. She says he is not only here to get Mo Fan, but also to fulfill his manic killing ambitions. Mo Fan tells her that the consequences have already been done and that if she dares stop him, he'll kill all of them. They warn Mo Fan of the monster lizards coming down towards them. Zhang Yi tells Mo Fan that he is dying, but Mo Fan tells them that he wouldn't be alive if not for them. Mo Fan says he has chased half the city and the blood beast boost effect has long since disappeared. He says he doesn't even know how to reach the cliff, not to talk of fighting the huge monitor lizard pseudo-dragon. He asks if he cannot go, and he replies himself, saying he can because he is not inhuman like her. He turns his back and starts to leave, and she calls him back. She tells him if he wants to save them, he should take blood. She opens her hands and extends it to him. He rejects it. She insists and says it has been researched, and she is not sure the blood is evil or good. But one thing she is sure of is that it can give unparalleled power to anyone who wields it. She says he can call it evil, but who has the power to call something evil or justice? She further says that whether it is evil or not depends on the person who controls it. She says she and her team are willing to accept all judgment, and he and his companions have no part in all of this. She warns him that in front of him is an easy choice, or he can reject it and rush in and die. He takes the blood and crushes it. She tells him that because he is born with double lines and 3 nebulae, it should be able to provide the energy that Suelizi needs to sacrifice. Soon, Mo Fan screams out in pain and falls to the ground. Zhang Yi tells him the blood would affect his summoning creature and that his demonization direction will be related to the wolf blood. The blood envelops him and soon he transforms into a superhuman. There is thunder and lightning everywhere and everyone around is scared of what he has become. Jiang Yi says he has awakened the demon element, the unacceptable and omnipotent demon. Super Mo Fan runs up the cliff towards the giant lizard. Mo Fan's companions are in a net and they are being carried close to the lizard. The lizard stands at the peak of the rubble, patiently waiting for them to be fed to him. The eagle Lu Nine's man is controlling drops Mo Fan's companions into the mouth of the giant lizard, who leaps up to catch them in its mighty jaw. Mo Fan flies from the bottom of the rubble, reaches the lizard, and punches it in its jaw, making it vomit his friends out. The lizard falls to the bottom of the heap of rubble, and Mo Fan takes his friends, descends the cliff, and brings down piles of rock upon the giant lizard. Zhang Yi and her team converse about the possibility of Mo Fan having the 4 series previously. They say that even if he is demonized, the level of power he has displayed is impossible. They say if he truly has all 4 elements, the demon form will be 4 times stronger than before. They marvel at the fact that in this case, he can retain his consciousness, providing perfect demonization. Mo Fan's companions converse. They ask each other what is going on. They are unsure whether the demon that saved them is Mo Fan. They ask if Mo Fan has obtained the new element that Lu Nian mentioned. They say that if his appearance did not resemble Mo Fan in some way, they would have thought he was a pure-blooded demon. Ning Shui asks if it truly is Mo Fan. Mo Fan says he doesn't know why he saved them, but that he only knows no one was supposed to harm them. The monster lizard pseudo-dragon attacks them again. Mo Fan uses his shadow magic to get them out of danger. He rushes back to fight with the monster, his wolf coming to help in the fight as well. Mo Fan continues to fight the monster until he defeats it. He also defeats the lizards that creep out of the cave and takes all of their essences into him. Lu Nian tells Zhang Kong that he has activated his petrified arm and has prepared a petrified funeral for him. He tells Jan Kong that his magic is powerless against his petrified arm. As he continues to boast Jan Kong, Mo Fan appears in front of him and tells him he is about to send him to hell. Mo Fan beats him on and on. They land on the ground, and Lu Nine tells him that he should thank him because he gave him all this power, and he is happy that the demonization is successful, and it is he who awakened him to the demon department. They continue to fight until Mo Fan makes a spear from lightning and throws it at Lu Nine. Lu Nine grunts in pain until he dies. They all gather around Mo Fan. Jan Kong tells Zhang Yi that if she doesn't resist, he'd like to execute her now. She says she wouldn't resist, and she'd go with him. She asks what happened to Lu Nine, and Jan Kong says he is destroyed by the demons of his achievement. Ning Shui tries to go to Mo Fan, but Jan Kong warns against it, as demonized people are likely to lose their minds at any time. He says they'd look for ways to recover him from the demon mutation, or otherwise no one has ever survived demonization. He tells them to stay put as he walks up to Mo Fan. He tells Mo Fan not to lose his sense of humanity and that he should come back. Mo Fan starts to shout as he falls to the ground, lightning coursing through his body. Jan Kong tells Mo Fan the demon system can never be regarded as a real magic system because of the many side effects it causes. Mo Fan asks him what he should do to end the demonization. Jan Kong tells him he needs a lot of spirits and needs to control his power very well until he brings him to the Ministry of Health. He says Wei Fang would provide him with enough spirit to prevent his soul from being eaten back. Mo Fan screams for a while and he flies away. They all scream for him to come back. It opens with an earlier scene where Mo Fan tells Mu Ningshui that even if she wants to leave the family, he is okay with it. She passes out after shooting with the killer ice bow, and then Mo Fan comes to her aid, ordering that she should be taken away immediately. In another scene, she is awake and her father comes to see her, telling her not to use the killer ice bow again for a year because their family is already in decline and he does not want anything to happen to her. She then asks her father if Mo Fan is dead, and he tells her that he has not heard any news in that regard, so it was assumed that he died. He points out further that he did not expect Mo Fan to be someone who appreciates friendship enough to sacrifice his life for another person. He admits regrettably that if he knew, he wouldn't have let him. Mu Bai glides on a bird, scouting the Pingsha Lake when he sees a horde of giant lizard corpses in the lake. He reports to his superiors immediately, telling them what he saw at the lake. As he announces it, the chief commander asks the guardian commander, Chu Xin, if he especially researches the internal fights between the giant lizards, scandalizing a small problem. He then asks Mu Bai to continue narrating his findings to them. Mu Bai tells them that he notices 3 different types of death on the corpses of the lizards. There was death by lightning, then one was burnt, and another was ripped open, while the Guardian Commander notes that he has never heard of a species that possesses 3 powers at once. Mu Bai tells them that the strangest thing about what he saw at the lake was the fact that the souls of the lizards could not be found. Officer Li Man is puzzled to hear that the souls of the animals could not be found, and she tries to imagine what would have caused it, but the chief commander cuts in on her contemplations, telling her the lizards should commit suicide so that the soldiers can be relaxed and deal with other things. She doesn't listen to that. Instead, she requests permission to investigate the lake, but she is told to wait. She tells them that she doesn't like to wait and storms out of the room. The chief commander remarks that from her attitude, she seems like the kind that loves encouragement. The Guardian Commander then instructs Mu Bai to go to the base and look for clues that can help figure out what happened at the lake. Zhang Xiaoho visits his team leader's office just as the leader had expected he would. He inquires to know what information the leader has about what was found at the Pingsha Lake, and the leader tells him that he is yet to get detailed information. As he says this, Xiao asks for permission to go to the site himself and find some clues there, but the leader tells him that he must stay put because he might only end up bringing danger to himself if he goes there on his own. He tells him that he is not yet sure that the incident has anything to do with Mo Fan and that he should not act recklessly, but Xiao expresses that he owes Mo Fan loyalty no matter the cost and then leaves the leader's office. As he walks away, the leader contemplates in his heart whether it is Mo Fan causing all those incidents to happen, but he notes that even if it is Mo Fan, he will not be able to regain consciousness anyway. While the leader is still in thought, a soldier runs in and informs him that Xiao injured another soldier who was supposed to be sent to Pingsha Lake and took the place of the soldier. Xiao goes to the town square in Be City and asks to buy complete souls from a man he saw beside a stall. The man tells him that he can get it at a discount if Xiao is sincere about the transaction. He also informs him that even at a discounted price, complete souls are very expensive because they are very difficult to obtain. Xiao responds to this and tells him that he has enough to get the souls. Then he asks the man for his name, and the man answers that his name is Da Jin. The team assigned to investigate Pingsha Lake remarked that the mission was not as scary as they thought. One of the team members informs the rest that the giant lizards would come out at dusk to bathe in the river. Another team member is scared to hear this and suggests that they stay back until the lizards come and go, but Li Man, their captain, tells them that they must get to the valley before night comes. At the market square, Da Jin takes Xiao to a stall where he should get the stall, but he makes a plan with the owner to rip Xiao off his money. They plan on giving him fake souls and then hiking the price too, and they intend to do it in a way that he will not realize what happened. But Xiao realized that the souls they gave him were fake. When he tells them that he will not have the fake ones, they call some thugs to beat Xiao up so that they can get away with the money he paid for the souls without giving him what he wanted. But the sight of the thugs does not make Xiao flinch at all. He analyzes the way he would when he is faced with demons in battle. They are about to strike him, but they are not skilled or fast enough because he launches a strike on them before they can even launch theirs. The strike is so great that it destroys the entire stall. He then retrieves his card from the man, who then notices that he is a wizard guardian. He tells the man not to mention what happened if he is asked, and to simply tell anyone who wants to know that he brought trouble upon himself. He then asks to know where he can buy the real souls he had earlier wanted, and then walks out. The team gets to the lake and discovers more giant lizard corpses. The commander goes scouting alone in the lake and notes that the mission may be difficult if a commander-level lizard has been born in the lake around that time. She then puts on her light and discovers a lot of giant lizards around her. She tries to move and discovers that it is difficult for her, and the temperature on her leg is fast rising. She stops to check her legs and realizes that she has been standing in a poison part of the lake and that the lizards were fast creeping in on her. She crouches and lays still so that they can mistake her for a corpse and pass by. As she lies still, one of the lizards tries to devour her but is blinded by a very bright light. When Li Man comes back to consciousness, she finds herself half naked in a cave. There is a man in the cave too, and she tries to attack him for taking her clothes off, but he explains that he took them off to dry out the poison that was on the clothes. She notices that he is a wild man who is even growing fangs, and asks that he help her to stop her team from entering so that they will not be hurt like her. He tells her that he intends to kill the shell lizard that is causing the problem, but that he doesn't have the speed he needs. She then tells him that he should help rescue his team and they will help him out with the speed he needs. He agrees to this and tells her that when they succeed, he will keep the shell of the lizard. She asks to know his name, and he tells her that his name is Mo Fan. The other members of the team are checking for signals in their tracking device when they notice that there seems to be an error somewhere. One of the monsters emerges out of nowhere and strikes the area where they are seated. The ground around them quakes, and then the device falls into the lake and gets destroyed immediately because of the poison in the lake. Meanwhile, Xiao, who has been watching these from a tree above them, notices that a pair of giant lizards are tailing him. As he runs away from them, he hears someone call out to him from the top of a cave. He looks up to find Mo Fan there, although he does not recognize him yet. He then leaps up to the cave and thanks him for the assistance. When Li Man uses her light mage powers to illuminate the cave, Xiao and Mo Fan both recognize each other. Xiao is happy to find that his brother is alive, contrary to what people had earlier assumed. He then gives the complete souls he acquired to his brother, after which Mo Adam proposes that they go fight the shell lizard together. In the cave, Xiao asks to know how Mo Fan is doing, especially if he is still being influenced by the demon element that used to possess him. Mo Fan answers and tells him that he is more stable compared to when it first started, and that he has much more control over his conscience. As they speak, Li Man walks in and tells them that she has been able to hold off her team from entering the danger zone. Mo Fan then briefs them on how they will go about their mission. He tells them that the giant lizards keep multiplying because of the shell lizard, and that killing it will help them destroy the lizards. He then tells them that although they cannot kill it with their strength at that point, there is a way they can go about it. He shared a plan with them that includes luring one party to the other so that they can kill each other in a part of the valley that has poisonous insects. Xiao is scared of this plan because he thinks the ones they are trying to lure will kill them before killing the other party. After listening to his fears, Mo Fan tells him about an escape plan that he had created in case of an emergency. He then tells them that he will be the one to lure the shelled monster, and then Xiao asks to know who will be with the insects, and he is told that he will be the one in charge of luring the insect to the shelled monster. Li Man is also instructed to be the one in charge of destroying the rock layer that will serve as an escape route for them when the monsters start fighting each other. Soon enough, they all go to their assigned positions and do as they had earlier planned. Xiao awakens the poisonous insect after eating a detoxifying fruit and then lures it to the place where it is to meet the giant shelled lizard. Mo Fan leads the shelled lizard to the meeting point 2, and then when the two creatures meet, Mo Fan and Xiao provoke the creatures to rage and then run to hide, hoping that both creatures will take out their rage on themselves. While they are at it, they give Li Man a signal to break the rock layer so that they can escape when the fight starts. As she tries to break the rock layer, she finds out that something is hindering the rock from coming apart. After trying again, she discovers that the tick is being held by an earth spirit, and then she tells Mo Fan through the communication device. Xiao begins to panic when he hears this, but Mo Fan has an alternative again. He uses the powers of the demon he subdued inside him to form himself into a beast, and then he breaks the earth by himself, redeeming their escape plan. After they escape, Li Man rinses them with water magic, while Xiao complains and suggests that he would like to be the one to break the rock layer next time. His brother informs him that there will be no next time, so they sit for a while discussing the fight they just had. Xiao wants to go watch the fight between the insect and the giant lizards. Meanwhile, Li Man reminds them that there is an earth spirit in the rocks, as she had earlier noticed. Mo Fan then suggests that Xiao claim the earth spirit because his secondary element is earth, and it will make him more powerful as a mage. Xiao then goes ahead to claim the spirit element as they suggested. Outside the cave, the fight between the giant lizard and the poisonous insect is still ongoing. The lizard bites the tail of the insect. This annoys the insect so much that it wraps itself around the body of the lizard so that its venomous glands pierce into the skin of the lizard, poisoning it from every angle. In a split second, the giant lizard falls to the ground and dies. Mo Fan explains to the rest who have been watching and tells them that the creatures are fighting because the valley is a good one and that creatures will not want to share, so one will have to subdue the other to mark its territory. After he explains this, he goes to the body of the dead lizard to claim its soul so that he can have more control over the demon in him. While he is claiming the soul of the lizard, the others call out to him from their hiding place, telling him to watch out. He looks and sees that the poisonous insect is just beside him and about to attack him. He immediately flees from the insect as fast as he can. Li Man understands that he may need her help, so she intervenes immediately with her magic, raining strikes on the insect from where she is. The strikes land heavy rocks on the body of the insect, making it uncomfortable and weak. The insect is unable to chase Mo Fan in its condition, so it retreats immediately. While the insect retreats, Xiao tells them that they should chase after the insect so that it doesn't slip away and cause other problems. But the rest tell him that it is better to let the insect be for now so that they don't get lured into a trap. They ask to confirm Li's rank and discover to their amazement that she is a guardian commander. The next morning they set to leave the valley, content that they killed the shelled lizard and vowed to kill the giant centipede when the need arose. Mo Fan is in his loach, where he stored all the souls he has acquired over time. He remarks that even though he has killed and claimed the souls of many giant lizards, he is still unable to be fully human after being possessed by a demon. He decides that it is time to take an ultimate action that would put an end to the possession, and he intends to do this through a ritual that has a chance of taking his life. He goes ahead to carry out the ritual anyway, using all the souls he had earlier acquired. At the end of the ritual, Mo Fan finds himself in a spring, still inside the loach, but this time, He looks whole, like a human and not a demon. Mo Fan is back to human form and goes with Xiao to report to their leader, Zhan Kong, in his office. The leader is excited to see him and tells him that when Xiao Hu told him he was alive and able to cleanse the demon in him, he couldn't believe his ears, but seeing him had a different feeling entirely. He asked to know if they had been able to do away with the demon element that was in Mo Fan's body, and they told him that he had done away with it and that they even conducted a test to be sure that he was truly free and that his soul was in the process of being repaired. The leader tells them that he also conducted his test using blood seeds and found that Mo Fan was free because his body is immune to blood seeds, and as such, he could no longer change into demon form. Mo Fan tells him that he feels fine, and that is the reason why he could dare to come back to the town. Zhan then tells Mo Fan to take the time to recover and that he should not let anyone know that he is back just yet. Zhan then addresses Xiao and scolds him for disobeying orders, hurting guards, and leaving his duty post. Mo Fan tries to intervene, but the leader tells him not to even try because without rules, one will be unable to grow. Xiao states that he has no regrets about going to Mo Fan's rescue and that he is ready to receive any punishment. The leader then denotes him to lower ranking guard and sends him to Song City to protect the fortress. When Xiao is about to leave, Mo Fan sees him off, expressing concern about having him leave for Song City, but Xiao points out to him that the city has been at peace for over 10 years, and so there was nothing to be afraid of. Mo Fan promises him that after he is done with his business, he will go see Xiao in Song City. With that, they bid themselves farewell and Xiao leaves for Song City. In another scene, Xinxia, Mo Fan's sister, is trying to go over a bridge to a place that is quiet so that she can be alone, but she notices that the bridge is shaky. While she is still thinking about how she will go over the bridge, Yiling comes along and helps her out by freezing the bridge so that she can ride her wheelchair across the bridge. While doing so, some female students at the school who have a crush on Yiling begin to say hurtful things about them because they are jealous that he helped Xinxia. Xinxia is unhappy to hear these things, but she is even more shocked when she finds the three girls in a body of water, screaming. A man had pushed them into the water as a punishment for the cruel things they said to Xinxia. The girls are annoyed by this and try to fight him, but they are nothing against him as he uses his thunder spell to zap them immediately. Yiling is shocked to see that a man could use such force on a woman, but Xinxia is happy to see that the man who intervened for her is her brother, Mo Fan. She rolls her wheelchair to him and embraces him, with tears all over her face. He notices that she is crying and reminds her of the story he used to tell her when she was younger, about how a king married off two daughters whose tears turned to expensive pearls when they cried. One continued to be rich, while another was poor, and when the king thought about it, he realized that the reason was because the husband of the poorer daughter gave her no reason to cry. They laugh about the story, while Yiling walks in to meet them. He greets Mo Fan, but he doesn't accept his greeting. Instead, he tells him to go away as he could not protect Xinxia when the girls were bullying her. Yiling is unhappy to hear this and begins to seethe. In his rage, he causes a field of ice that keeps getting bigger and bigger, although it is unable to touch Mo Fan and his sister because Mo Fan shields them with a heat pane. Mo Fan strikes back with thunder that Yiling is unable to defend himself against. Mo Fan warns him to come around them again and then walks away with Xinxia. As he takes Xinxia out, they encounter a couple who try to obstruct them and make fun of Xinxia's lameness. Mo Fan is about to react in anger, but Xinxia holds him back, and then he uses his spirit animal instead to transport them to the city where he wants to take them. In the city, he buys her many expensive things and then takes her to an expensive restaurant. She is concerned about his spending and asks that they cut down a bit, but he tells her that he amassed a lot of money when he was away, and that money was not a problem for him because he wanted her to eat from that particular restaurant. She then asks him to be more careful in his missions and that he should not leave her alone in the city again. While they speak, they notice a pianist begin to play the organ and that people in the restaurant begin to dance to it. Xinxia looks around at the people dancing, and Mo Fan can read that she wants to be part of it too, so he uses his magic to make her feet glide in the air so that he can move her around during the dance. The gesture makes her happy, but it is short-lived because she notices something through the window and draws Mo Fan's attention to it. Mo Fan goes by the window to check it out, and finds a giant monster outside the town. The other people in the restaurant run off at the sight of the monster, but Mo Fan stands at the window, studying it. As the monster gets closer to him, it is stopped by a blinding light. A flying mage appears at the scene and casts the demon back to where it came from. After witnessing this, Mo Fan goes to comfort his sister, who was there the whole time. On the way home, Mo Fan is so puzzled that he begins to watch the news, but it does not have information on the incident, so he calls Officer Tang Yue. Xiao walks past a soldier who is flogging a giant bird and asks him what the bird has done to make him act so cruelly. The man remarks that for him not to understand what is going on, then he must be new. The man then tells him that the bird is a mestizo, and that although they are all good for battle, the one he was flogging was grey, and that it would not be good for battle because it does not listen to simple instructions. He tells Xiao that flogging the bird was a way of reminding him of simple things that it should know, because otherwise, the bird would just be a waste of food. Xiao is infuriated by his answer and tells him that if he doesn't want the animal, then he should drop it and stop maltreating the animal. The man attacks him and asks him why he is so bothered about what he chooses to do with the animal. Xiao reacts by striking the man with a wind spell that hits him against a wall. The man is annoyed that Xiao hit him and asks why a low-level guard would dare hit him, and Xiao answers him and says that the same way he hit the bird because he could, he was also hitting him because he could. He goes on to tell him that he was only supposed to be a beast trainer and that he did not have any right to hit the bird. He tells the man that if he does not want the bird again, then he should just give it to him. That way, the bird will not waste his food as he will have to feed the bird by himself. Xiao takes the bird somewhere else and treats it to some meat, telling the bird that he got the meat from the mountain at a very high risk, which included being bitten by a rare rat. He also frees the bird from its shackles, and then the bird flies away. Mo Fan goes to meet Miss Tang Yue, who serves him tea and asks to know why he intends to travel after mentioning that he intends to rest. He answers her and tells her that he has already recovered and that he has spent a week in Song City already. He also tells her that he wishes the school had more teachers like her so that students would love to learn magic and become better mages, but she knows that he is complimenting her to avoid the conversation at hand, so she tells him to stop the cowardice and face the conversation. She asks him for details of the incident he witnessed the previous night, and he narrates the encounter to her. He tells her that he saw a giant serpent that stood taller than the buildings around it. He tells her that he feels like the giant serpent is a high-level monster stronger than the commander level. Tang Yue asks to know if he thinks it is that scary, and he tells her that he thinks the monster would destroy the city in seconds if it wanted to, and that even in his demon form, he will never be able to defeat the monster on his own. She sees how scared he is and offers to tell him a story about herself. The story is about a time in the past when there were many towns outside the barriers. Although the towns were very small, there were many of them. She goes on to recount that the barrier and the number of towns in the settlement became a uniting force for the humans that lived there. Because these factors were there, the land was peaceful, and even if they were always surrounded by beasts, they found themselves safe all the time, and all the people in the town became mages. She tells him that even the weakest of girls was very powerful in magic, so however dangerous the place seemed, it was also full of miracles because there was never a time that any evil attacked them. Mo Fan is intrigued by the revelation and asks her if she is even human, and she answers that she is, and tells him that the reason for the miracles was from God. Mo Fan tells her that if that is the case, then she should extend his regards to him and ask him for protection in his old house. She tells him that she already has, and then he sees a flash of her spirit animal, which is the giant snake he encountered the previous day. The sight scares him, and he tells her that she should not mention it again. She then tells him that they should go to her village, and that they may be able to get some clues if they go there. He refuses and says that in a place such as the one she just described, they may use him as a sacrifice, and that he would like to be seen as a son-in-law instead. Tang Yue frowns when she hears that, and tells him that he always has a way of answering loudly, even though he has very little guts. He tells her not to make fun of his fear, because the giant serpent is actually scary, and that always sees its face all the time. She answers him saying that the way the giant serpent worked was to look for a target and then introduce fear in the brain of its prey, after which it would find a perfect time to swallow the prey and digest it slowly. Hearing this, Mo Fan is scared that this might happen to him. and tells Tang Yue that he is ready to go so that he does not suffer the fate she just narrated to him. Mo Fan keeps seeing the face of the giant serpent on the way to the village, and when they get there, a man at the entrance tells them that they cannot go in. But Tang Yue talks to the man whose name is Da Sheng and tells him that she is not an outsider and that the person beside her is her student who is under her responsibility in case anything happens. She retrieves the keys to her house from him and heads inside with Mo Fan. When they get inside, she teaches Mo Fan more about the giant snake that appeared in the city the other day, telling him that it is a totem beast that does not kill humans, but protects them instead. Mo Fan finds that she is a totem beast protector and realizes that the snake is not a bad one. If not, it would have attacked people when it appeared in Song City the other day. However, Tang is interested to know why the serpent made an appearance in the city, because they always protected the city without being seen and causing great fear. She mentions that there was a chance that the serpent appeared because it sensed the presence of a creature that was going to pose a threat. She asks to know if he noticed anything strange on the day of the incident, and he mentions that it felt like the serpent was looking at him, but that he was not sure, because with such huge eyes, he may have been looking at anybody. At that moment, Mo Fan begins to feel a strange sensation in his head, and then Tang Yue figures that it is because the serpent is awake and around them, so they head out on a boat. While on the boat, Tang tells Mo Fan that the serpent is in its skin-shedding period, that it was a moment of weakness for the snake, and that she feared that members of the Black Vatican may want to take advantage of the period to attack the snake, and that she wanted him to protect the snake because she feared that someone in her clan was working as their ally. At that point, he realizes that she lied to him about the snake attacking him. She just wanted to use fear and lure him into coming to her village so that he could protect the snake as her last resort. He asks a favor in return, and the request is that he take a piece of the snake's skin to make a powerful magical instrument. She agrees to it, and at the same time takes out her buzzing phone to find that there was news online that the giant serpent had killed people in the city. She tells Mo Fan that it is a ploy by the Black Vatican to defame the serpent and make mages hate it, so that they may even try to kill it. Meanwhile, Xiao is at the top of a building when he notices the bird he freed flying towards him. When the bird lands, he notices that the bird got him a medicinal plant to heal his wound from the bite at the mountain. He thanks the bird and names it Hui. The first scene shows Fan and Tang Yue on an elevator, heading up a tower. Tang Yue tries to make the situation related to the plague, and if it is linked to the mystical serpent. She tells Fan that although the cause of death of the person was not yet specified, different news outlets had already blamed it on the mystical serpent. Yue believes that someone is trying to defame the mystic serpent on purpose. Fan asks her how she can be so assured of the situation, but she tells him that even in the place where the serpent was spotted, the serpent did not crush anyone talking more of using poison to kill the people. As they speak, they finally reach their floor. Then they step out of the elevator. Outside the doors of the elevators are soldiers who are arguing about what needs to be done. They speculate on whether the mystical serpent is guilty or not. Among these men is Zhu Meng, a member of the magic court sent to the Ming Chu Judges Association, who begins to give orders. He says that by the order of the magic court, he has come here to eliminate any potential for danger. He instructs the people to hand over the serpent immediately. Zhu rambles on and says that the mystical serpent must be handed over to the court so that it can be dealt with. Tang Zhong, who was in his seat, stands up to caution Zhu. Because of his ramblings, he tells him that he is too impulsive and naive about the latent capacity of the mystical serpent. He tells Zhu that he will only cause more trouble. Senator Liu tells Zhu that he has no right to remove a creature from its habitat, but Zhu does not care. He tells Luo that he only tries to make sure that demons do not cause chaos for people. He reminds Luo that he should not forget who he truly is. He is a representative of the High Court. Luo argues with Zhu, telling him that if he cannot ascertain that the serpent is at fault, the plan to eliminate it cannot go on, and he won't get support to become magistrate court president. Tang Yue says that further proof is needed, but she is told the hold of by her uncle, Tang Zhong, then goes on to agree with his niece that further investigation is needed before any conclusions can be drawn. This talk infuriates the already angry Zhu, who goes on to tell them that they have till the next day to provide the mystic serpent. Zhu and his men leave the room. Once they leave, the others discuss the issue at hand and how they will sort it out. They believe that Zhu is a formidable man, so they do not want to try him, especially now that the serpent is weakened because it is shedding its skin. They make a plan to rescue the serpent and tell Tang Yue and Fan to execute it, since they will be the least susceptible people. In the middle of the lake, Tang Yue brings out a totem she plans to use to suck the serpent in. To Fan's amazement, she tells the serpent that she will take it to Bai Mountain, then when everything has been settled, it will be returned home. Tang Yue plays a sweet melody, then the serpent calms down and slowly enters the totem as a bright light shines. Afterward, the totem drops, and it is in the shape of a black ball. Fan and Yue escape quickly so they can take the serpent to safety. On this journey, Fan receives a call from his classmates telling him to be careful because a strange disease is going around. In the meeting room, Zhu is furious when he hears the news of Tang Yue's escape. He tells his soldiers to capture her immediately, but before they leave, Lu enters the room. He tells Zhu that he already knew the plan. Yue had to escape, but Zhang had kept him all night playing chess to keep him away from Zhu. Lu exposes the fact that the serpent is shedding, so it is in a weakened state. He tells Zhu to just try stopping Yue's movement with his men afterward. They will have no other choice but to surrender. Zhu believes this is a good plan and then goes on to make some arrangements. The next scene shows Fan and Yue walking on the sidewalk of a highway. Yue is downtrodden and worried about the serpent. She feels like the journey to Bai Mountain Cave will be tedious, and she won't be able to make it, especially with Zhu after her. Fan reassures her that she will reach the cave. She thanks him, then both of them keep walking down the road. They reach a hotel in the city and are directed to a room. The receptionist informs them of the strange disease going around the city and that the disease was noticed since the mystical serpent appeared. Fan thanks her for her information, then he and Yue go to their rooms. Fan notices that Yue is tired and tries to aid her into the room. Afterwards he leaves. At night, Fan jumps into Yue's balcony to join her. He then asks her some questions about her god, and if she truly believes it is innocent. She tells him yes, that she believes that the serpent is innocent. She tells Fan about her past and how her father died. The serpent was what saved her from depression. In a distant location, Xiao Ho and Hui, his demon birds, are racing through the mountains to reach the fort. Hui loses the race. Then he notices a group of evil demon eagles and he is scared. Xiao Hu leads the general guard, Mingguo, up a mountain to show the demon eagles he spotted, but the eagles have disappeared. The general is shocked and turns away in disgust. Xiao Hu calls him to please set the alarm bells off at the fort so everyone can be alert. The general does not listen to his pleas. He tells Xiao Hu that there is no need to worry because the western border has been at peace for lots of years. The general tells Xiao Hu that he will report him immediately for bringing false reports. Xiao Hu ponders to himself about how the eagle demons managed to disappear. When Hui lands behind him, Xiao Hao pets him. The next day at the treatment center, the doctors are explaining the current situation with the plague to Zhu Meng. The lead doctor explains that from the time of contact, the victims have only 7 days to leave. This enrages Zhu. He turns to Tang Yue's uncle. Tang Zhong then asks him why his god is doing this. He asks him to explain the plague. The senator Lu tells Tang Yue's uncle that if nothing is done, the people will march out in a stance against the serpent soon. Tang tries to calm down the men around him. He tells them that the serpent has been in existence for a long time and has been protecting the city for ages. Why will it choose to cause harm to the people now? This talk enrages Zhu, who feels Tang is more concerned with protecting the mystical serpent rather than the people whose lives are in danger. Tang Yue tries to calm the men down. He tells Zhu that first they need to try extracting the fluids of the mystic serpent, so they carry out more research to ascertain the source of the plague before jumping to unnecessary conclusions. At this point, Zhu is enraged. He asks Tang to tell him the location of the serpent, but Tang refuses. Then Zhu tells him he knows where Tang Yue and Fan headed to. At the other side of Bai City, people are trapped on the other side of the gate trying to get in. The mages use their masks to cover the gate so no one can pass. At the top, 2 soldiers fly on a large, colorful eagle through the clouds. They talk about the great serpent. Amid the crowd, Fan and Tang Yu make a plan to escape. Fan summons a large wolf, which he uses to destroy the fence wall and escape. While this happens, General Wu Shi watches on, and he is told by a subordinate that the whereabouts have been found and if the attack should start. Wushu tells the soldier that they have too much power at present, so they will be tracked by the serpent. He tells the soldier that the judges have gone to follow them. The soldier is shocked by this. He tells his superior that he thought it was only him capable of challenging Tang Yue. On their way to the mountains, vine-like materials try to tangle Fan and Yue, but Yue uses the power of shadow magic to escape the attack. They work together to find the soldiers and then tie them up individually. The duo head up the mountains in the shadow form at night. When they reach, Fan wonders if the serpent is asleep. Yue explains to Fan that some magic can only be used in specific situations. As they talk, Tong Fang Ming, the strongest mage in the noble family, comes down. He is covered with fire. Fan tells his teacher to leave the battle to him, and once she goes, he begins to battle with Tong. During the battle, Fan notices that Ming's ability is beyond what he expected, and he uses the power of red flames, which Ming recognizes. He tells Fan that he must be involved in his brother's death. Then Fan uses a spell to trick Ming so he can get in some hits. Afterward, he does a level 4 grade magic, Ignite technique. This technique, although strong, it requires lots of soul energy. Ming is scared of the attack so much so that he changes into an armor. Fan explains to him that normally what he said is the truth, but right now the Ignite will be added to the Rose Flame. He tells Ming that it will be a mid-range attack, then he fires it at him till Ming flies away in a loss. Fan is not done yet, though. He uses a lightning attack to attack Ming. This attack cripples the young man, who is tired and lying down on the ground. Ming tells Fan that he knows who he is. As Fan tries to explain, he hears a destructive sound from the background. He turns and then races to save his teacher. On reaching there, he uses magic to assist his teacher, then he incapacitates the men who fought her. Tang Yue uses an attack on both soldiers, which makes them scared for their lives, but at the last moment, she stops it. Then she gave them instructions to leave the mission of retrieving the serpent for her. The men hesitantly agree and then fly off on the eagle demon. It's early in the morning. Fan and his teacher, Tang Yue, climb up a mountain. She looks into a ball to check on the amount of life energy left within it. Fan's friend is glad to see that they made it just in time before the life energy dwindled. She puts the dark ball on the ground to let it receive the sun's rays. Then she and Fan take a step back. When the rays hit the ball, it begins to float. Then it emits a dark blue mist. As Fan wonders what is going on, a mystical serpentine dragon arises from the mist. It is giant enough to go around the top of the mountain, with sky blue, a V-shaped pattern, and red spikes on its back. Tang Yue climbs on the dragon and then instructs Fan to follow suit. Fan is hesitant but ends up climbing the dragon-like creature. Tang Yue tells him not to worry, the creature understands his nature and knows he aided it through its hardest times. Afterward, she tells Fan to hold her tight. Then the creature flies away to a cave. The massive creature majestically glides through the clouds. Fan sees a group of white eagle demons as they fly and wonder where they are headed. Not long afterward, the creature drops them at the cave. They get down from it. Then the creature curls in to fit itself into the cave. Tang Yue extracts a bit of blood from the creature into the black ball from earlier. Fan is surprised to see the creature being so obedient, and he asks his teacher what the blood and the ball will be used for. She goes on to explain that if the plague going on is related to this creature, there might be antibodies within his blood. Fan asks if it means they are returning now, and the teacher responds yes. Then Fan tells Tang Yue that if it's found that the plague is related to the creature, Zhu Meng will never let it go. The teacher tells Fan that the lives of human beings cannot be wasted, but she will not let anyone lay a hand on the mystical snake. Tang Yue tells Fan to wait until they can leave by mountains, then they can go their separate ways. She wants him to return to the academy immediately so she can go and face the situation alone. Fan refuses to return. He tells her that the same way she wants to protect the city, he wants to protect her god. The next scene is at a camp hospital where multiple patients are being treated by doctors. One of the doctors steps out of the hospital with a military man behind him. He goes on to tell the man that maybe the situation cannot be improved. Immediately, a man on a large bed flies to both of them. The bird lands, then the military man asks the man if the mission to retrieve the mystic serpent was successful. The man responds to his superior, saying that the mission was carried out badly, and his superior needs to punish the others involved badly. The superior asks for their location. Immediately the rest return. It's Fan, Tang Yue, and Tang Yue's uncle. On seeing them, the military leader asks how they had the effrontery to return, but he is ignored. Tang Yue hands the dark ball which contains the blood from the mystical creature to the doctor. The doctor takes it immediately and then heads to the research room to carry out tests on the blood. As soon as he leaves, the military officer tells his subordinates to hold down Fan and Tang Yue. This surprises them. Yue's uncle tries to protect them, but she tells him it is okay. Both of them are taken into a cell. As the military officer heads back inside, a man with wings flies down to tell him some bad news. He tells the military officer that the western fort is under siege from the White Eagle Demon, and it swiftly defeats the guards stationed there. Now, a large number of White Eagle demons have broken through the western fortress and are heading towards Song City. The soldier tells his leader to please have an impromptu meeting so the situation can be discussed and the conflict can be resolved immediately. Then the leader looks up worryingly. He says that misfortune never comes alone, so the people might be in big trouble. The next scene shows numerous white-eyed eagle demons being repelled by magic blasts by mages at the top of a city. Security guard Yun Feng and a soldier from a foreign place climb upstairs to discuss the current situation, saying that because of the demon's temper and protective nature over its territory, it normally fights in groups, so the fighting power can be strong. The soldier blames encroachment into the demon's territory as the cause for the fight. Then he tells Yun Feng that he is sorry because he can't help the situation. Yun Feng asks for the location of the Celestial Eagle. A soldier who is at the bottom of the stairs explains to him how frightened the creatures have become. They even refuse to listen to orders. The scene shows soldiers trying to get their eagles to fly, but none of them get off the ground. Instead, the eagles cower in fear. A soldier narrates to Yun Feng that the threat sent by the demons has scared the creatures. The situation gets even worse when the eagles begin to attack the soldiers. Their eyes become bright red as they carry soldiers up forcefully, break their bodies through walls, and begin mangling them. Yun Feng is worried by the eagle's actions when the soldier explains that the worst outcome would be if a king-grade, demon type of eagle makes an appearance. Such an appearance will make the eagles feel a frightening, threatening aura and then start acting irrationally, as they were doing. The soldier goes on to say that the celestial eagles need to be killed quickly, so there will be no losses for the soldiers. Yun Feng tells the leader to quickly do this so the fort won't be lost. On the ground, the soldiers fight off and kill the eagles immediately. At the end, in a forest, Xiaohu is with his eagle. He uses a leaf to play melodious beats. Then he notices that there's trouble brewing at the fort. Xiaohu quickly flies to check what is going on when he is met by a soldier. The soldier tells him to hide quickly. Then, as he is speaking, Xiaohu is distracted by the feathers on the ground. He is surprised because they are stained with blood. The soldier warns him to not be eaten by the White Eagle Demon. Xiaohu tries to climb his eagle, but the soldier tells him that the eagle cannot return, but an order has been given for it to be killed. Xiaohu asks why, then the soldier goes on to explain. The soldier brings out his knife, but Xiaohu refuses to kill his bird. He fires a wind attack at the soldier and then orders his eagle to fly away from the scene. At night, the doctor explains to the other men that the antibodies extracted from the mystical snake are not capable of treating the patients. They only can control the condition, but the doctor goes on to say that other parts of the creature might be needed to develop stronger antibodies. Tang Yue's uncle tells the doctor to meet with his niece to explain the situation so she can aid them by extracting the galls from the serpent. This talk enrages the leader of the soldiers, who is shocked that despite the serpent being the culprit for the plague, Tang Yue's uncle still wants to spare his life. Tang Yue is brought in, and then the leader faces his head downwards in respect. This move touches Tang Yue, and he goes on to explain that he understands her desire to guard the serpent. But now the lives of the people of Song City are in great danger. If the plague is not resolved, they won't be capable of defending themselves against the attack from the White Eagle Demon Group. Then, everyone will lose their lives. The leader begs Tang Yue to bring the mystic snake back. Then he promises that as long as she cooperates with research, the serpent will not be killed. She asks for Mo Fan's location, and when she is told, she then instructs the soldiers to go to Yingyue Lake. Once they reach there, she promises to summon the snake. The scene switches to a cell where Fan is, before he is joined by his younger brother Xiaohao. A moment later, at the lake, Tang Yue summons the mystic serpent under a full moon. She begins to play a melodious symphony as it arises from the lake. Xiahao and Fan hear the tune. Then Fan becomes agitated. He escapes the prison alone using shadow magic, telling his younger brother that he will return soon. At the lake, multiple soldiers watch on as lights illuminate the night. From the clouds above, lighting comes down, immediately followed by a large wind. And then the mystic serpent emerges from the water as people watch in shock. Senator Luo Mian notices that the snake is yet to finish molting. It is in a weakened state. Then the leader of the soldiers gives an order for the snake to be killed. To Tang Yue's shock, the soldiers run to the snake to try and capture it, while Tang Yue is held by other men. Tang Yue asks the senator why he is carrying such unfair actions. Then the mayor tells him that if he feels his actions are unjustified, he should sue the magic court. He suggests he should not interfere. While this goes on, the leader of the soldiers spurs his men on. He tells them that today, the cause of this plague will finally be removed. The serpent has noticed their hostility now. It screams in rage. A man from the crowd tells everyone to calm down. Then Tang Yue screams angrily as she expresses her disappointment at the men's conspiracy to fool her. The leader of the soldiers instructs his men to attack the serpent with a lighting attack. Star Palace, Fan is on the sidelines, observing what is happening, while Tang Yue begs the men to stop their actions. The senator is smiling as he watches the situation unfold. The men attack the snake with an attack strong enough to kill a king-level monster. A woman says that Luo Mian and Zhu Meng, the leader of the soldiers, prepared well for this attack to kill the mystic snake. The lighting strikes the snake and the hit can be seen from all over the city. Tang Yue begs Zhu Meng to call back the soldiers, but he pushes her aside. He goes on to tell the crowd of people around that the mystic snake being attacked is the source of the plague. He tells them the snake has been living in the lake for so long, then asks for their support as he chooses to punish the snake now, killing him forever. The people of the city are spurred. The scream, "Kill him! Kill him! How can a monster like this exist in our city? Kill him! Kill him!" Tang Yue, the voice of reason, tries her best to explain that the serpent is not the source of the plague, but is, instead, he is the one that guards the city. The people are unrelenting and keep shouting. Fan wants to act, but a woman stops him. His teacher runs to the deck to apologize to the serpent for making it fall into a trap. In its weakest moment, because it felt she was in trouble, Fan looks on and reasons that the serpent gave him a warning when he was in prison. The serpent uses its willpower to break out of the attack. Fan wonders what kind of desire must have pushed the serpent to escape. Then a large lightning bolt comes down from the sky, and the senator tells the soldiers to quickly capture the serpent so they won't escape. Instead of running through the serpent, flies closer to Tang Yue. It licks her tears with its forked tongue. This act surprises Fan, who feels that even humans will lose their consciousness if exposed to such terrible torture. Tang Yue screams at the serpent to escape quickly, but it does not. It uses its last strength to comfort Tang Yue. Zhu Meng, seeing this as an opportunity, tells his men to attack once more, but he is interrupted by a soldier who narrates that a king-level monster has been spotted among the White Eagle demons. He tells Zhu Meng that their air combat has been crippled by the beast, and he warns that if nothing is done, the situation will become dire. The Senate needs to rush to the forefront immediately, but Luo Mian says the priority should be killing the serpent. The other soldier disagrees. He tells Luo Mian that although the serpent has high levels of endurance, its physical abilities have been in decline for a while. He feels the punishment meted to him already will prevent him from escaping. Luo Mian does not agree. He tells them they need to take the risk and kill the snake first before anything else is done. Zhu Meng instructs Chief Court Guard Zhang Wuping to immediately lead the court guard and head to the front line of the western fortress to Luo Mian's annoyance. At the lake, Tang Yue tries to comfort the serpent. She tells it that the worst is over as it lies down in the lake, still reeling from the torture it suffered earlier. Fan wants to meet her, but the woman he is with tells him to leave Tang Yue alone. Fan wonders who she is, then goes on to ask the woman if she is the Leng Qing his teacher mentioned. Qing tells Mo Fan that she has heard a lot about him, and that she heard he is great. Qing feels that only when the plague is ended, that is when the mystic snake assists Tang Yue. Fan explains to Qing that because the snake is not the source of the plague, its blood will not solve the problem. Fan explains that the plague even started in the city of Bai, while the snake has always lived in the city of Song. Qing explains that she carried out her investigation and came up with the same hypothesis. but the person she sent after that did not find any further proof of the plague's origination because someone has chosen to hide the truth. Fan tells Ching that he plans to investigate the situation secretly. Ching asks if she can help, and Fan asks her for the information on her sister Ling Ling. Ching tells him that he and her sister will meet at Bai City when she's done transferring all the data she has to Ling Ling. Before he departs, Fan asks Ching to help their teacher, Tang Yue, who is sitting and looking helplessly at the serpent, who is going through enormous pain. Ching explains that he has never seen his teacher so downtrodden and helpless. Ching tells him to go on his mission because she is counting on him. In Bai City, Fan meets Ling. She is at an open space cafe, and he plays with the little girl a bit, pulling her cheeks and jokingly teasing her. They go to a hidden location, then Ling finds information online related to the situation of blood transfusion. She breaks down the data to find patterns and insight that she will be able to use to solve the problem. Ling and Fan bounce some ideas around each other, and then she hands Fan a fake ID so they can use it to enter the hospital. While there, they go through different equipment. Some troops come into the room. The Guardian magicians are looking for blood doses, but the attendant tells them that none is available, and the leader feels the attendant is lying. Fan listens in to the conversation and is surprised. The attendant tries to explain to the leader of the group, but he barges in to take the blood. He tells the attendant that while he and his men are out there fighting for their lives, they are hoarding blood. They coercively take the drugs while the attendant screams that he should be allowed to call Wang Yi first. The man is ignored as the Guardian magicians carry the blood as he follows behind them. Once they leave, Fan contacts Ching to find out if she knows anything about Wang Yi. She reveals he is a member of the Magic Association. Ching asks Fan if there's a problem, but he tells her no. But there is a way forward on his quest. The next scene shows the fort, now being overwhelmed by the large number of eagle demons. The mages are killing a lot, but they are still suffering losses. The eagles create a tornado and then suck some men. It immediately does an explosion which kills the men. The fort is covered by a black barrier. Then in one fell swoop, most of the eagles within it are killed. Fan and Ling are at the fort. Now they split to carry out their investigations. At one of the tents, Ling finds a way to get the blood sample. Fan asks her to check if there is any problem with the drugs. Outside, Wang Yi has arrived, and he's told the blood has been used. He turns back in anger and dismay as Fan and Ling watch from within the tent. They overhear the name Luo Main and assume he has something to do with this. Back at the lake, Tang Yue keeps comforting the serpent. She says out loud that the serpent cannot hold on much longer, so Mo Fan should be quick. At the shelter where the doctors are attending to the victims of the plague, a female doctor explains that Dr. Lu has made findings that indicate that the poison found within the mystical serpent is very unlikely to be the one contained within the body of the patient. The resident doctor says it makes sense because medicine based on the blood of the mystical serpent is only able to control the patient's condition rather than fully cure the person. He and his assistant enter the treatment room. Within it are many soldiers riddled with the disease. They are weak, tired, and unable to move. As this goes on, a patient cites Senator Luo Mian, calling out to him saying, "Mr. Senate, please save us." The senator tells the man that he will be saved. Another reaches out to the senator asking for aid. Then his bodyguard holds the man's arm. The senator calls off his bodyguard, then reassures the man that he will be saved once the mystical serpent is killed. A soldier from the other side of the room overhears this. He says that he learned that a group of people are trying to defend the snake, and he tells the senator to also punish the people involved. The senator reassures everyone that he is doing his best to solve the problem. Everyone trusts the senator. The lead doctor walks to him and tells him he is a brave man. The senator thanks him and then informs the doctor that he would like a private conversation with him. They go outside the premises. Once they move out, the senator cleans his arms, then instructs his men to give him space to discuss with the doctor when they are finally alone. He asks the doctor if he has any stronger poison in his possession. The doctor is shocked by this question, but the senator goes on to explain himself. The senator tells the doctor that the snake is trapped in a super-level formation. He feels it is the best time to eliminate the snake, as it is also weakened. The doctor tells the senator that there is no poison of that kind in his possession. Besides, the mystical serpent is not affected by poison. In addition, he tells the senator that from even the research that has been carried out, there is some proof that the plague might not have originated from the mystical snake. The senator excuses himself Then, as he and his men walk, the frantic lab attendant calls out to the senator. Luo is shocked to see the man and asks why he is not in Bai guarding the blood storage. The man tells the senator that the commander of the Western Fortress came directly to the blood store and then took all the goods with his men. This horrifies Luo. He holds the attendant. He exclaims that the situation is a dire one. The senator says that if the plague reaches the Western Fortress, it will become easy to notice that the source of the problem is with the blood dose. He tells the attendant if it is discovered, both of their lives will be cut short. The attendant is scared and asks what next to do. While he speaks, Luo notices the pen of the attendant making beeping noises. The senator says they need to sort this out quickly. Inside a van not too far away in a van, Fan and Ling listen to each word of the conversation, and now they are sure the Luo is behind the plague ravaging their home. Fan thanks Ling for her tech-savvy nature and for her aid in solving this situation. Fan tells Long to find the problem with the blood sample, and then after analysis, they get the results. Fan asks Ling if the White Eagle Demon is from Xiling. Fan believes the first appearance of the White Eagle Demon was extremely close to the time the plague spread. Ling runs the data and figures out that the first victim of the plague appeared on the same day the White Eagle Demon appeared. Fan does not think it is a coincidence. Then he and Ling drive to the Western Fortress to understand the situation better and solve it quickly. They use the vans and think about the next thing to do. Fan used his brain to figure out that there is another poisonous monster within the west in Xiling. At the fort, soldiers are cleaning everything. They use mops, rags and water to clean up the environment. A soldier complains that he wants to be at the front line rather than here where he has nothing to do and boredom is affecting him. While he talks, Xiaohou cuts him off and then he tells him to follow the rules or else they will be vulnerable to the plague. While they are talking, the soldiers hear a scream, then rush outside to check what is going on. A soldier tells Xiaohou that one of them has unfortunately gotten the plague. Xiaohou goes to help the soldier, and when Fan, his brother, comes in, he tells him to help the man because the plague is not transferable. Xiaohou explains that when he was in the forest seeking a meal, he was bitten by a poisonous rat. The symptoms of the poisoning are similar to what is happening to the patient, and in Xiaohou's case, Hui found red grass for him, which he took, and then he became healed. Ling tells Fan that if the blood in the poison rat is the same as the plague, it will prove that the mystical snake is innocent. Fan makes up his mind to go capture the rat. While Xiaohou and Living follow him behind, they run into the forest and then find the creature's hole. Xiaohou tells Fan that he cannot understand why humans cannot be friendly with animals. Fan tells his brother that the humans are doing this because they feel the need to protect. When Fan is done talking to his brother, a rat demon comes out of its hole. Fan fires a fireball, then Xiaohou uses his earth magic to bring it out of its hole. At the van, Ling operates on the rat and then finds the origin of the poisonous rats. The actual name for the creatures is the plague claw rat. Ling explains that the rats contain a kind of blood poison similar to the poison found within the blood dose. Ling interprets the situation as, due to an urgent need, the senator used the blood gotten from the rats for blood donation, but he did not realize that there was poison within it. The blood used by the soldiers is what attracts the eagle demons, because the rat demons are their favorite dish. Fan thanks Ling for figuring out this and then tells her they need to capture the senator, but it won't be easy since he is in the court council. Fan says the important thing for now is that the snake is saved when it is revealed that these rats are what caused the plague in the first place. Hence, Zhu Meng has no other reason to kill the mystical creature. Fan asks his Xiaohou to please bring the antidote, then Xiaohou heads out. At the fort, lots of mages watch on as the eagle demons strike again in their massive numbers. The leaders have a meeting, and within it, Qing exposes the fact that the senator used poison rats to make fake blood doses, hence causing this pandemic to this extent. The senator tries to change the subject, saying the eagle's attack is unrelated to the blood samples, but his claim is rejected as Qing, and another man explain how the blood samples and the attack by the birds are related. The mayor frowns his face. Zhu Meng notices this and then asks Luo what he is hiding from him. Fan enters the room and tells the people within Xiling that it is an area that has red grass, which is the cure. It used to be a nest for the white eagle demon, but this is their chance to take over it. The senator dislikes the idea. However, a way is found to extract the red grass using Xiaohu's eagle, which is still alive. Zhu Mang tells the people to immediately release the mystical serpent. Fan hugs his teacher, while Xiaohu runs to the forest. He uses his leaf to summon his eagle Hui, who comes to aid him. Both of them are scared but draw strength from each other as they fly through the skies. The first scene shows Ling holding her tab. She is using the device to observe movements. She is behind Fan. Ling asks him for Tang Yue's location when Fan explains to her that once information reached her that the doses of blood had been sent, she immediately went to support the troops stationed at the western fortress. In front of both Ling and Fan are boxes that contain the doses of blood meant for the mystical serpent. Once they reach close enough, the beast emerges from the water. It is weak and tired, and it leans on the ledge. Then Ling and Fan go on to put the blood in its body. The mystic serpent thanks Fan with a gesture, much like a dog wagging its tail. At the other end, Xiaohu is sneaking to find the red grass. He is warned that when entering the white eagle devil's lair, he has to be extremely swift. On his way, he remembers Fan's words reminding him that Hui is the only celestial dragon capable of picking up the red grass. Xiaohu tells Fan that Hui has always been rejected, but this is his time to prove his name. On their way, Xiaohu reminds Hui to hide him because the other eagles will attack Xiaohu if they detect his presence. Xiaohu jumps off Hui on the ground and then smears some blood of an eagle on his arms to throw the other rebellious eagle off his scent. He then asks Hui to distract the other eagles. Hui flies high, then the eagles follow him. On the ground, he uses magic to gather up the red grass. While he does this, the Hui is leading the other eagles away from his location. After Xiaohu finishes, he whistles to Hui, who then whisks him away immediately. Xiaohu calls Ling to inform her and Fan that the mission has been completed successfully. For a moment they celebrate, and then they notice the state of the western fortress. The whole place is being attacked by the eagle demons. It is where most of the forces are not concentrated. Ling and Fan also notice something ominous. After giving the serpent doses of blood, it is meant to recover swiftly, yet it is showing no signs of recovery. The serpent, as if it hears their worries, immediately rises from the water. This shocks both Fan and Ling. It goes on to molt its skin afterward as Ling and Fan watch it. Ling looks at her map, then says as soon Xiaohu arrives with the antidote, the current ongoing crisis will be averted. But when she looks at the map, she notices Xiaohu has not moved from his previous spot. She tries to reach him, but there is no reply. She is worried because he does not seem to be around creatures, according to the map. She puts her ear on the device. Then she overhears Senator Luo congratulating Xiaohu on doing a good job. The senator tells Xiaohu to hand the antidote to him, but Xiaohu refuses. He informs Luo that he is aware of the fact that Luo poisoned a dose of blood which caused the plague going around the city. Luo is surprised that Xiaohu is aware of this. He tells Xiaohu that if the truth comes out, he will lose his status, but if Luo returns with the antidote, there is a chance he will be seen as a hero by the people. Luo tells Xiaohu to mean to abandon the situation and leave it to him, else he tells Luo that he will kill him. He uses shadow-level magic to overwhelm the young man, sucks Luo in, then uses a spider to entangle him in its web. Afterward, he takes the item used to collect the antidote away from Xiaohu, then he laughs as he leaves Xiaohu on the ground, weakened. Fan is screaming at his younger brother trying to know what is going on, but hears no replies. At Song City, the fortress is being overwhelmed by the eagle demons. Tang Yue is assisting the soldiers. She uses her magic to fend off the creatures when a commander-level eagle demon, a four-clawed eagle demon, emerges from the clouds above to attack her. While this is happening, Xiaohu is still incapacitated in the forest. Other eagle demons come to attack him, but he is protected by Hui. Hui is injured seriously, but still, Xiaohu is unconscious. At the war zone, the leader of the soldiers arrives just in time to save Tang Yue, who was attacked and overwhelmed by the demons. After saving her, the clouds begin to shake. Strong winds blow, and from the sky, a massive king-level silver eagle demon emerges with lightning surrounding it. The sight scares everyone, then they begin to attack the demon. In the city, Hao brings Xiaohu back. He is injured severely. Qing sees this. She checks on Xiaohu and then tells the men around her to take him immediately to the hospital. They quickly obey her instructions, and she then tells Hui to thank him for saving Xiaohu's life and bringing him back, safely. At the lake, Fan is furious with the senator for all his misdeeds. He screams and summons the mystic snake. He asks if it wants revenge. Then they fly to the fortress. At the treatment center, Senator Luo tricks the people into thinking he is some kind of hero. The people hail him, and then he is told that the mystical snake is looking for him. Luo tries to go into hiding, but he is found and caught easily. The senator fights the snake and wonders how it finished molting with such speed. Fan explains to Luo that because of the poisonous blood, the serpent was able to recover its soul essence, and now it is time for vengeance. Fan is on top of the snake. He stares at the senator angrily. Then the senator makes some gestures towards the serpent, saying it is meant to have died off a long time ago. He goes on to attack the serpent, but the attack has no effect whatsoever. Fan smiles, then tells the serpent to discipline the senator. The senator tries to save himself, but he is no match for the serpent. The senator uses the spell Super Level Star Palace to try and win the fight. The spell summons a large ball of darkness, which surrounds everywhere, but he is found easily. The serpent uses poisonous gas on the senator and then sucks in the senator. Luo tries to ask for mercy, but his words appear to fall on deaf ears. Fan tells him that he will slowly be eroded by the stomach acid of the mystical serpent, and in torment he shall regret all his sins. While the snake tries to eat the senator, he tells Fan that the antidote is still in his possession, and if he is eaten it will be lost forever. Fan immediately instructs the serpent not to kill the senator yet. The serpent stops, and then Fan says that the sacrifices he and his friends made for that antidote cannot be in vain. As he speaks as a group of eagle demons flies above him to Song City, he is astonished by this and wonders what is pulling these creatures. Immediately the mystic serpent begins to follow these demons because Song City is its territory. At the camp, the demons are attacking the humans ferociously when they are rescued by the mystic serpent. The humans are shocked when the serpent protects them from the attacks of the demons. After fending off the attacks, Fan looks at Bow City, and there is trouble because a king-level monster is attacking and destroying the city. On the battlefield, the soldiers use different magic skills to attack the king-level eagle demon, but it does not work. Their highest level attacks even fail to graze the demon. From afar, the serpent flies to help the humans. Zhu Meng tries to trap the king-level demon, but it uses its wit to escape the trap, sacrificing a few commander-level demons. Tang Yue asks Zhu to escape as soon as possible because he is no match for the demon, but Zhu refuses to back down because he does not want the creature to destroy the city. Zhu tells the creature that even if he dies in this battle, he will happily do so, and then he goes on to summon the Lighting Palace armor, which strengthens Zhu. He attacks the creature, but his attack is easily cast aside by the Eagle King. Fortunately for the soldiers, the mystic serpent arrives just in time. It faces off to battle with the king-level eagle demon. The two creatures rise much higher when the king-level demon sends its commander-level demons to attack the mystic serpent. The mystic serpent and Fan join efforts to easily get rid of the demons. Then the serpent begins to attack the king-level demon. The humans in the city watch from afar as the serpent and Fan overwhelm the king-level eagle demon. They end the battle using a sky inscription which summons a large boulder that falls on the eagle demon. The mystic serpent chooses to leave the king-level eagle demon to escape. The humans watch in amazement as they are saved by the serpent. They scream its name as Fan rides on it happily through the clouds. Fan tells it to please continue to protect this city as they fly into the sky. Then at Bao City moments later, the serpent lands on the mystic lake, swims to meet Xing and Tang Yue, and then Fan gets down from it. Afterward, the creature removes a human-shaped item from its tongue. This move angers Zhu Meng, who asks the creature why it dares to eat people. He is calmed down by another soldier who tells him to notice that the person is not dead yet. The senator begins to apologize and begs to be let go. He hands the bracelet to them, while Zhu looks in astonishment. He is shocked. Qing exposes the fact that the senator is the cause of Hui's demise and that he is the one who prevented Xiaohu from reaching earlier. The senator is taken away by soldiers. A few days later at Song City, tourists are enjoying the spectacular view while Fan and his teacher are discussing. They talk about Xiaohu, who is recovering well, and about how the red grass was able to eradicate the plague. The people of the city are safe now. They are celebrating and walking around cheerfully. Fan's teacher gives him a gift, a material melted from the skin of the mystic serpent. She tells him he can use it to make a piece of armor. Then she asks him when he is returning to school. Fan tells her the next day, then she thanks him. Fan walks back to his school. He remembers the past events, how he and his classmates suffered, and the trials and tribulations they had to pass. He is grateful that at last he can be able to return to his normal life because the previous life was really dangerous. Two girls, Moo and Tutu, her sister, are in Fan's apartment complaining about the current situation. When Fan walks into the room, they are surprised to see Fan. Fan overhears their complaints and then asks if they are happy to see him. Tutu asks if he is a ghost, then she starts to threaten him that she will kick him out with immediate effect. Moo tries to calm her sister down, but she does not listen. She keeps talking so much that she does not notice her clothes fall off, and Tutu runs off flustered but happy that Fan returned safely. Fan lies on the chair, remembering how he returned to enormous celebrations the last time, but the next day when he returns to school is underwhelmed as no one celebrates him this time around. He sighs as he enters the school. At school, the sisters notice Ting Yu, Zhou Shuming's vassal dog, walking up to them. He has a smirk on his face, and then he comes to make a joke of the sisters. This gesture annoys Fan, who is enraged, so he comes to defend his sister. He holds Ting Yu by the collar, who begins to squirm. He calls a friend to come, aid him, but the friend just drags him away from Fan. The sisters are surprised that Ting Yu just left and ask if Fan knows the Ting's friend, Dong Fang. Fan says he does not remember him, but he's sure Dong is part of the many people he has defeated. He says he has defeated so many people that he cannot remember all of them. At the other end of school, Ting still wants to fight Fan when he is cautioned by Dong. In the school, Fan walks through the hallways and goes into the dean's office, where he is welcomed warmly by Dean Xiao. The dean tells the other students present to excuse him and Fan for a moment. Then he makes some tea for him and Fan, and they talk about how the last year has been hard. Then the dean tells Fan he is back to have him back because he has missed Fan's presence. The dean tells Fan he has a present for him because of how he protected the other students when they went for field training. He asks if the news of him being attacked has made him suffer, and Fan replies that it has not been easy. The dean then asks Fan if he has any special requests. Fan immediately and excitedly requests a change in the department. He wants to be in the fire department. The dean accepts his request but asks Fan to give him some time. He also tells Fan he hopes he will do his best at the upcoming World University competition. He tells Fan that he can report to the fire department the next day, but he should not cause any problem. After school, Fan returns to Old Man Bao's shop. He asks him to help him forge armor, but he is ignored. Then Bao gives him lots of paperwork with minor cases to solve. Fan feels the case is beneath him, but because he needs a favor from Bao, he goes about solving the case. At the end of the day, he is tired. Then Bao tells him he has contacted the Forge Master for Fan so he can meet him on the next day. At the fire exam department, the next day students discuss with anticipation as Fan makes his way to the department. He sees a girl, Ding Yumian, in front, and he leans forward. Her friend stops him and asks who he is, for him to have the right to approach her friend. She comments on his clothes, and this riles Fan up. He immediately tries to shift attention from himself. Then Xingli tells him that he needs to shift from their sister's seat. Fan asks what will happen if he refuses to do so. Xingling says she is ranked 300 in the fire department list, and she is more than capable of dealing with him. Ding tells Xing to calm down. A teacher calls Fan trash and asks why he is in this department. Fan fires some shots at the teacher and the class too, saying that he also sees some trash in the department. This statement annoys his classmates. The teacher rips up Fan's letter, then asks Fan to see the skills of his classmates. The teacher explains how the classes are ranked from number 1 to 1137. He tells Fan that he will assign 100 to him for now. Then the teacher walks out. This rank surprises Fan. He asks a fellow student why he is given such a high rating. She explains that the rank is a bad thing, because the higher you are, the more challenges he will receive. Fan tries to get Ding's attention again, but she continues to ignore him. In their room, the two sisters, Moo and Tutu, worry about Fan, but they stop when he returns. Smiling, he is happy with the class and looks forward to future adventures. In a gym, a boy aims fire at moving targets with a smile on his face, while 3 boys watch him. One of the boys says that the boy is impressive. Another boy is unconvinced and says several students are as capable as he is in their faculty. The last boy agrees and says that he does not understand why Mr. Wei let him be in the 100th place directly. He adds that the boy just got all the resources for nothing. The boy hears everything the other boys say and smiles. He conjures 2 big balls of flame in each hand and remembers something. Flame Boy is Mo-fan, and he remembers being in an auditorium with other students. The teacher climbs up to the podium and asks for Mo-fan. He stands and raises his hand. The teacher asks him why he transferred to their faculty close to the end of the term. He says he will not accept any indecisive mediocrities like Mo-fan. Mo-fan answers and says that even though the teacher says he will not accept any mediocrities, he sees that there are so many useless people in the faculty. He asks the teacher if the students being useless means that he has only so much to teach them. The students are outraged at Mo-fan's words, and the flashback ends. The boys in the gym are still talking about Mo-fan. The first boy says that Mr. Wei offered Mo-fan such resources to let the students fight for the resources. They think back to Mo-fan's defiance in class. Mr. Wei, the teacher, tells Mo-fan that since he is so arrogant, he will list Mo-fan in the 100th place with his marks that month. He tells him he will wait and see. The boys say that the fire faculty rule allows students to challenge those with a higher ranking than them on challenge day. Those who are challenged do not have the option of refusing. If they refuse, they have to give up their ranks and give out the resources. The third boy says that Mo-fan is ranked 100th and offended the whole faculty. He says that by challenge day, there could be close to 1,000 sty fighting him. He says he will join in fighting Mo-fan. The first boy says that it will be a record-breaking tag battle and that Mo-fan won't even have the stamina to hold on. They say that that is the price he will pay for being ignorant. Mo-fan smiles at that and sends a fireball at the practice dummies in another part of the room. The boys' jaws drop as they witness the destruction of the dummies. Mo-fan is on his way home. He is hungry and decides to try new restaurants. He thinks that he needs a plan for the competition. He says that he cannot just play tough. He stops in his tracks when he sees a boy practicing magic on the path. He calls out to the boy and asks him if he is Zheng Jiahui. The boy is surprised to see Mo-fan and tries to run away. Mo-fan holds him back and tells him that he is the public enemy of the fire faculty and that Jiahui is the last one on the list. He asks why Jiahui is afraid of him. Jiahui says that he knows that he is one of the mediocrities that Mo-fan mentioned and admits that he is really weak. Mo-fan thinks to himself that he saw Jiahui drawing a constellation circle and states that doing that makes him capable. He says to himself that Jiahui does not have a strong mind and that he could be remarkable if he puts in some effort, just like Hu did before. Mo-fan tells Jiahui that it is quite shameful to always be the last one. He asks him if he wants to get rid of the situation. Jiahui tells him to forget about it and that he has decided to leave the school after he finishes the year. Mo-fan sighs and tells him not to give up on himself. He lends him his speed-controlling magic tool and tells him that he does not think that Jiahui lacks cultivation. He thinks Jiahui lacks resources. He adds that all students get into school through examinations. He says that in terms of ability, those beyond the 1,000th place are the same, so no one is far stronger than another. He tells Jiahui that he thinks he might be too nervous in the competitions, that he forgets how to draw the constellation circle. Jiahui asks Mo-fan why he is helping him when they are not even close. Mo-fan says he is helping him because he is like one of his friends. He says that seeing others bully him makes him angry. Jiahui tells Mo-fan that there is nothing he can help him with. Mo-fan remembers that there is something Jiahui can help him with. At the school's arena, all the students come out to watch the challenge. Mo-fan is called to the platform. The teachers tell him that he can avoid the challenge by writing a self-criticism note, admitting his mistake, and apologizing before the whole faculty. The teacher says if he does this, he will allow Mo-fan to quit the game and he will reserve his identity as their student. Mo-fan refuses, and he tells Mo-fan to start the challenge immediately. Mo-fan walks off the platform ready to begin. The older teacher says that Mo-fan is adamant. Mr. Wei says that they don't know if he can handle the challenges yet. He announces that 231 students will challenge Mo-fan that day. The first challenger is Zhang Yuhei, who ranks 736th. Mr. Wei says that if Mo-fan doesn't win against Zhang Yuhei, he has to leave the faculty by himself. The battle begins, and Mo-fan draws the constellation circle quickly. The students are amazed. Mo Fan wins the first round and Mr. Wei is annoyed. He calls up the next challenger. It is a girl and she challenges Mo Fan with both fire and water magic. She sets up a water barrier and Mo Fan breaks it every time. She cries and runs away. The entire stadium is in an uproar over Mo Fan defeating the two challengers. Some girls say he is not decent and a boy says that Mo Fan is willful. Mo Fan calls for a bathroom break during the competition and this angers Mr. Wei, who scolds him for being troublesome. Mo Fan is using the excuse of a bathroom break to rest and restore his powers. Mo Fan wins every person who challenges him. The students note that Mo Fan has been using level 1 magic to win. Yumina speculates that he must be using spiritual level fire, as it is not as powerful as normal fire. Lu tells her that she's made a mistake. He says that even with spiritual level fire, the fire burst cannot be so powerful. He says that Mo Fan's power is more than quadruple the original power. He tells them that Mo Fan has cultivated his fire burst to level 4. Mr. Wei hopes that one of the challengers is strong enough to chase Mo Fan away. Jia Hui is the next challenger, and Mo Fan tells him to do what they planned. Mo Fan wants to accept defeat so he can challenge others in the last challenge week to avoid a tag battle and advance his resources. He tells Jia Hui to attack him with a random move. Jia Hui is unsure and Mo Fan motivates him to try. Jia Hui quits and Mr. Wei yells at him. Mo Fan tries to talk sense into him and they get into an argument. Mo Fan announces that if he loses to anyone, he will bow and apologize to all 1,000 members of the fire faculty. Mr. Wei calls up Jia Zhenlong, the top student in the faculty. Mo Fan faces Jia Zhenlong in the ring. He sends out a fire burst, but Zhenlong shields himself against it. The students are excited that Zhenlong will win against Mo Fan. Mo Fan sends another fire burst, and Zhenlong says that a fire burst cannot defeat him. He decides to show Mo Fan his strength. He sends a huge nail at Mo Fan with his dark shadow magic. Mo Fan deflects the attack, and the students remark that Zhenlong's shadow magic has reached stage 2. They say that once the magic reaches Mo Fan, his mind will be locked. They say that as Mo Fan cannot even release stage 1 magic, he will lose. Mr. Wei is overjoyed at the prospect of Mo Fan losing. Mo Fan assesses Zhenlong and releases his fire to completely engulf him. It deflects Zhenlong's second dark shadow magic. Zhenlong says that he cannot believe that Mo Fan is so sophisticated. He sends out his flaming fist evil spirit attack. Mo Fan evades the attack by jumping over it. He releases a fire burst, firestorm attack at Zhenlong and ends the match there. The students were amazed that he defended the strike so quickly. They say that Mo Fan is so cunning and that they cannot believe that he waited so long to use the tool. Zhenlong sends another nail at Mo Fan, and it narrowly misses. The students are disappointed at that. They say that Jia Zhenlong is bound to win because he has a good defense. Zhenlong intensifies his attack, and Mo Fan sends out a flaming fist to avoid the attack. Zhenlong says that Mo Fan is invincible. The students in the stands debate over whether Mo Fan and his Zhenlong are evenly matched. The students cheer for Zhenlong. Mr. Bai calls them good for nothing because they are cheering as though they have won the match. Zhenlong tells Mo Fan not to get cocky, and he tells Zhenlong that he does not get cocky. He adds that with Zhenlong's pathetic skills, he will not get cocky. He thinks to himself that it makes no sense to attack Zhenlong at close range because of his armor magic. He sends out a thunder, electric field magic strike. His spiritual level lightning strike hits Zhenlong, and he goes down like a sack of potatoes. Mo Fan wins that round. The students are dumbfounded. They say that Mo Fan is so strong. Mr. Bai remarks that Mo Fan practices both thunder and fire, and both of them are spiritual genres. He now understands how Mo Fan can dare to be so arrogant. He tells Mr. Wei that Mo Fan has what it takes to be arrogant. He adds that those who are behind the 140th rank are less likely to defeat Mo Fan. The students say that Mo Fan doesn't show all of his skills and that someone must stop him from being arrogant or he will be even worse. A boy says he hopes that Mo Fan will not be defeated too easily. Mo Fan uses both thunder and fire to defeat the contestants that challenge him, while his fame spreads abroad on the campus blogs. The rest of the school is happy that the fire faculty is getting their butts handed to them on a platter. They watch the event in real time on their smartphones and some of them troop over to the arena to watch the match live. He faces a girl who also has earth magic, and she uses her earth magic to shield against Mo-Fan's attacks. The students say that if Mo-Fan defeats them, the fire faculty will become a big joke. Lee Yuji's earth magic has the strongest defense. They say that Mo-Fan has met a strong opponent. They speculate that his magic power must be running out. Yuji taunts him, and he releases his Rosy Flame, Flaming Fist, and 9-grid magic on her. She tries to block it, but the teachers tell him to stop before it can break through her defenses. She falls to her knees and admits defeat. Mr. Bai says that Mo-Fan can control his fantastic skills easily and also knows what he is doing. He adds that although Mo-Fan seems arrogant, he is a kind man underneath. The teachers query Mr. Wei, and he walks down into the arena. Mo-Fan is tired as Mi Wei walks towards him and tells him to call it a day. Mo-Fan asks why he should call it a day. He says that he takes back what he said before. He says that the teachers are very surprised by his performance and that it is time to stop. Mo-Fan asks him if he thinks that is why he keeps fighting. He says that he believes that no one is born useless unless they give up on themselves. Wei says that Mo-Fan's fire and thunder magic powers have almost run out, which means he cannot possibly fight with challengers who rank higher. He asks him if he wants to apologize to all the teachers and students. Mo-Fan tells Wei that it is none of his business to call up the next challenger. Wei calls up the next challenger, Liu Qian. He gets up and says that he wants to be the one to end the farce. Liu Qian and Mo-Fan talk. Mo-Fan asks him who he thinks is the more handsome one. He says both of them are handsome, and Mo-Fan calls him a hypocrite and explains that he is calling him a hypocrite because every word he says makes him feel like he is a particular kind of man. Mo-Fan says that he is more handsome than Qian. Bai asks a teacher why he allowed Mo-Fan to transfer to the fire faculty. The teacher does not know who Mo-Fan is. Yu Quan says that Mo-Fan is from her summoning faculty. Wei is not impressed and asks her not to joke with him. Just then, Mo-Fan summons a wolf. The teachers ask if he is the student born with double talents who ranks 5th on the talent ranking list. They say that legend has it that he died during the training for exchange students. One of the students explains who he is. She says that Mo-Fan challenged all the students at a particular branch and earned the nickname of Devil of the Branch. His wolf fights Qian while he meditates to regain his magic power. The wolf knocks Qian out and Wei calls the next challenger, Yu Zhenchao. Zhenchao backs out and Wei threatens him. The rest of the school finds out that the Devil of the Branch has come back to life mysteriously. The president of the school is also following the fire faculty challenge. The wolf defeats more challengers and finally falls. Mo-Fan has regained his energy and comes up to fight. The next challenger is Zhao Ji. The students cheer for Zhao Ji and Mo-Fan asks if he is popular. Zhao Ji says that he is not popular and that everyone just hates Mo-Fan. He tells him that his ranking should have been his and that he deprived him of his ranking. Zhao Ji has light magic and Mo-Fan attacks with thunder magic. Zhao Ji counters with Flaming Fist, Evil Spirit. The students speculate that Mo-Fan is at the end of his rope as the Flaming Fist almost devours him. He uses the Mingli Shield to guard himself. The teachers say that he is lucky to have the right magical tool to protect himself because the strike can injure him seriously. They say that Zhao Ji is being too vicious for a battle between students. Zhao Ji smirks to himself, thinking that he has done a great job. He tells Mo-Fan that he will chase him out of the fire faculty. He strikes again, and it knocks Mo-Fan back. The students cheer, thinking they will soon regain the honor of their faculty. Mo-Fan activates the Mingli Spear Strike to Zhao Ji's chagrin. Wei puts up a rock barrier that saves Zhao Ji from being impaled by the spears. Mo-Fan says that the Mingli Shield is not very effective but is effective as a weapon to strike back with. Wei sends Zhao Ji out of the ring and he says his loss is worth it because Mo-Fan is now injured. The students cheer at his words. A man slaps Zhao Ji as he comes out of the ring and tells Zhao Ji to get lost before he destroys him. Mo-Fan tells the boy that it has been half a year since they last met. He asks him why he is getting so angry. The boy says he doesn't care and that whoever hurts his friend will suffer. He says Mo-Fan is the same as before. He tells him he only knew he was back when he heard about the great challenge. Mo-Fan says that it's just a normal challenge. The boy says that he thought he would only see Mo-Fan at his funeral. He says that Mo-Fan is intact. Mo-Fan returns his jab by praising his nicely dyed hair. They laugh and a grumpy teacher tells them that they compete. The boy says that he will go back to the auditorium and tells Mo-Fan to focus on his challenge. Mo-Fan continues to destroy destroy the students one by one. Over 200 students have lost to Mo Fan. It is time for the last challenger, Zhou Tong. Qian has bribed Zhou Tong with something. Mr. Xiao comes and orders Mo Fan out of the arena. He tells him that there is no need to compete so violently for a result. He says that it is not beneficial to his future development in the fire faculty. He says that Mr. Xiao is correct. Mr. Xiao tells him to apologize to Mr. Wei and all his seniors at the fire faculty. He apologizes to the teachers and the students of the fire faculty and tells them that he acted recklessly. Zhou Tong is upset that it has just ended without fanfare. The students say that Mo Fan should apologize to everyone one by one. The students want Zhou Tong to fight him. Mr. Wei says that they should make Mo Fan apologize to everyone one by one. Mr. Xiao says that if they continue the game, Zhou Tong may not be a rival to Mo Fan. Mr. Wei argues that Mo Fan has already run out of most of his power. Mr. Xiao tells him things in confidence, and Mr. Wei announces the end of the tournament. He tells the students that if they are still not satisfied, they should settle it officially, instead of making a scene to soothe their egos. He tells them that they can only save their egos with hard work. He tells them that he hopes that one day they can defeat Mo Fan when he is in his best state. He dismisses the students. Mo Fan leaves the arena, cradling his injured arm. Mr. Xiao comes over to meet him, and he asks why he came so late and tells him that he almost became anxious while waiting for him. Mr. Xiao asks him if it is too hard for him to make less trouble. He laughs sheepishly. Bai tells him that since he is badly injured, he will treat him. Bai treats him and tells him that something feels weird about his body. He asks Mo Fan if he uniquely conditioned his body. Mo Fan asks if there is any abnormal thing in his body. Bai says he cannot tell him specifically. He suggests that Mo Fan find another stronger healing mage to examine his body properly. He says that he feels that there are some strong irritants in Mo Fan's body. He adds that it doesn't feel like normal elemental magic, white magic, or dimensional magic that he usually sees. He says it feels more like dark magic. Mo Fan is surprised that Bai can feel the rest of the devil's magic in him. He agrees to get a consultation. Mo Fan gets back to his dorm and his friend takes pictures of him. One of them scolds him for acting recklessly when he only just came back to the school. He falls asleep on the couch. When he wakes up, he goes over to the fridge, grabs a soda, and goes to the balcony. He says that students on the main campus are generally more capable than he thought. He says that he hasn't improved much in his cultivation in the past half year, so he must try to improve, or it will be hard for him to stand out. He says that using the magic tool should be the easiest way for him to improve. He explains that an armor magic tool of high quality is effectively defensive, but it takes some time for the craftsman to make the black scale snakeskin. He says that if he has an impressive bonded beast, his problem would be long solved. He says he will tackle the problem the next day. Mo Fan and his friend sit across from each other in a living room. He asks his friend to sell some things for him at his family's auction house. He wants to sell remains and spirits of warrior monsters and pieces of spiritual genres that he wants to sell. His friend asks him if he needs so much money because of a girl. He says that he has changed and that he wants to use the money to buy a bonded beast. His friend says that he will negotiate with the auction house. He asks his friend if his family also sells the Book of Constellation Circle. He says that it is similar to lotteries and that it is called the Secret Information Scroll. He explains that mages use the scrolls to record unverified information that they get while hunting and selling them. Mo Fan says that it is a great bargain if the information is good. They talk about information and intelligence. He says that the scrolls do not just rely on random information. His friend gives him some, and they get information about magic fish and fire succuba. His friend lauds the merits of getting fire succuba as a bonded beast. Mo Fan wants all the scrolls about fire succuba, and his friend gets them for him. They find out about ancient treasures in the Scorching Plains, and Mo Fan decides to go on an adventure to that place. He wants his friend to come along, and they fight about it for a while before he agrees to come. They think about a suitable team to assemble. Mo Fan goes to Ling to get the maps of the Scorching Plains, and his friend brings his cousin Changing along to join their quest. Mo Fan tells her that the journey will be hazardous, and she says she is okay with it. Ling says that the only way to get to the Scorching Plains is through the Shawang River, and that is where elephant monster soldiers stay. She tells them they need a heart mage. Xingxia calls Mo Fan and he thinks that one of his friends told her the plan. His friend shakes his head frantically to indicate that he does not have anything to do with it. Ling says she already told Xingxia about the plan. Mo Fan picks up the call and Xingxia tells him that she knows about the plan and is willing to join. She tells him that she understands his worries. She says that he protects her so well that she doesn't have to think of other things. She says that when she heard about his accident, she was so upset. She says her healing magic has saved many people, but she couldn't do anything for him but worry and pray from far away. She tells him that she wants to be by his side and be closer to him. She says that she doesn't want to wait for something to happen before she starts to regret that she couldn't do anything for him. She tells him that she is not as weak as he thinks and that she does not want to be weak. She tells him that Ling told her that although Scorching Plain is dangerous, it is also a magical place. She asks if there will be some hope of treatment for her illness there. She adds that if Mo Fan does not allow her to go, she will listen to him. Ling pleads on her behalf, and the others pitch in. Mo Fan thinks that although Xingxia looks weak, she is stronger than most people. He says that he protected her thoroughly, but did not stop to ask if that was what she wanted. He says that allowing him to protect her was her way of respecting and relying on him. He says that he should respect her wishes too. He says the Scorching Plains is a dangerous and amazing place, and if Fire Sukuba resides there, then there may be other amazing things there. Mo Fan calls Xingxia back and tells her that she can come with them. Ling is overjoyed at this. Their journey begins. They take a flight and Xiaohu meets them at the airport. They charter camels to help them across the desert until they get to the boundary line. Xiaohu tells them that when they cross the boundary line, they will have left Annie and officially entered Scorching Plain. They let their camels go. Ling says that the number and level of monsters and demons in Scorching Plain will be more than they expect, so they have to be vigilant. They walk through the plains and complain about the heat. Ling says that the fire elements in the plains are exceptional, and that is why fire succubae appear there. Xiaohu tells them to be careful, and a howling sand tiger appears in front of them. Ling says that it is one of the fiercer warrior monsters and tells everyone to be careful. Zhao remarks that they've only just arrived and already met a strong monster. Chang says that since the warrior monsters are so many in the plains, the vassal levels do not stand a chance. The sand tiger prowls towards them, and Xingxia tells them that it is very hungry and angry, and that it would be hard to appease it. Mo Fan decides to fight, but Xiaohu runs in front of him to meet the tiger head-on. Ling says that if the tiger has bloody sweat during the battle, it means that it is about to go on a rampage. She tells them to be careful. Xiaohu releases his magic and makes a pit that the tiger falls into. He makes a quicksand trap. Long tells them that they need to suppress the river's explosive force. The tiger scrambles out of the pit and attacks Xiaohao. Zhao sends his light magic and saves him. Mo Fan uses his flaming fist. Chaying uses a rock barrier. Both of them continue attacking and Xiaohu uses nails to trap it in a pit. Ling says that the tiger didn't use its full strength before they killed it. Mo Fan collects its energy. Zhao tells Mo Fan that since he has money, he should try to improve his magic from stage 1 to level 5. He says it will cost 100 million and tells Zhao that if he gives him money, he'll do it now. They continue their journey and Ling tells Mo Fan that once they get to the Shawang River, there'll be things there for him. They stop at a point and Xiaohu asks them if they said white monster soldiers were everywhere. He says he doesn't see any. Ling tosses him a leg of lamb and instructs him to throw it out. He throws it, and 5 monster soldiers appear. Xiaohu notes that 5 monster soldiers appeared for a small piece of meat and asks if a whole army will appear once they walk out onto the sand. Ling tells them to set up at the riverside for the night and set off again the next morning. Xiaohu is overjoyed at that. Mo Fan asks Xingxia if she is tired. She says she is not tired. He thanks the wolf and Xingxia says that the white monster soldiers seem to be guarding their territory. She says that their minds are not as aggressive as the howling sand tiger, and she thinks she can appease them. He tells her not to overdo it. Mo Fan is cold and Xiaohu tells him that the temperature in the desert is hot in the day and cold at night, and the temperature extremes are even worse in the Scorching Plains, like fire and ice. Mo Fan builds up a fire and they see a group of howling sand tigers chasing some people. The white monster soldiers slice the people to shreds. Mo Fan's team is scared and wants to go home. Xiaohu says they have Xingxia and age can appease them. She says that the group of white monster soldiers were angry, so they needed to go through a route that had no bloodshed. Ling says they need to be careful. Xingxia says that nobody should use any magic without her permission in the river. She says the soldiers will attack once they sense a change of magic in the atmosphere. The next day, they set out. They try to figure out who should go ahead of the team and scout. Zhao is chosen, and he walks ahead. The soldiers come up, and he almost uses magic, but stops in time. Xingxia uses her heart magic to calm the soldiers down, and they proceed. She tells them that the monster soldiers come out when new people step into their territory. As they walk, Xiaohu tells them a story, and it makes everyone scared. Xingxia's magic falters, and more soldiers appear. The white monster soldiers surround the crew of adventurers. They regard them with no aggression. Ling tells them that they can only stop the soldiers for a few minutes. She tells Xingxia to hold on tight. Ling dismounts the wolf, and Xingxia sends out her magic. Chang begins to bring out her magic aura, and Mo Fan pushes her down and tells her to put away her magic aura. She apologizes, and Xingxia manages to appease the soldiers. She tells them that the soldiers in that region are of higher descent. She says the monsters there also have higher intellect. She says that she needs to use more of the appeasing heart to get rid of their hostility. She tells them to do their best to make sure that she won't be disrupted by anything. Mo Fan tells Xiao Hao not to say nonsense anymore, and they continue their journey. Xingxia is tired, and Mo Fan tells her to rest. She says she can hold on a little longer. Ling checks the map and says that there is a deviation in the route they are using. She says they still have about 4 kilometers to go. Xingxia says that she doesn't think that her magic can last that long. She says she can last 2 kilometers. They decide to keep walking. Ling tells them that the monster soldiers will only gather when they sense something to enter. She says that the area of disturbance is also limited, and if they have a way to move their attention elsewhere, they won't need the heart magic and they can continue ahead freely. Cheying asks what they are going to use to divert their attention. Zhao says that someone who is fast and can dodge can surprise and lead the monster soldiers away. He says that the rest of them will cross and come back to save the person. Mo Fan does not like the idea and says it is too dangerous. He says that they cannot let anyone take that risk. Ling says that if they can split the monster soldiers up, they can create a path. And if that doesn't work, Xingxia can use her heart magic and they can save magic power. Cheying says that any mistake can cause a chain reaction that may lead to someone's death. Mo Fan says that is the best plan that they have, and instead of standing around and wasting Xingxia's magic power, they should move and play it by ear. He adds that they have to take a risk. They decide to do it. They get into position, and Xingxia tells them that once she lowers her arms, they should get ready to fight. They wear headsets and get into position. Xingxia lowers her arms and the monster soldiers swarm, ready to attack. Zhao has a lot of giants concentrated in his team and is alarmed. The soldiers try to attack Zhao, and he puts up a defensive shield. They break it, and he runs away. He uses light magic, and they hack at it relentlessly. Xingxia wants to help, but Ling stops her. She says he won't die. Xiaohu is having fun weaving through the monsters, and they burrow and come in front of him. He uses his earth and wind magic to evade them. Mo Fan uses both fire and lightning to defeat the soldiers, and his Loach pendant ingests their spirits. He is excited by that. He uses his dark shadow powers, and the soldiers almost kill him. He uses fire to finish them off. He collects all their souls. Cheying marvels at Mo Fan's combat power and deals with her section of monster soldiers. Ling tells Mo Fan to go help Zhao. On his way there, Xingxia calls him over. She gives him a healing fairy to heal him if he gets hurt. She tells him that once the fairy's body becomes transparent, the magic will disappear. He marvels at her magic, and he runs to meet Zhao, who is surrounded by a nest of giants. Xiaohu offers to save him and comes on time. They hatch a plan, and they combine forces to defeat the giants. As they work their magic, a hand comes up, parts the branches, and looks on. The giants swarm around the 3 boys. Mo Fan tells Xiaohu to take the giants on the right, while he draws the attention of the ones on his left with his shadow clone. He tells Mannion to join him. Mannion uses his light to draw them in, while Mo Fan uses his 9 grid to wipe them out. Mannion uses his light sword to pierce through them. Mo Fan tells him that he knew he had a trump card. Xingxia, Ling, and Cheying watch the boys battle the giants and say that they are impressive. Cheying says that they don't know that they have destroyed almost all the giants within the area. Ling says that one of them excels at intercepting the enemy with his swift movement. Another one has exceptional skills that make it difficult for the monsters and demons to approach them. and the last one is a violent mage with destruction magic. Xinxia smiles as she watches the boys, and Ling says that they make a perfect team. All the spirits of the dead giants are eaten by Mo Fan's loach pendant, and he is excited at the harvest. Xiao Hao lures the soldiers over to Mo Fan. He encases them in a rock barrier, and Mo Fan uses his flaming fist, 9 grid, to finish them off. They set up camp, and Mo Fan lies and gazes at the stars. His loach pendant tells him that he has gained more spirits. He says that he has gained 5 spirits for crossing the river. He says he will have to go there in the future to boost his rank and upgrade the fire stars to get the level 4 flaming fist, which will give him the power of half of stage 3 magic. He says that stage 3 mages might struggle to defeat him. The crew rises early the next morning, rested and refreshed, to continue their journey to the north point of the scorching plains. Ling tells them that they need to travel light because the journey ahead will be rough. They walk and set the fire element there intensely. Ling says that her research showed her that there is probably a heaven and earth fire genre beneath the scorching plains, and that explains why it has given birth to numerous spiritual genres, including the soul genre. Hao says that it sounds impressive, and Ling adds that because of the obstruction of the Shaoang River, not many people have visited the North Point since ancient times. She says that legend has it that countless treasures are waiting to be discovered. Ling comes down from the wolf and approaches Mayan and Hu. She tells them that she needs their help to bury the element detector in the ground. She explains that fire succuba prefer to live in places with a high concentration of fire elements, especially when pregnant. The boys take the detectors and run to bury them in different places. Ling says that to enable a strong awakening of fire within the new life. When giving birth, fire succuba often dwells near a fire spiritual genre. She says that if they locate the fire spiritual genre, they could be close to fire succuba. She warns that the element detector will attract monsters and demons, so they have to be fast. She shows them the direction to head in, and they see a fire starting there. The fire moves towards them, and they call it the celestial fire, and they run to avoid being swallowed by it. They see armored beasts running in front of the fire. Ling tells them that the beasts are famous for their defense among warrior monsters. She adds that their armor is nearly impervious to any damage and is an excellent material for crafting magical armor. Cheng notes that the beasts are also running for their lives. She says that the celestial fire can reduce even the most formidable demons to ashes. Mayan says that they will be crushed to death before being burned to ashes. They keep running, and Mofan tells them to run towards the river. Ling echoes his suggestion and tells them that it seems the range of the celestial fire is limited to the vicinity of the Shaoang River. Xinxia releases her heart magic as they cross the river, leaving the beasts to fight with the warriors. The warriors decimate the beasts, and celestial fire consumes both. A city is hit by a heat wave, and officials gather to determine the cause. They pinpoint the cause as the celestial fire, and they say they just need to go to the North Point and pick the treasures that may be scattered along the plains. The general says that those from the Magic Association are itching to make a move, as well as the hunters in the League of Hunters. He says they may already have packed their bags and are considering how to cross the Shaoang River. He tells them that their opponents are not only the demons of the Scorching Plain. He is called Nanjue. The crew makes their way back through the Shaoang to see the desecration. Cheying says that this kind of celestial fire calamity only occurs once every few years in the North Point of the Scorching Plain. She says the rest of their journey will be very safe. She adds that the fire calamity is a divine baptism for the both point to give birth to more riches. She says that the outside world will soon flock there to get the riches. Xinxia says it is not feasible to go back, so Mo Fan says they should move forward. Ling says they should hurry and continue their journey. Mayan complains and then finds gold. They stop to gather it, but Ling tells them to keep their eyes on the bigger prize. She assesses the detectors and says that there is an exceptionally high-grade spiritual genre, and the boys flock to it. Ling warns that the pit is filled with underground fires that can reduce a person to ashes. Mo Fan slides into the pit and walks to get it. Manyan is excited to see it and Ling says that it is called the Fire of Rebirth, a high-quality flame used for forging magical tools. She says that blacksmiths and artisans will be willing to pay a fortune for it. Cheying tells them that their focus should not only be on that spiritual genre. She says that some unique treasures in the area require a certain level of fire to bloom and bear fruit. She says that the fire calamity is a thorough irrigation for those treasures. Xinxia tells her to tell them whatever she knows, and she says she doesn't know anything. Ling tells her that her knowledge is superior to theirs. Mannion says she should tell them what is on her mind. She tells them of her family member who was burned by celestial fire flames and how she was saved by a mysterious creature in the flames. She tells of how her father tested her mother's return. She says that she promised her mother to find the fire calamity fruit that healed her mother. She apologizes for not telling them earlier, and she asks them to help her find the fire calamity fruit located on the flat-top volcano in the center of North Point. 6 people and Swiftwolf are staring at a mountain. 4 of them are walking while 2 of them are on Swiftwolf. They are surprised to see the mountain there. Zhang Xiaohou says the terrain was flat and suddenly a mountain came up. Zhao Manyan says that's what it looks like. No wonder it is called the flat-topped volcano. Mo Fan asks if they are sure that fire calamity fruit exists in such a place, and even if it does, how are they supposed to get there? Chen Yang says her mother said there is a crack inside the mountain that extends from the base to the summit. She says they can climb up from there. They enter the mountain. After they have walked a while, Chen Ying tells them this should be the place. They walk into it, and Mo Fan tells Zhao Manyan to light up the place. Zhao Manyan lights the place up with light in the shape of a ball, which he moves to light up the place. They continue moving in while observing their environment. They hear a strange sound. Zhang Xiaohu says he is sure he is not the only one who heard the sound. Zhao Manyan asks what they think it is. Mo Fan tells them no matter what it is, they should keep moving forward, and that there is no point in worrying now. He says if it is something powerful, it should confront them directly instead of trying to scare them with sounds. They keep moving and get to a part of the mountain where hot lava is on their path. Zhang Xiaohou says, the scorching plain is not harsh after all. He tells them to look and says, it is like they rolled out the red carpet and lit streetlights to greet them. Mo Fan goes and touches the lava stream and feels it. It doesn't burn him. Chen Ying asks them if they feel like the lava is getting wider and wider. Zhao Manyan comes closer to the lava and observes. He says perhaps there is just more lava on the surface. He tells them not to worry as the lava will always flow downwards. He says the space is vast, so it shouldn't block their way back. Xinxia says it is true and asks if there is another reason for it. Mo Fan says it is best they leave this place as soon as possible. The lava keeps streaming from the top of the mountain towards where they are. They all begin to run away as the intensity of the lava stream increases towards them. Zhao Manyan asks, when the lava became so full, Mo Fan says the lava is not flowing down like a normal creek. He says they are pouring down like a flood. They keep running until they get to a point where they are stuck. There is a lava stream in front of them. Zhao Manyan says the place has turned into a pond. Zhang Xiaohou asks if they hear a sound. Zhao Manyan asks why he is bothering about that now, and Chen Ying silences Zhao Manyan. She puts her ear to the ground and tells them to be careful. Mo Fan picks up stones and throws them into the lava to form steps for them to pass through, which they did successfully. They keep running, and then the mountain begins to shake. They run until they meet a monster with 2 heads and a shell on their backs. Zhao Manyan asks who the monster is and why it is blocking his path. Ling says it is a double-headed turtle and it is naturally immune to lava. The turtle monster runs to attack them. Zhao Manyan says he will fight it. Ling tells them it is a warrior monster and they don't have enough time to fight. Ling points towards a direction and tells them the lava torrent is pouring downwards. She tells them to take shelter in the cavity and use earth magic to seal the entrance. She says doing so will temporarily protect them from being engulfed by the lava. Mo Fan tells Swiftwolf to clear the way for them. The torrent begins to follow them, and Mo Fan fights the lava, and tells them to go to the cavity first. Ling asks what he is going to do. They all run into the cavity, leaving Mo Fan as he is engulfed by the lava flood. Chen Ying closes the cavity with rock. They are sad, and some cry over the loss of Mo Fan. The crying continues, and Xinxia says Mo Fan is not dead, as Swift Wolf has not disappeared. Zhang Xiaohu is excited, but Ling says Mo Fan practices fire magic. She says he won't be in any immediate danger while in the lava for a short period. She says if they don't seal the entrance, they are going to die there, and Mo Fan's effort to save them will be in vain. Chen Ying says they should first survive the ordeal before they find him. She hopes the lava surge does not last long. She says if it does, even if they don't get burnt by the lava, they might suffocate in the cavity. Mo Fan opens his eyes in an environment filled with trees. His body is bandaged. He is surprised he is still alive and asks himself what the place is. He looks around, stands up, and begins to walk. He gets to a cliff and discovers he is at the top of the flat-topped volcano. He asks how possible it is. A lady appears behind him and he becomes unconscious. She squeezes a fruit into his mouth and he gains consciousness. He asks her if she was the one that saved him. She nods her head. He asks if she understands him and she also nods her head. Mo Fan remembers Chen Ying telling him how her mother miraculously survived because of the intervention of a mysterious creature enveloped in flames. She says the monster fed her mother with a special fruit that prevented her organs from being consumed by the flames. Mo Fan thanks the lady and stands up. He remembers his friends are still in the mountains. He asks for her help to save them. She uses sign language to speak and tells him the lava flow will not last too long, and even if she does want to help, they would have left. She tells him he is injured and why he needs to rest with the help of the fire cloud fruit. Mo Fan thinks to himself how legends say Fire Succuba is an extremely formidable creature, and looking at her, she is quite friendly. He thinks of having a relationship with her. He tells her his injury is fine and asks if she is the Fire Succuba. She asked him why he came here. He says he wants to see the Fire Succuba. He tells her his sister is ill and how he is a summoning mage. He tells her he wants to sign a contract with the Fire Succuba and form a bond with her. She tells him to rest as she has matters to attend to. Mo Fan assures her he will be fine. She flies away. Mo Fan sleeps till it is evening and is awakened by the blowing wind. The leaves gather together and begin to move. Mo Fan says by the aura, it is at the level of a warrior monster or higher. A snake with 3 heads appears and is about to attack when Flame Enchantress arrives and screams at the snake monster. Nan Jui and her group of people hear the sound of the scream from the Flame Enchantress and conclude it is from the top of the flat-topped volcano. After the snake monster leaves, she gives Mo Fan a fire calamity fruit. He contemplates whether to collect the fruit from her. She tells him it is not safe there and tells him to follow her. At the cavity, Zhang Xiaohu says the lava has subsided. Zhao Manyan destroys the entrance and they all come out looking for Mo Fan. Mo Fan follows Flame Enchantress to a glowing tree. She carries the fire calamity fruit and puts it on one of the branches of the tree. As the search for Fan continues, they meet the turtle monster again, who comes out of a wall. Zhao Manyan says he is going to destroy it. Just then, more turtle monsters come out of the wall. Ling tells them to run while the turtle monster chases them out of the mountain. They reach outside, and they meet Zhao Yulin, who tells the double-headed monster to turn to stone. Zhao Yulin does an enchantment to turn the turtle monster into stone. He fires at the turtle monster, and they turn to stone. Zhao Manyan sees that it is his uncle, Zhao Yulin. Chen Ying is not happy to see him. Zhao Manyan's uncle tells them they are reckless and asks why they should be in a place like that. Zhao Manyan thanks his uncle and tells him they want to go and look for Mo Fan. Zhao Yulin asks him why they are running around with limited ability. He tells them to join his team. Ling tells Zhao Manyan that with their help, they can find Mo Fan easily. Zhao Yulin whistles and Chen Ying's mum, Jiang Feng, comes out of hiding with other people. Chen Ying is excited to see her and runs to meet her. Chen Ying's friends are surprised to see them. She asks her why she is there. Jiang Feng tells her the Shaoang River has become unusually turbulent. She says Chen Ying's father sensed there was going to be a major fire calamity at the north point of the scorching plain, so he decided to bring her there to search for the fire calamity fruit. She says this might be the last chance for her. Nanju and her group come to the mountain and see the turtle monsters that have been turned to stone. She tells the group that someone has been there before them, so they will climb up from the outside later. She says going up from the inside has too many unknown risks. Nanjue tells the group that the fire calamity fruit has many uses. She says it can be used as a synthetic material to refine soul-level fire, and the success rate is nearly 100%. She tells them they need to move and stay ahead of the others. Flame Enchantress is on the glowing tree while Mo Fan rests under it. He looks up and watches her staring at the fire calamity fruit. He asks her why she keeps hoarding the fruit. She tells him he will find out if he waits a few more days. Mo Fan tells her his friends will be worried about him, and he needs to go and look for them. He tells her he is fully recovered and thanks her for it. He tells her if he can help her with anything, she should let him know. He tells her to guard the fire calamity fruit well, bids her goodbye, and walks away. Nanju and her group climb the mountain. Many other groups also come to the mountain in search of the fire calamity fruit. Nanju and her team are running in search of the fire calamity fruit when one of their members is dragged out from the team. Nanjue tells them they have fallen into an ambush, or the monster taking the members is formidable. She tells them the monster is enjoying the game or torturing its prey. Mo Fan is walking and wondering why he is walking the same road again. He thinks he is lost and says if he had known he would have told Flame Enchantress to send him out. He is attacked by Nanjue and her group. Mo Fan asks who they are, and Nanjue tells him he has no right to ask that question. Mo Fan tells Nanjue that whatever treasure she is finding, it is evident she has not found it, and they have few casualties. Nanjue asks how come he is moving alone and has not been harmed, and he can't survive with his kind of ability. He tells her to give up on the operation and have her people come with him. He tells them he can get them out of there safely. Nanju tells him they won't leave until they complete their mission. Mo Fan tells them they are looking for the fire calamity fruit and they can't pass through the fire cloud forest. He offers to help them and says anyone who wants to stay should stay, and anyone who wants to follow him should follow him. Nanjue and her team follow him. Nanjue asks Mo Fan what his plan is. Mo Fan tells her he will ask the Guardian to escort them out. He brings them to the glowing tree and warns them not to do anything reckless. He tells them not to touch anything. He tells them they only need the Guardian's help to escort them out, and that is all. While he is speaking, Flame Enchantress comes angrily at them with full power. Mo Fan discovers the fire calamity fruit is gone. He tries to convince Flame Enchantress to calm down. He tells her it is pointless going about killing people because of the missing fire calamity fruit. He tells Flame Enchantress to tell him what happened so he can help her find the fruit. Flame Enchantress calms down and shows him her back to see where she was injured. Flame Enchantress lets out a cry that echoes around the mountain. Then she flies away. Swift Wolf locates Mo Fan, and Mo Fan is excited to see it. Mo Fan asks where his friends are, and Swift Wolf tells him Xingxia and the rest have been taken back to Shibo by Zhao Yulin. He asks Swift Wolf how Zhao Yulin appeared. Swift Wolf is too tired to answer the question and he falls asleep. It is Shibo, and there is security everywhere. Two guards talk to themselves about why there is so much security. They insinuate that their master has gotten into trouble, which is why he hired 100 mages and people from the Moose family to keep him safe. A car drives towards the guards. The guards move to check who is in the car. They ask the person what he is, and without waiting for an answer, tell them to leave. Mo Fan tells the guard he is here to see Zhao Munyan. The gate opens and a man approaches Mo Fan. He introduces himself as Captain Hai Yan, the head of security. He tells them their master will allow them to stay. He tells them they should not spread information outside. Mo Fan agrees and they drive in. Zhao Munyan and his friends are eating. Zhang Xiaohu says he feels trapped. Ling asks Chen Ying why her mother told her to do what she did. As she explains, Mo Fan walks in and they all run to welcome him. Mo Fan introduces Nanjui to them and tells them she works for Wei Fang. Mo Fan tells them to narrate everything that happened at the mountain. They all see through the security barrier Flame Enchantress coming in fury towards them. Ling narrates an event to Mo Fan. She tells him after they were chased by the double-headed turtle, Chen Ying's parents saved them. After that, they went to the glowing tree. They look around and can't find Chen Ying's parents. They see Flame Enchantress guarding the fire calamity fruit. She comes down from the tree and meets with them. Chen Ying steps forward and moves towards Flame Enchantress. She narrates that she had a secret she had not told them yet. The secret was that Chen Ying's mother, Jiang Feng, gave Chen Ying a necklace that holds a special magical power. The necklace will attract the Flame Enchantress's full attention. All she has to do is to stand in front of Flame Enchantress and do nothing. She tells Chen Ying that her recovery is dependent on her. Chen Ying stands in front of Flame Enchantress. Flame Enchantress sees the necklace and falls in love with it. She attempts to come close and is struck by Jiang Feng from behind. Everyone is surprised at the event. Flame Enchantress turns to see who struck her. Flame Enchantress is still distracted by the necklace and attempts to touch Chen Ying when Zhao Yulin flies over and gives Flame Enchantress a heavy blow. She falls to the ground and sees the fire flame fruit in his hands. Chen Ying and her friends run as she is confused about whether to chase the fire flame fruit or Chen Ying because of the necklace she is wearing. She becomes unconscious. Chen Ying finishes the narration. Mo Fan tells her it was a foolish action. Mo Fan tells them how Flame Enchantress saved him. He tells them she has no ill intent on humans. They ask Chen Ying why her mother hasn't eaten the fruit and what special power the necklace she is wearing carries. Nanjoy tells them the fruit isn't matured. They are waiting for it to mature. Xinxia asks Mo Fan why she is with her. Mo Fan tells her Nanjue wants to find out who took the fire calamity fruit. And also, she might have found a long-lost clue. Zhang Xiaohou says they have enraged the Enchantress, who knows the terrible things that are to happen. Zhao Manyan says it is too far for her to come there. He also says there are so many realms of security in between too. Ling asks if that is true, why Zhao Yulin and his wife summoned so many mages and invited the ice magic family. Flame Enchantress comes into the city and fires at it. Part of the city burns with fire with people crying for help. Mo Fan and his friends are surprised at the effect of the quick strike. Ling says she is coming. Flame Enchantress comes closer to the barrier. Zheng Xiaohu says half of the mountain's mages are gone just like that. Flame Enchantress uses her powers to pick Xinxia through the barrier. Mo Fan fires at the Enchantress, which doesn't affect her, and tells her Xinxia has nothing to do with it, that she should let Xinxia go. Mo Fan fires at Enchantress again, and Enchantress fires him back. Mo Fan is hit and falls in through the barrier. Enchantress speaks through Xinxia and says she won't hurt her. She says Xinxia is a heart mage and she wants to borrow her to spread her voice. Enchantress says she wants to take back what is hers and she does not want to hurt anyone. Zhao Yulin, Chen Ying's mother, and Shi Gui are outside watching what is going on. Shi Gui asks the Enchantress how dare she attack Shibo Realm of Security. Jiang Feng tells Shi Gui to stop wasting his breath and kill her since she is hurt. Shi Gui summons ice and snow, demon array, to create snowfall above the Enchantress's head. Flame Enchantress fights, but looks overpowered by the ice obstacles. This attack makes Flame Enchantress unable to hold Xingxia's body, which makes Xingxia begin to fall. Mo Fan attempts to catch her, but the Enchantress gains control of her body again. Mo Fan looks for a way to get Xingxia back. Mo Fan thinks to himself, saying it looks like Shi Gui, Zhao Yulin, and Chen Ying's mother have been ready for this fight for a long time. He decides that if Xinxia gets hurt, he won't forgive any of them. Flame Enchantress tells them she wants to give them another chance, but she has seen they want to keep the fire calamity fruit to themselves. Flame Enchantress drops Xinxia and Mo Fan jumps to catch her. Flame Enchantress gets angry and with power goes through the barrier and destroys it. People under the barrier begin to run. Jiang Feng tells Shi Gui to give Flame Enchantress the fruit, but Shi Gui tells his men to seal her away. Shi Gui fights her and is no match for her as he is defeated. Shi Gui's men prepare a deadly weapon called the Ward to trap Flame Enchantress in it. Shi Gui comes to meet Zhao Yulin and Jiang Feng. Zhao Yulin asks how he is, and he replies he faked his weakness on purpose and tells him Zhao Yulin that he also contributed to the defeat of Flame Enchantress. Shi Gui tells them that freezing it is just the first step, and he did not expect Flame Enchantress to be this powerful. He observes that she uses celestial fire to attack and dark flame for defense. He tells them that freezing her will only suppress its fire and prevent her from attacking again. Shi Gui tells them he has done his part. The rest is left to them. The episode ends with Mo Fan meeting up with his friends with Xinxia in his hands. He asks for Chen Ying, and Zhao Manyan tells him maybe she has gone to see her parents. There is an explosion, and Mo Fan tells them to run, but Xinxia says someone has tricked them and tells Mo Fan to take them to where Flame Enchantress is. They find Chen Ying holding a weapon against Flame Enchantress attempting to kill her. The episode begins with Jiang Feng jumping to strike the Enchantress with her weapon. She is sent falling backward by the Enchantress's magic. She falls to the ground in defeat as fire burns her clothes. Chen Ying runs towards her mother shouting in panic, as she tries to quench the fire going through her clothes. She picks her mother up from the ground as her mother tells her she's just in time. She earns Chen Ying not to take off her necklace, as the necklace contains special magic which gives her immunity against the enchantress's dark flame. She hands Chen Ying her weapon and instructs her to go kill the enchantress. Chen Ying is anxious about the task, as beads of sweat form on her face, with her hands trembling in fear. Her mother tells her to go kill the enchantress as all will be over and she will be able to recover. Chen Ying's father walks up to them and asks Jiang Feng if she is out of her mind. He goes on to ask her how she can make her daughter do a thing like that. Jiang Feng ignores him and shifts her focus back to Chen Ying. She tells Chen Ying that the devil will regain her power soon, and that if she does, everyone there will die by her hand. She admonishes her to do as she says, and that as long as Chen Ying kills her and she gets to eat the fire calamity fruit, their family can once again live happily ever after, just like when she was little. She tells Chen Ying to be rest assured that as long as she wears the necklace she gave her, nothing will happen to her. She finally tells her to walk up to the enchantress and stab her in the heart. Chen Ying walks towards the enchantress. As she goes, her mother cheers her on. As Chen Ying reaches the enchantress, she touches her necklace and concludes that what her mother said must be true. She finally reaches the place where the enchantress is trapped in the ice. They look each other straight in the eye. Chen Ying says to her that Mo Fan said that she is a kind enchantress, and that if she kills her, everyone would be safe. She adds that her mother would be able to get back to her old self. She says her mother used to be nice to her, and that she is sorry. As she raises her hands to strike the enchantress, Mo Fan from behind her calls out to her to stop. Jiang Feng screams back at Mo Fan, telling him to mind his business. She also screams at Chen Ying to act fast as the enchantress is about to break the ice. Mo Fan's team urges him to stop Chen Ying, and he runs out after her. As he's about to reach her, Jiang Feng begins to use magic to stop Mo Fan from moving. Chen Ying strikes at the enchantress's heart, and the ice surrounding the enchantress breaks. The enchantress screams out in pain, and she throws fireballs at random. She reaches out to Chen Ying in a peaceful way. Chen Ying asks her what happened. Chen Ying's father tells Jiang Feng that the enchantress still keeps a self-explosive flame, and she doesn't inform them. He tells her that she almost got their daughter killed, and she responds by saying he should look at her as if she's fine. The enchantress surrounds both herself and Chen Ying with lots of fire. Chen Ying asks her if she is protecting her after everything she has done to her. Jiang Feng replies from a distance, saying it's because of the necklace she doesn't have power over her. Chen Ying is astonished at the finding. Mo Fan tells her it isn't true that the necklace is the reason why the enchantress is protecting her, as the enchantress suppressed the dark flame for her. He tells her the enchantress is protecting her because she is her real mother and not Jiang Feng. Chen Ying is shocked at what Mo Fan said. The enchantress falls to the ground in pain. Chen Ying asks Mo Fan how it's possible and Jiang Feng is her mother. Xinxia replies by saying that it's true that the flame enchantress before her is her real mother, and that she only found out when Jiang Feng used her to transmit her voice. She continues to tell Xi that Jiang Feng casts a nightmare curse on her before she has the time to say anything. Jiang Feng responds by saying her curse was meant to kill her, and that she didn't expect that her spirit would be quite this special. Nang Jue says if she's not mistaken, she must be the ghost lady she's been trying to catch for more than 10 years. She goes on to say that if it wasn't for the trail they found of her during their treasure hunt at the flat-top volcano, no one would have thought of her as the woman who faked her death, living like this. The ghost lady says that thinking someone remembers her looks like living inside this disfigured body until now hasn't been in vain. Her husband is confused as he says he recognizes his wife. Even though her personality has changed a lot, she still clearly remembers everything from the past, and the ghost lady couldn't have stolen Jiang Feng's memories too. Nang Jue tells him that the ghost lady is a mage who dabbles in both heart and curse magic, and being that she has spent lots of time with Jiang Feng, she could learn everything about her. Xinxia says when his wife was engulfed in celestial fire, a flame creature saved her. She says it happened to her too, but the one who saved her is his wife. She continues by saying Jiang Feng was burnt severely by the celestial fire, and that the fire calamity fruit couldn't heal her completely, and so since she could not abandon her original body, her soul clung onto a new shell, and henceforth she lived in this new form. The ghost lady tells Chen Ying and her father that they are the dumbest family members she has met, and that after pretending to be Jiang Feng for so many years, she's tired of pretending. She says the fire calamity fruit is hers, and she can finally get back to her original self. Mo Fan asks the ghost lady how she can be so ungrateful to someone who saved her from the celestial fire and could go ahead using such a vicious plan against her family. Chen Ying tells the ghost lady that her heart is full of poison and that she is less of a human. She starts to remember memories of herself and her mother as she starts to cry. Chen Ying's father starts to cry as well. He remembers that the ghost lady still had the fire calamity fruit, and that if they took it from her, they could still save Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng says they all do not stand a chance, and that anyone who tries to take the fire calamity fruit would die. Chen Ying's father says even if they have to die, they'd collect it from her. The ghost lady summons a beast. It appears and engulfs him in its hand, squeezing the life out of him. Shigui shows up on the scene saying he has heard it all, and he'd make her suffer. She uses mind control to fight him as he falls to the ground. Mo Fan and his team start to fight her. She uses her power to cause them to become afraid, but Jinxia counters it with a wall of mind magic. Jinxia tells them that the ghost lady is distracted and they'd be able to take her down at this moment. They continue to fight, and soon the ghost lady wears them out. More reinforcement comes and helps them fight her. Xingxia releases a healing fairy to heal Jiang Feng. The ghost lady sees that she'd be done for if Jiang Feng wakes up, so she places mind control on Mo Fan and commands him to kill Xingxia. As Mo Fan goes to kill her, Jiang Feng wakes up and stops him. Jiang Feng binds himself to Mo Fan. As the ghost lady sees that she is getting outnumbered, she tries to run away. Ling uses a web of light magic to catch her mid-air and bring her to the ground. Ling tells the ghost lady that she reaps where she sows, and that this is just a little trick. The ghost lady stands to her feet, breaks off the web of light around her, and starts to walk towards them. Mo Fan steps forward and shoots a huge body of fire at her. He jumps up to the air and goes down at her with an axe, striking her dead. Her spirit flies away as he talks to himself, saying that even his amulet doesn't want her. Mo Fan immediately gives the fire calamity fruit to Jiang Feng, asking her to eat it. She hesitates, and the fire calamity fruit breaks open, and a fire succuba comes out. Mo Fan sees that an overripe fire calamity fruit doesn't just disappear, but instead turns into a fire succuba. Xingxia tells him that celestial fire happens only once in many years, and that the tree of stars will only appear with the celestial fire, and fruit will grow. She goes on to say that Jiang Feng stands in the old fire succuba's debt, for she has saved her with an unborn fire succuba. She continues by saying that the reason why Jiang Feng's soul didn't vanish is because of the sacrifice of another life, and that's why she stayed on top of the flat-topped volcano, as it was to repay kindness and to protect the arrival of the new life. Jiang Feng bows her head. The fire succuba flies down and rests on Mo Fan's hands. Xingxia explains that it is because when she bound herself to Mo Fan, she left an imprint of the flame soul on him, so the little fire succuba now thinks of him as its parent. She goes on to say that Jiang Feng hopes he can take care of the fire succuba. As she says this, Jiang Feng begins to vanish. Mo Fan tells her he'll take care of the little one for her. She vanishes completely, and Chen Ying and the others start to cry. Mo Fan tells Xingxia that if her soul remains, she should tell her that the next time the celestial fire appears, he'll take the little fire succuba to the tree of stars and protect it for her. She responds by saying that this is the last celestial fire that is going to happen, and this is also the last fire succuba to be born. The next day, Mo Fan, Zhang Manyan, and Ling watch the little fire succuba eat. Mo Fan says it has a large appetite. Zhang Manyan says all it does is eat, then sleep, and then eat again. Mo Fan asks Ling if he can feed it formula, and she says the baby flame succuba only eats spiritual genre fragments, and it must be a spiritual genre. The little fire succuba finishes its food and asks for another. Mo Fan hands more food to it, as he says he did stock up on a lot of it at the scorching plain, and that with the rate at which it is eating, it won't last for more days. Ling tells him to buy more then, and he asks her if she knows how much Dino's greedy merchants sell them for. Zhang Manyan tells him that a poor man like him won't be able to support it, and he should give it to him. as his family is rich and powerful. On the TV, the reporter says that last night, Lahuo town suffered a mysterious attack resulting in multiple fires. The reporter goes on to say that Yulin Manor suffered the greatest losses and that people were evacuated fortunately on time and only a few casualties were listed. The reporter continues by saying that according to the analysis of leading experts, the disaster was probably caused by meteorite shards. Zhang Manyan tells them that Uncle gained some deep insights after the incident. Ling asks why Xinxia and the others left in such a hurry, as they could have stayed for a few more days. Mo Fan says Zhang Xiaohe will get fired if he still doesn't return to his guard post. He also says Xinxia is behind in her studies since she went to the scorching plain for him. He says she took great risks and it didn't help with her sickness at all. Ling says Xinxia came out of it safe and sound, and she has also gained the ghost Lady's heart magic tool, which serves as a bit of compensation. The little fire succuba flies to Mo Fan and falls asleep on his hand. Zhang Manyan asks him if he is in low spirits. Seeing that he has gotten the fire succuba he wanted, he responds by saying that he will fight the strongest top 20 next month, and that if he wants to level up quickly, he'll need the 3-step tower, and to get that, he has to improve his ranking immediately. Zhang Manyan tells him that the fire succuba can grow faster too, and if she gets stronger, she'll be able to help improve his power. Ling tells them that the higher the level of a bonded beast pedigree is, the smaller the growth. She goes on to say that for the fire succuba, it usually takes around 3 to 5 years for decent combat power. She continues by saying that once the fire succuba enters childhood, she needs to be fed spiritual genres, and that only by eating this will the fire succuba have a high-level solidified fire genre at its disposal after reaching adulthood. She concludes by saying that a creature of high pedigree as this will require large resources, but would also give him a good payback, and that at this level of childhood, it already has a mid-level warrior combat power, and he should make lots of money by commissions. At night, he comes back home exhausted, saying to himself that he's training and doing commissions at the same time. He sees the fire succuba burning one of his furniture. He stops it and tells it to act like other bonded beasts that stay in their space and only come out when summoned. Mo Fan fights the next day in the arena. He and his opponent continue to fight non-stop until Mo Fan uses his thunder to strike him down and win him. Two students converse about who can stop Mo Fan. They say that Mo Fan already secured himself a place in the World School Championship, and that he heard that the decision was made by the 3 parties: Council Member Zhu Meng, Linhai Judicial Committee, and Jiang Zhou. They go on to say that the Judicial Council is thinking about recommending him as a candidate for the Huang list, and that he was recommended at the highest meeting of the National Magic Association. Mo Fan returns from training at the 3-step tower alongside the fire succuba. 2 girls walk up to him. After they exchange pleasantries, they converse about the strategy he'd use in fighting his opponents during the competition. They talk about the natural talent the top 10 possess and what it'd take for him to stop them. Later, Mo Fan and Zhang Manyan talk as they sit on a beach by the road. Zhang Manyan tells him his goal is to enter the World School Championship and that he cares less about the rankings. Mo Fan tells him he's still considering going as he hasn't made up his mind. Zhang Manyan convinces him to go and Mo Fan obliges. The next day, as he eats breakfast, he's informed that his opponent is Ding Yumian and her power is extraordinary. They tell him not to be so overconfident, that he can defeat her. As the fight begins in the arena, Ding Yumian uses her magic to cast a psychic shock on Mo Fan. He thinks to himself that the most dangerous thing about heart mages is their speed of magic casting, and if he can't beat her speed, it'll be impossible to even have one effective attack against them. As they continue to fight on and on, she attacks him non-stop. He summons his wolf and uses it to dodge the raging fire she throws at him. He's exhausted, and some students from the crowd say that if not for the fact that he has 2 natural talent elements, he would have lost this round. He thinks of using Mr. Shiu's focus necklace to block her psychic shock if he can grab the opportunity. He sends his wolf to keep her occupied. He plans that when she becomes anxious and she reveals her weakness, he'd then have a chance. As the wolf approaches her, she uses a ripple of soul magic on it and calms it down. Mo Fan sees that the wolf is now useless, so he sends it away. He finally uses the focus necklace, and he can launch an attack on her. He strikes her with lightning continuously until she falls to the ground defenseless. She surrenders, and the announcer declares Mo Fan the winner of the round. The whole spectators clap and rejoice for him. At the clinic, his body is burnt from the fight. Mr. Bai Mei tells him that the medicine Ding Yumian gave him is not bad, as it can get the burn symptoms out as the burns are quite serious. He tells him that any other mage would have passed out as a result of the pain. Mo Fan thanks him. Mr. Bai Mei tells him that the violent agents in him seem to be stronger than before. He asks him if he has gone to a healing mage, and he affirms. Mo Fan asks him to help heal his useless summoning beast as well, as he's hurt. Mr. Bai Mei replies, telling him that he's not a vet. He tells Mo Fan to recuperate well, as his next battle will be stronger. Members of Weifang are on a mission in the mountains. They see skulls on the ground, and they say the heads are too much. Two of them converse, saying they are sent to find the detector team that went missing 2 months ago, and that they should have done it sooner. One of them wonders what the team leader has found, and he thinks that the intelligence unit is overreacting again. His companion tells him to stop complaining, and that it is their duty as members of Weifang to follow orders. He also says that there was some disturbance at the Shawang River, and that some creatures that were hibernating below there have started to slowly awaken. He further says that many villagers have mysteriously disappeared overnight. As they keep conversing, Mo Fan calls one of them. He tells Mo Fan about the Grey Wolf's head that was brought back into the city, and that he's still on a mission, and he hasn't been able to reach John Kong. He assures Mo Fan that he'll let him know when he gets any information. Mo Fan tells him to be careful, and he responds by telling Mo Fan not to worry, as he is the best runner on the team, and that even if everyone dies, he'd be fine. He extends his greetings to Ling and Shinsei as he hangs up. As he and his companion resume their conversation, they see other members of their team running towards them, being chased by some creatures. As they approach them, they realize that it is because the mountains have blocked off the sun before night has fallen. That's the reason why the creatures are out chasing them. They ask the team leader where the rest of the team is, and he replies by saying they're all dead. They continue to run as the creatures do not relent in their chase. Wang Tong falls and is stuck because one of the creatures grabbed a hold of his leg. The team leader rushes to help him. As he helps Wang Tong, he is attacked by the creatures. He shouts to the remaining 2 members of his team who are still alive to continue running without looking behind. They continue to run until they mistakenly fall into a dark, forbidden region filled with many evil creatures. At this point, we have reached the end of our video. Do not forget to subscribe for more new videos.